Cangs over here. We got some Cangs over here. Relax and take notes while I step in, ain't no question. I've been reppin', see my squad ballin', that's a blessing. I'm texting with my homies from that West End Zone crew. Say they taking shots, told me roll through. I told you about that orange and green. We click tight, big bites, we destroy your team. Make the world view our games like a horror scene. Stuff opponents in a can like Goya beans. I mean, representing for the team, let us hit it out. You can't get connected with us, check your signal. Infamous with that swag, it's original. The copycats could copy that, but we go get some more. No gate, no Seminoles. We let it stay, but in this state we is the general. Coral Gables around the world, we don't have a limit. We read that you from the streets to the academics. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here.
Who we do please is the Hurricanes. You ain't got that work, you can't serve the Canes. I know you been watching, we been hurting things. Where that crown at, homie, we them dirty Canes. We gon' get that title, what that purdy ring. Gotta turn over chain for every team. Green and orange on my back, get a foreigner's back. I'm scoring while you roaring like a lion getting sacked. ¿Qué pasó, papi? Tú no puedes conmigo. Argentino de principio, huracán en mi equipo. Got that passion like Sebastian when I'm rapping, that's a fact. Got that 7-6 jersey for the legend, one sack, yeah.
Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here.
We got some Canes over here and we bout that. Solo D and them ballin' boys, yo, we got that. No good chillin' in the cut, hard rock pack. And if you hatin' on them Canes, better stack. It's the state of the MIA. The U is back, what them haters gotta say. Them Hurricanes, we be ballin' all day. Turnover chain, got the people going crazy.
Now whoop whoop, it's the sign so you know who it is. They counting finals ballin' like the U up in here. Gold teeth, grillin', chillin', Solo D what it is. We got the turn up chain, gang up in here. Cause it's a UM thing, orange and green is the gear. We coming to you HD so it's crystal clear. Now put them U's in the sky, don't stand and chill. And let them know if they don't know we got some Canes up in here.
Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Get some Canes over here. Throwing U's up, how we do our thing over here.
Canes, we be ballin' all day. Canes, we be ballin' all day. Canes, we be ballin' all day. Them Hurricanes, we be ballin' all day.
Who that?
So low, so low, so low, deep. So low, so low, so low, deep.
Welcome to Coach Hayes Football Live. He can talk about anything from high school to the pros. This guy knows the game, so you better not be half-stepping.
I can guarantee you most of the audience is going to agree with me before they agree with you.
Strap in, because Coach Hayes is about to
Crack your cranium and fertilize your brain. Go ahead and right here, right now.
subscribe now and check out CoachHayesFootball.com.
Why can't y'all hear me? Can you guys hear me now? All right, maybe you guys can hear me now. Hopefully we in the building. We good. All right, let's check this out. Let's see if we good to go. All right, we good now. Bahama SC, I appreciate you, man. Look, Murphy's Law says when it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Things going wrong. Bluetooth jumping in on and out. It never happened like that. A63 Polo. Hey, you finna pay in this draft, man. But anyway, we here in the building. I'm super excited. This has been in the making for a long time. I've been talking about this U-Tube Takeover probably about 6-7 months right now, man. So guess what? Again, what's going on with my headphones, man? They back out. I'm about to throw them in the garbage. We're going to see what the deal is. But anyway, I got you guys in the building. We good to go. I'm not sure what the problem is. But anyhow, we got a great lineup tonight. We got about 14 guests coming on from 4:30 all the way to 10:30, if you know what I'm saying. So let me see. Hey, somebody say the waiver wire wizard. Let me tell you, man, I got to get into that fantasy. We're going to talk about that here in a second. But anyhow, let me get this thing rolling. I don't know what's up with the Bluetooth with the headphones, man. They rolling. I can't hear myself think right now because they tripping. But that's part of life, man. That's part of going live, right? You can't edit this thing, man. So I don't know why it's acting like this. But it is what it is. But anyhow, we're going to make this thing happen. The Wholesome one is going to kick this deal off with us, man. He's actually on the road traveling. But I'm gonna text him when I get ready. We're going to make it happen. And we're talking about defensive line, and you know how in-depth that brother gets. We're talking about matchups. We're talking about all type of stuff tonight. And we're going through every position group, got all the different Miami U-Tube personalities on, and we're going to make this thing happen. But as you see, my clock has been clicking probably about the past 90 days, and it's down to actually 1 day, 23 hours, 15 minutes, and 35, 34, 33 seconds before we get this thing rolling. Also, man, we're going to be in Atlanta. I'm jumping on a plane tomorrow evening. We'll be in Atlanta in the building, man. We'll be going live pregame from the tailgate. So, guys, if y'all see me, come check it out. I'm giving away Lil Timmy shirts, giving away Coach Hayes logo shirts as well. So, we're going to make this thing happen, man. But anyway, I'm trying to get my headphones back on so I can hear, because I can't hear. I'm actually just talking in the wind right now. So I'm getting that thing rolling, man. So I don't know why that's acting the way it is. Computers do what they do, man. I'm not sure why that is, what it is. But anyhow, it's going to be super fun, man. I'm going to go through some of these chats here in 1 second. And I do want to give a lot of thank yous out to a lot of people, man, because believe it or not, you guys have made this thing what it is today. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, you guys have done so much when it comes to the success of this thing, man. I'm looking right now, just happening. Look, Richard Hill is always in the building. Jay Blaze always in the building. First Lady Through the Smoke, Haitian Ellen always in the building. I mean, Bergie, Carol City Cang Cartel. I mean, Kane City Cartel, 863 Kane. You got always in the 305 Kane rep. You name it, y'all in here. I guess I feel like I'm at a award show. I don't want to just call up names and leave people out. I'm about to throw these headphones through the doggone window. That's what I'm about to do because they just went out again. But anyway, let's make this thing happen. You go while he says off. Spoiling the Rotten is going to be a win. Going to win it for us. AKA Money Game. I love it. Let me see here. Ty Tinga says, go Canes. That's right, it is go Cane. Look at this. Gangster and a Gentleman says, you late, coach. I know. It was strategic, man. Sometimes, my brothers, we be a little late, man. We do it on purpose. So y'all will be on time, if you know what I'm saying. I really want to kick the thing off about 4:10 because that's when the thing will shut you out if you're not on it after 10 minutes. So I said 4 o'clock, everybody be jumping in. We already got 84 in the chat. So that's beautiful, man. Let me see here. Barry Thomas, I promise that we're going to keep it under 62 points for you guys. Oh, golly. But believe this, in the locker room, Saban is going to tell them no. Make their quit. And this Alabama does. Look at this. So I got something for you, bro. Just because.
Man,
you
come right out of a comic book.
You know what I mean? I just had to give it to him, man, because that's what it is, bro. We love, hey, I'm welcoming all Alabama folks to come in. Like I said, just keep it respectful. I love talking trash now, but keep it respectful in the sense of we don't need to name call each other, talk about your mom. We could go there too. But trust me, you don't want to do that, man. You don't want that kind of smoke because I got something for that too. But anyway, we got a lot of people in the building. I'm waiting for hosts to get ready. We got 93 in the chat right now, and we're going to make it happen as well. Let me see here. These doggone, I don't know why these headphones doing this all of a sudden when we never had this issue. But anyway, Hey, that's when you know you're a real fan. Hey, Leonardo Roseborough, that Jim Kelly. That's right. We ain't talking about Jim Kelly from the U Jim Kelly. We talking about that karate chop Jim Kelly, man. So what you know about that, man? Big deal, man. But anyway, Chalky Kane, long time person, always in the building, man. Appreciate you. Say we ready, coach. Let's go, Canes. Here we go. Your headphones, bro. I don't know why they acting like this all of a sudden. What's the deal? What's the deal with the headphones? I'm going to cut them off and cut them back on. I don't know. Let them chill for a second. But anyhow, Richie Hill said, nobody trash talk better than the U. I'm trying to tell you, I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for it. We got 107 in the chat. We getting close to that time. We're going to have think about it. We're going at 4:30. We got Wholesome One coming on at 4:30. We got Footballville and X from Footballville coming on, as well as CWO, Kingsborough Order. That's Alonzo. They coming on. They talking about wide receivers. Those guys going to be in the building. I'm trying to think. We got Miami Flow, Kane's Breakdown. They're going to be talking about linebackers, everything else. Phone ringing off the hook. We good. Trying to think what else we got going on here, man. My phone ringing off the hook too as well. Phones ain't working, and we got to make it happen. Joshua Kaufman, hey, I'm glad you say you back, man. Look here, this is one of the young cats out there. He's a Michigan fan, right? But I have to take my hat out to him. I think last time I talked to him, he was 13. That dude might be about 14. But his knowledge, his insight in the game is awesome. I want to do a show with that cat one day, man. So Joshua, glad to see you back, man, in the building. Let me see here. Coach, come work at Alabama. Maybe on Sunday, but on Saturday, I'm be working on Alabama, if you know what I'm saying. I'm giving them the business. You dig? Now, Sunday, if that cash right, Hayes there every night. Papa been smooth since days of under rules. You know what I'm saying? So I'm there if that's the case, man. Tell Saban to holler at your boy, because Manny ain't hollering at me. Joshua say he's 12. All right, my bad, Joshua. All right. Cut these jokes back on. Give him a break. Richard said, damn, all the goons coming. Listen, they coming. Also, I do want to say this. Tomorrow night, Friday evening, if you have it, man, guys, go check out. I think it's on Eventbrite. I already got my tickets. I know that the guys from Stormwater are going to be there. The guys from U-Talk definitely going to be there. I'm not sure what the other personalities are going to be. We'll check it out. But we'll be at the Battery. We'll be at the Battery in Atlanta. I think it's called a Saloon. Lamar Thomas, Melvin Bratton, those guys are throwing like a little party or shindig or whatever it is. So everybody will be there. Guys, come on out. Let's get it going. Let's make it happen. See what it is. And then that Saturday for the tailgate, we'll be doing you got to forgive me. U-Talk is definitely going to talk about it because he's got Larry Frank from U-Talk is going to be DJing there. And I don't think he's going to be able to be on. He actually got hit by Hurricane Ida and lost all of his power. But U-Talk could be able to give us more information on about where he may be so far. He may be DJing in 135 Forsyth. I think it's right across the street from the stadium. So we'll be there. We'll be giving out poor little Timmy shirts and so forth. As long as you're a subscriber, you get a shirt, man. It's just that simple. And we going live. So check us out on that as well. We got 121 in the chat. Somebody just said, and we got 51 likes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get this thing trending. Let the algorithm do what it does, man. Trust me, YouTube charged me for it, so let's make them pay for it, if you know what I'm saying. Let's make that happen. Other than that, we good to go. Where are we right now? We have 420, so I'm going to go ahead and text my man. I know he was rolling, so let me go ahead and text my man, and we'll make it happen as well. Let me text Wholesome right quick. Get him rock and rolling. I'm not sure why these headphones are acting up, but I got more. All right, so I just texted him. Yeah, we got some trolls in the building. We love trolls, man. Guess what? Without pain, we wouldn't know joy, right? So we need that kind of stuff, man. It is what it is. It's game week. Let's talk a little trash. Let's not get sensitive, guys, right? We don't need sensitivity. Ain't no Ralph Tresvance in the building, right? We need some real G's, man. If we got to dish it, we got to be able to take it. And if they could dish it, they got to be able to take it. All right, let's get off your high horse. Let's have fun with this, man. Sports is sports. It is what it is, man. All right. Also, we're going to, like I said, we're going to break things down. We're going to talk about this. We got to go to a 12 midnight. Coach is not getting out of this chair unless it's a true emergency. I got to tell you just like that. Unless it's a true God-given emergency, I'm not getting out this seat regardless. I got my cane juice ready to rock. Matter of fact. Let's make it happen. I'm going with the earpiece, fellas. I can't do it. I'm going with the earpiece. Let's see if we can make it happen like this. All right. So hopefully that don't go out. We good to go right now. We're going to talk a little trash. I got an earpiece. We always got a backup, man. Kane's always prepared for everything. He's right here about the cat. They about to get put in the trash. All right. So anyway, I just text Wholesome, wait for him to jump in the background. We could definitely make that happen. And we'll see what we got to do, man. 2 days before a beatdown. Y'all boys crazy, man. Let's go. I'm trying to think, should I even open up the phone line for a quick second? What you think? Should I open up the phone line? Y'all give me a thumbs up if I should open up the phone lines, man. We'll see what the deal is. Go bring them Little Timmy shirts for them Bama fans. Yeah, I'm bringing Little Timmy shirts. I got a whole suitcase full. I jumped on Southwest Airline just so I don't have to pay for the bags. They already paid for. We full. We ready to rock and roll. So let's make it happen. All right. Let me see. I guess Holson want to be jumping on here in a second. I just texted him. We about 4 minutes out from him. But anyhow, let's do this, man. Let's have fun with this deal. Let's open up the phone line for a second. Let's go and get this thing rolling. Let's get a call or two in. Let's see if we can get a call or two since you guys already in the bill. 120 already in the chat. So I'm loving it, man. Let me get the phone line open right quick. Let's see if we can take one or two of these phone calls. See if we can take one or two of these phone calls in the building before we get started. All right, let's open up the chat right quick. You see it down there at the bottom, 321-328-8235. Talk to us a little bit, what you're thinking, what you're talking about. I'm also break this thing down to chapters when it's over because I don't expect everybody to sit there full 8 hours, or maybe I do. But y'all come on in. Let's make this thing happen. I look crazy without my headphones, man. I'm used to my headphones, man. So somebody give us a phone call, get this thing rolling right here, and we're going to have this thing going to be lit, man. Molly's on standby. I don't know what that means. We got a call already. That's what I'm talking about. Caller, talk to us. Give us your name, where you're calling from. 914 area code.
Yo, what's up, Coach? It's Josh. I'm back.
You Josh, man, the 13-year-old phenom is back, man. Talk to us, man. I know you're a Michigan fan. I get it. But I know you talking about these Miami Hurricanes. You got love for the Canes, man. Talk to us about these Hurricanes.
Of course I do. I mean, you guys have an incredible cornerback class in 2022. Let's see if you could add Jaheim Singletary after he decommitted from Ohio State. You think you got a chance there, Coach?
Of course. We the U, baby. We always got a chance. We always got a chance, right? So, yeah, I think we got a chance. Like I say, he's a Florida guy. There's a reason, I guess, he decommits from Ohio State, which is a very good program. But there's a reason, right? And I've been hearing Lil Birdie telling me that he's been snooping around campus and peeping through windows and everything else. So I think we always got us a chance, man.
Yep. And Damani, for us, he's visiting the Washington game. That'll be huge for us. I know not many Miami fans want to hear this, but, because it's Michigan, but he was a Michigan fan growing up. So was his dad. So I think, going to the game, coming out of the tunnel, seeing the 110,000 people, I think will help Michigan in that recruitment. And, you talking about
Damani Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I have to tell you this, bro. He a ball player. I did his 10th grade film because, they didn't play last year because of COVID. He's from out of California. He technically sound as a 10th grader. He can ball, bro. If y'all get him, I ain't gonna lie to you. If Michigan get him, that is a super upgrade to the defensive backfield.
Yeah, we got Will Johnson too, and Will Johnson also said though, if Michigan wins, we should be able to add a lot more recruits. So it seems like the only thing that's holding us back from getting top recruits is winning. So,
hey, guess what, Josh? I hate to say this to you, man, but that usually holds a lot of people back. Getting top recruits is winning, right? That's something the Canes are on the verge of doing right now. That is simply why we're not getting all the top guys, and the top guys in the country are leaving because we just weren't winning the games we should have been winning, man. So hate to say that, but yeah.
I think you guys have a chance to beat Bama, and I think Bama fans should be a little worried. I think you guys are going to give them a tough push. I don't know if you're going to win, but I don't like hearing people say they're going to win by 21 points. I don't see it happening. I think De'Aaron King's going to look good, and if Bryce Hall struggles, then Miami might be able to pull out the win. It's in Miami, right?
No, it's in Atlanta. It's in Atlanta at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Yep.
I definitely think you guys have a shot there, and I think there's some great football games tonight. I think Ohio State's on upset alert. Not saying they're going to lose tonight, but I think they're definitely an upset in Minnesota.
Hey, you think Coach finna row the boat? Come on, man. I don't know about that, bro. We're going to find out. We're going to see. But, Josh, I appreciate you. I got my guest. He coming in the back door right now. But thank you, man, for coming back. I'm glad to see you back, man, in the building, man. We definitely got to chop it up. I really like what you do. You're a young guy. You're really into it, man. And hopefully you may have a future in this deal, bro. I really like what you do, man.
No problem, Coach. And I'll keep tuning in. And now that I'm back, I'll be a little busy because the football season, and that's what I've been busy with, working towards it. But, yeah, it's time to watch football and play football.
I heard that, man. Let's get it rock and rolling, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
See ya. Bye, Coach.
All right, now. Hey, man, that's my little young 12-year-old phenom in the building, man. We got the phone lines open. I'm still waiting for he popped in and he popped back out, so I'm waiting on Wholesome to get through here. Phone line is still open, 321-328-8235. Guys, we got nothing but time. We got till midnight to get this thing rolling, man. So you guys are more than welcome to jump on with us. Let's make it happen. Phone line is still open. Go ahead and give us a call, 321-328-8235. I want to hear your side of this story. If you're a Cang fan, if you're a Bama fan, call on there too. You can get some of this smoke. You know why?
Do you want smoke? We want all the smoke.
We want all the smoke. So come on and get some. Come on and get some of this smoke. We got all the kind of smoke you want. We got cigar smoke. We got cigarette smoke. We got that the wacky tobacco smoke. Whatever kind of smoke you want, we can provide it. Trust me, we got it right here in the back. So come on and get it, man. Anyway, let's get this thing rolling. We got the phone lines calling. Where is the Wholesome one? Let's get this thing going, man. He said he looking for an exit to pull over to talk. All right. We got one more call. Another 917 phone number. Let's see who this is. All right, we got 917 in the building. Somebody give us are you a Cang fan? You a Bama fan? What's your outlook on this game?
I'm a Cang for life, and this is Vicious Vic from New York City.
That's what I'm talking about. Vicious Vic from the NYC, baby. Hey, there's a lot of Cang fans in New York, huh?
Yes, yes, there are. I'm actually a graduate in 1993. I did the 6-year plan. One of my friends was Gino Torretta, Randall Hill, and a couple of the other players. The Rock was down there. I saw lots of good Cang football back in the day, and I have a couple of the coaches who are good friends of mine, and my uncle's actually the trainer for the football team.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah,
so let's go ahead and so talk to us, man. What's your outlook on this game?
I think my concern is the Alabama defense. I think that the defense is stacked. I think last year we had a lot of difficulty in the Clemson game getting off the line of scrimmage, and I think Alabama's cornerbacks are much better than the Clemson cornerbacks. And, that's my concern about the game. And my other concern is, is Alabama going to be, 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2 every third down? Because State is going to run the ball up our ass, and I'm very, very concerned about that.
Well, I mean, it's a legit concern about running the football. We got to find out what we're going to do about that, but we're going to see if the fix has been made, right? We already know about North Carolina. We get that. Everybody last year had fun with us running the ball, but we got new pieces, we got new coaches, we got new schemes, we got new philosophies. So we're going to see how good those adjustments are going to be. Right? Just because there was a hole in the boat last year doesn't mean that same hole is this year. So we're going to see. I think we will get a heavy dose of the run. If I was coaching against the Canes, I'll see if you actually fix the hole in the boat, or you just put some of that, what's that stuff they sell on TV, that flex tape or whatever. My man cut the whole bottom of. Yeah, let's see if this flex tape really worked, or did you actually get a welder in the building and get it fixed?
Well, Uncle Luke is saying 42-38, Miami. I think we're going to be a much better team. I'm very optimistic about this season. I mean, listen, I think the next 11 games we're going to be favored, with the exception of tomorrow's game, of Saturday's game. But I'm hoping for the best. I don't want to be overzealous and say, we're going to put 40 up on Bama and only hold them to 38. But I do think that, we do have a much better team. I love the offensive line. I love the two guards, Donaldson and Rivers. I think Rivers is a baller. I love Rivers, and I also love our left tackle, Zion Nelson, on the left side. And, it's all going to be about executing. And, listen, coming into the season, my man, we always have a little bit of, concerns and doubts. And, I'm looking for a tight game. I hope it could get down to the last possession. But, it's tough beating the Nick Saban team, because he's always getting the top 5-star players, with the money bags coming out of the McDonald's and leasing their players Mercedes-Benz and giving the kids' unborn children free college scholarships to go to University of Alabama. So
right.
No wonder why all these kids are leaving the crib.
The crib, baby. It's all about the crib, man. So, no, I appreciate you. Go ahead.
No, I'm very, very optimistic about it. I was supposed to be in the game. Be at the game on Saturday. I recently just had some surgery done yesterday. And a lot of people aren't aware that 70 to 80% of football players between college and professionals have sleep apnea. And I don't know if you guys sleep with a CPAP machine. Well, I used to. And, I had lost my brother to sleep apnea. My brother was a college athlete in baseball.
Right.
He actually struck out Manny Ramirez in baseball 3 times in a game. And he was one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. And but anyway, I'm not going to be at the game, but I'm definitely going to be at a couple of the other games. And if you happen to be down there, I would look forward to shaking your hand, man to man, and you'll meet the Double V, Vicious Vic.
The Vicious Vic. I love it, man. Well, I appreciate it, man. Like I say, wish you all the best. Again, Vicious Vic, I don't know what you look like, but hopefully you'll remember this ugly mask right here. So if you see me walking around the stadium, don't be afraid. Come up, holler at me, man. Let's get a picture, whatever we got to do, man.
Absolutely. And thank you, Pedro, for sending me the text. He knew I was going to call in. He knows me better. He knows me better. He knows me like a book. My brother from another mother.
There it is. Well, Vicious Vic, Double V, as I say, man, I appreciate you. I got my host. He's sitting in the background. My co-host here, Mr. Wholesome One. We're going to jump into this D-line right now. So thank you, man, for that, man. As always, go Canes, and we finna make it happen, man. We finna take over right now.
God bless you, brother.
Thanks, man. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for women and children.
Coach, what's up,
we
baby?
got my man, the host one, Holloway.
Yes, sir.
In the building.
Coach, can you hear me? I'm good.
I could definitely hear you, my brother. What's going on with you?
All right. Now we're doing good, Coach. We're doing good. You know, I got a double hitter, same time. You know, us and Miami, same time. So I'm gonna have to when they call timeout, grab a phone and look down right quick. You know, make sure we still in the game, Coach. But you know, I'm on a trip right now. But of course, I made sure that I'm here. I'm on the McDonald's Wi-Fi. You know, shout out to McDonald's. And we here, Coach. We here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you just fine, Coach. Okay. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Coach, a little bit. Hey, you sounding like you sounding like
he in the building. I guess he is.
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, I'm right here. I can see Wholesome. We can't hear you. How you the host? We can't hear you. You must be home on that Popeye Wi-Fi. You know, hey, so Wholesome, it's me and you for right now. I don't know what's going on. Hey, man. Hey, just like a brother, right? He be the host and can't be at his own party. You know what I mean? How you been doing though, bro? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
No, when I tell you Murphy's Law is gangster, listen, that's the realest thing. Though, how long y'all done seen me use these things?
A long time.
Forever.
Now, the day I'm doing the takeover, they won't even hardly connect. Get that crap out of here, man.
There we go.
Get that crap out of here.
It's always a pleasure to be on.
I got to back up, though. I'm looking like an FBI agent right now. I got to
sure. Nice to see you, Wholesome, man. You know, hey, I'm introducing myself. Hey, I'm V12, the extraordinaire. I'm back. Hey, we back. Hey, we are back for a season, and I am very, very excited, right? I'm not going to say what my expectations are, because sometimes them expectations, you know how I could be. But I'm excited, you know what I mean? I'm excited we could talk Canes football again. Nice to see the brother Wholesome on again. It's been a while, man. It's always a pleasure getting on with you. And Coach, man, you know how we do, man. We go way, way back with the red and black lumberjacks with the hat to match. Remember Rap Pin? Hey, let me start with y'all. I'm ready, man.
You never thought that Coach Hayes would take it this far.
Yeah, hey, not he in the
because I rhyme tight. Hey, blow up like the World Trade, the World Center, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner?
There you go. Hey,
now I got Cang juice. Now I got Cang juice for dinner.
There we go. No, but I'm excited, man. Definitely, I'm glad to be here, man. And, hey, I'm glad you guys doing the takeover. I mean, I think this is this is hype. You know what I mean? For Coach to be on, you know what I mean, from 4 to midnight, man. That's hype. You know what I mean? So I'm happy to be a part of when I can. I may be in and out for a little while, you know, because I got some things to do, you know. But I'm here. You know, I told Coach I'll be here, and I'm here, man.
Yeah, man. Well, let's get this thing rolling because we got us a schedule. And Wholesome, I know you got to bang it on the road. I know where you headed as well. It's already 4:38. I'm going to keep this schedule tight because we got about 14 guests in total, 15 guests in total, man. So we got a lot to talk about. Seems like we got a lot of time, but trust me, midnight will be here before you know it. Let's talk about this. Let me do this first because I forgot to do this. Big shout out to Solo D, as always, for allowing us to use the music. Big shout out, V. Point over there to our sponsor right there at the bottom, V12. Mr. Alex Tabio. You understand what I'm saying? He does certified home loans for us. Man, look here, 305-205-1697. Pick up the telephone. Give him a phone call, man. Trust me. He'll help you with anything you want, whether it's your first home, you're buying your first home, a VA loan, you're looking for rental properties, investment deals, holler at him. He's going to pick up the phone. All right? So with all that being said, that's why I'm coaching this beautiful mansion right now because of my man right there. So no more green screen. I can put holes in the wall if I want to. You know what I'm saying? I got to count nail holes around this deal. But anyway, let's get this thing wholesome. As I put this deal out here, and I wanted to start this U-Tube Takeover. I talked about it 6 months ago, probably at this point. Yeah. And I know you do your show on Mondays and you break guys down, and you just did a show, man. I thought it was awesome the other day. You kind of went through pretty much all of the positions, man. We want to talk within this hour from 4:30 to 5:30 specifically about defensive line. And I know you want to get into maybe some of the matchups and that type of deal, man. Let's go through this right now. And I'm looking through the depth charts. I want to get it all right because I know you guys got all that stuff memorized and whoop-de-woo and all that, and I get it. I want you guys to kind of just steer the train, and I'm gonna just ask the questions. I'm gonna hit the gas, but you guys ask the questions. And real quick for the donations out there, man. For those that's giving donations, I'll pop them on the screen. I may read the question if it's relevant, but I'm gonna give you your love when we finish the segment because I don't want to break the segment up. So if you want to donate, that's fine. If you want to give a cash app, that's great. But I'll get a love off here at the end, and I'll just pop it up just so I don't break the rhythm of the stroke. You know what I'm saying? Because we're going to stroke these Bama boys. But anyway, let's talk a little bit in regards to this wholesome. The defensive line, there has been some concern in regard to the defensive line, especially our two edge rushers. We know we lost both of them to the draft. Okay. I'll let you take the wheel. I hit the gas, but you take the wheel on how you want to steer the defensive line in this sense.
All right, Coach. So basically one of the biggest things we had to try to figure out is our sense of pass rush. All right, now under the Coach Manny Diaz defense, now whether we knew the name going into the offseason or not, we've had great pass rush here at Miami. Whether you go back to, Joe Jackson and John Garvin of the 2016 time, or Trent Harris and Chad Thomas of 2017, okay, we didn't know their names because they were in the 3-4. And they had to hold blocks and hold gaps for the longest. And then Coach Diaz comes in and they're able to rush the passer and shoot gaps. Okay, instead of playing 2-gap, they went to a 1-gap system. Now, Coach Diaz has been here since 2016. This is his defense. These are his recruits. And the issue was we kind of lived on transfers last year. They put a Band-Aid over a pretty deep wound because Yeah. It's a bullet wound, Coach. You call it how it is, okay? It's a bullet wound. And we went to Temple, we went to UCLA to get transfers to help us. That's not happening this year. We got some homegrown guys, except for DeAndre Johnson from Tennessee. But as you all know, he isn't even a starter. He's going to be a rotational third down pass rusher. So I'll start on the outside and work my way in. We'll start out on the strong side. Now, 53, Zach McLeod. I've had my comments about the young man. Plenty of people have about what he brings to the table, but obviously he showed his staff and Coach Simpson showed him something. Or the guy behind him just ain't good enough to move him off the first team just yet. And you talk about a young man that's going to do his job. That's 53. Zach McLeod, you tell him go that way 100 miles, he gonna go that way 100 miles. The issue with him is when he starts overthinking and his feet are stuck in quicksand. And he ain't moving, and that was his issue at linebacker as far as not being able to take proper read steps and angles to the ball. He just be standing there in his stance, and the ball done snap. The receiver running at him, he's still in his stance. So now we put his hand in the dirt or in a 2-point stance and let him rush up the field. Now he's backed up by a highly sought-after edge rusher and Chance Williams. He rocks 33 from Miami. He's finally got the weight up. A big issue for him. He was about 233 pounds last year. He's a solid 240, 245 this year. And, Coach Philly has done a great job with the young men. And shout out to Coach Bellamy and Coach Dave Feely and his staff. Coach Bellamy is the nutrition coach, and Coach Feely is the head strength and conditioning coach. Really turns things at Miami completely around as far as from that prospect. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen on the strong side. I mean, that's been the key position. Everybody want to talk about weak side edge. Right tackle. The blind side, of course, the QB can't see you coming, but hitting him right in the face, there's nowhere for him to go. He got to try to run around you. So we had a lot of our best players have been strong side defense and pass rushers. Chad Thomas, one of the best players in that 2017 team. Jalen Phillips last year was on the strong side. And Greg Rousseau, the statistician himself with 15.5 sacks, was on that side. So that's a key part to this Miami defense. And Coach, I put it off to you and also to you, V. Like, let me know what you all think from that perspective as far as strong side defense in not only in this game but for the season.
V12, you want to take it or not? You could punt it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wholesome, he brought up a very valuable point, and one of the most recognizable names. I mean, we arguably on the defense, and this young man has been. We can argue been around Miami football for it seems like 10 years, but it's been around 6 years for Zach McLeod. And for me, I'm hoping and I'm looking forward to this year being his coming out party. I think However, Zach pretty much goes. I think that's how the defense will go. Defensive line will go because, like you say, Wholesome, it doesn't appear that someone could have beat him out, and we know Zach is athletic, and so for me, you know, and we gave him his business last year, and so for me, I'm like this, you know, it's a clean slate. Let's see what he could do in the scrimmages, and you know they're raving about him being on a pass edge rusher. So let's give him an opportunity to do his job, and let's see. So I'm focused on Zach, and like I said, I believe the way how Zach goes, pretty much the defensive line will go.
Yeah, here's how I look at it, right? And I think you got a valid point. And here's the deal about Zach that I've always said this about Zach McCloud, right? And one thing about fan bases, we will persecute a guy quickly. And I've said this many a times on this show. When he was coming in, the same way you hear the hype, and again, when he was coming in, I was in the midst of coaching, so I didn't see all the hype and all that stuff. But what I do know is when he was coming in, they were looking at huddle film. They were super, but we got the best linebacker. La, 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 la. Now, he may not have panned out to be, you know, the other guys, the Perrimans and those cats and so forth. But one thing I'm going to say about Zach McCloud is that he's not done anything cancerous to this program.
Agreed.
Clean cut. That has things from academic standpoint, right, and so forth. So that's where I give him my respect of it. Also, he took the linebacker thing and went in stride. Okay, boom, he moved, and here's why I say he moved. I'm looking at this now. I'm looking at the depth chart that comes out. How many defensive linemen you think we have on this depth chart?
It's like 6, maybe.
D lineman, period, or D ends, coach?
No, D linemen in total.
13.
Not even close. 8.
I thought 6. I thought about 6. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you got 8.
Because of the oars. Yeah, you're right. The oars on that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got Nestor Severa backing up both interior guys. And then you got Jordan Miller backing him up as third string. There's only 2 deep. What I'm saying that we are the University of Miami major program. And we only have 8 guys, really 7 if we didn't move Zach McCloud down.
Yeah. That's at least play worthy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Of substance. That not walk-ons, but of substance.
Mm-hmm. That's a big problem.
So that's a huge problem. A huge problem. And we're talking about, because I don't think anybody else here can do it. In that sense, we're talking about of substance, right? Now I know we brought in, and let's not get this thing twisted, bro. At that position, at defensive line, there's very few true freshmen that's going to play that can handle that pressure, right? Even Leonard Taylor, as good as he's going to be, dog, that's so much pressure. Dog, you have to remember this. That is D-line from a fan's perspective is not what you think it is. It ain't just get down to the stands and chase the ball.
Coach, say that again, Coach.
If you don't have some technique, you're gonna be asleep out there. You understand that? You have to think about
be
this.
On your back, Coach.
Yeah, when you were in high school, Leonard Taylor was bigger, better, and faster. Kareem Brown said that on the show, I think a week or 2 ago. He was like, Cole, when you at D-line, bro, you in high school, you just a better athlete. You're bigger, faster, stronger than your opponent. Dog, you think about most of the offensive line in high school, just week in and week out, they under 200 pounds or maybe right. Or if they 200-some plus pounds, they ain't technically sound. They non-athletic. It's the fat guard with the jersey fold up and the hips poking out the side. You know what I'm trying to say? Just we talking about week in, week out. So I don't know if Leonard Taylor, I think he should get a little play in this. He got to be able to sniff it and feel it. But I don't know if he's going to make a significant impact. It's too early. It's only a handful of guys that can come in as true freshmen, like Tyler Davis at Clemson. I knew he was ready. I seen what he did firsthand. I'm just saying, and he did that. You know what I mean? It's very rare. So anyhow, I say that to say all this. We have to fix that problem right there. That's a huge problem in that sense. So I take my hat off to Zach McCloud. I said this about maybe 6-7 podcasts ago or shows ago. I hope he ball out, boy. I just want the best for him. Because if you're a good young man, I want the best for you. Now, I ain't got no problem cutting your head when it comes to lack of production, because you got to produce. This is a results world, right, in football. But at the end of the day, I do want to see that young man, because I just wish him the best. Like you say, he ain't done nothing cancerous to this program, anything else, man. So hopefully that's kind of my take on it. Let me ask you this part right here, Wholesome. With that being said, are you in agreement with the lineup for this game as I see as Jafari Harvey as a strong side? As the weak side. Harrison Hunt, Jonathan Ford, and then Zach McLeod. Are you in agreement, or how would you switch that up?
Well, Coach, from the conversations I've had, they have been the ones who've shown up the most. My only question is with Nesta. Obviously, if he's on both sides, that means he's good enough to be a starter, but there's something that the coach may not like as far as, he doesn't do this when I tell him to. He doesn't play with certain leverage, or he's a little over top. But you know how coaches are. We've done this, Coach. And there could be something that a player just, he spins. I don't like my defensive tackles to spin. It could be something. All right. But it just don't make any sense for me as far as 3 technique or 2-eye. He's the or for both of them. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to put Harrison Hunt behind him,
here's the funny thing. Hold on, there's 2 different skill sets. Believe it or not, they're not the same guy.
So that's what I'm trying to say, Coach. If he's and he's good enough to give us both, what's the issue here? Are we going with just size because it's Bama? Well, that wouldn't make no sense because Harrison Hunt is still kind of light in the behind to be in the trenches. We got a 5th-year dude, senior, right here. Go with Ford and Nesta, rotate between Leonard Taylor and Miller at that 2-eye technique, and Elijah Roberts, Harrison Hunt, and Nesta at the 3 technique. I definitely don't think it's that hard, Coach. I've watched the film. Now, I'm not there every day. I don't claim to know more than what Coach Simpson has. He's there every day with these young men. He sees them in one-on-one. Right. He sees them in 11-on. All right. He also, Coach Diaz would have his input. So to me, I think Nesta's going to play on Saturday because for it to be, and it's not an or on second team, it's an or with the first team. So I think what they're trying to figure out is who do we match up with Nesta on the football field? Are we matching him up with Harrison Hunt, or are we matching him up with Ford? Because we guess that they're going to come out heavy early on, and we're going to need a little bit of pass rush, or we're going to need 2 guys that can anchor to keep these little ass linebackers clean, because we got midget Mac at linebacker now, Coach. 5'10 and a half, 5'9 and 3/8, 230 pounds. Yeah, we got speed, but man, a guard climbed to them and we in trouble, Coach. We are in trouble.
Hey, we're gonna find out, man. V12, anything in regards to that?
Yeah, no, I'm surprised too, to be honest with you, that Nesta isn't the starter in the middle. But we'll see. Again, I guess we're going to see how the game progresses. I guess, depending on how Bama comes out, if they come out heavy run, then we may have to put the bigger body in there. If they're coming out with the spread type of technique, it may be that the lighter nose in there. So yeah, I mean, for me, the lineup is okay. Jafari, I think we'll see if you can get around it, get through and be disruptive. I think that's a good starting lineup, except for Nesta not being per se the going 1A, but I think he'll definitely be playing in the rotation heavily.
And real quick. Chuck Colebrook said we outside. I don't know what you outside for. If you outside the crib, well, maybe I look like Malcolm X looking out that window, boy. Trying to tell you, hey, if you outside, hey, please clarify what you mean by outside. We can go live. We can pause the live. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So anyway, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's a good thing or bad thing. I just want to make sure I clarify that thing. So anyhow, look at you put laugh out loud. I'm about to say, well, I got time today. But anyway, I got to 12 o'clock. Matter of fact.
Because I'm going to keep it G real. I don't with you because you disrespecting me. You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that. But today I got time, cuz.
All right, I just want to make sure we on the same page. Today I got time, cuz it's all about this you. You understand what I'm saying? But anyway, hey, I'm back. So let's get this thing rolling. Let me ask you this. So here's what I know about defensive line when it comes to rotations. Okay, we know they're going to rotate. I don't necessarily care about the start more than I care about the chemistry and the continuity, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that's maybe what it is. Maybe they've had that conversation in that room with Nestor, like, look, man, like you said, you're gonna be the or guy, whatever. But however it works, once you start seeing it working and there's a good pattern, because one thing about defensive line is like baking a cake, dog. You can have all the right ingredients, but you might need a little bit more of this, a little bit less of that, a little bit until you get it perfect. And as you do it, that's what you're going to have to do in the game. You're going to have to see those combinations of players, right? It looks good right now against our offensive line, right? But our offensive line possesses a certain skill set that Alabama's may be totally different. So this lineup may look good against our offensive line right now as a chemistry set, right? But when we go against maybe the big Burleys who just say, man, we want to pound the ball down your throat, and they doing a different kind of gap schemes and so forth, we may need to go with this type of defensive setup against it. Maybe that's just what it is. So that's why I don't really get caught up into a lot of starters. You know what I mean? I know that a lot of that stuff's for the fans, but anyway, that's what it is, man.
Let's talk, Coach. I mean, to even go a little bit more in depth, one of the biggest things, me and Coach played D tackle. So one of the biggest things is being able to have that chemistry between the two interior guys with twists, with nose twists and stunts and things of that nature, not giving it away too soon. Being able to know, like, hey, Johnny gonna slam. Coach don't care what he call. He gonna slam. He gonna pick this center, and so I can be able to cut right off his behind. Or I know for a fact he gonna try to swim. So I'm gonna have to loop all the way around him because he ain't gonna go where he's supposed to go. It's just being able to have that, like you said, that chemistry between the two. A TE stunt when it comes to me and my defensive end. Just knowing how not to give it away with my stance. Obviously, on 3rd and long, the offensive line is going to look for this. But Coach Diaz is a very blitz-heavy coach. There's times when he going to send striker off the edge, defensive end, pinch to the B gap. That 3 technique, you looping all around. Now you're the contained player. And it takes time to rep that and really build that with your front, man, and having to run that. And that's why they release depth charts, and that's why they announce first and second team so that those guys can get majority of the reps going into the very first game. So that's just a little insight on what happens.
I always try to make a real soft comparison that defensive line and blitzing and all that stuff goes together. Is equivalent. This is my softness right here. Is equivalent to synchronized swimming. You know what I mean? Everybody got to be in sync or you mess up the entire picture. One guy get held up, he can't get that loop around. That's how I got pop it open. So you got to be able to know what that guy's capable of doing. You know that he likes to maybe flash step a guy first and then go inside versus just taking it inside. And all that stuff, it becomes a chemistry deal, man. V12, let's talk about this and Wholesome. Let's talk about skill sets and what needs to be done. I want to kind of go person by person, if you don't mind. Let's start off with the patriarch here, Mr. Zach McCloud. What does he do? And we haven't had a chance to really see what he can do, right? We've seen him at linebacker. We've seen these other players in their natural positions, but we're going to see Saturday his first take really we see snippets here on Insight and whatever the different new media outlets. But we're talking about game situation and get a bird's eye view of this dude. What is Zach McCloud's strength in this right here?
I can go first. I think that we know he's pretty. We know he's quick, and at 6'3", 250, he has to use his quickness in his hands, to get around those linemen. And so I think with Zach being able to use his quickness and his experience at linebacker to kind of diagnose plays, I think that'll be a plus for him.
Yeah, I stand corrected. Look here, right, Mr. Wright. You're right. He did play DN in the bowl game, but it wasn't under much tutelage. I have to say it like that. It was kind of just raw. He didn't get a chance to really be coached. So yes, Mr. Wright, I do stand corrected in the sense, yes, he did play, but we're talking about the fact of now you had an off season, a full summer workout, full coaching at this deal, not just thrown in the fire of the opportunity. So maybe that's no way we're going to get out of Mr. Wright, but yeah.
Right, no. And also, I mean, Coach, you're right. I mean, he played in that bowl game, but it was more from an experimental standpoint, I believe. But now it's going to be totally different. This is a Manny Diaz-led defense, so it's a different type of style of defense, different coaching that's going to be he's received over the spring and over the past year. So yeah, I believe he'll be a better player on the edge. But again, for him being able to, from the standpoint of him being able to be an experienced defensive player from a linebacker going to an end, it's not an easy transition, but I think he does have a lot of upside with the speed and the strength getting to the quarterback.
Holsom?
I think what happens with 53, what the big thing with Zach McCloud is, all right, pass rushing has an art to it. Playing defensive end has an art. It's not like high school where you just like, I get in a 2-point stance, I just fly right around this dude, get a nice swim, flip my hips, look all pretty on the side, and go right around him, dip, rip, and sack the court. It's different. Okay, and he's going up against a right tackle who's really waited his time at Alabama. Okay, I can't think of the young man's name. I don't have my notes on me right now, but he's a redshirt senior at right tackle. They went with the experience as opposed to the 5-star offensive tackle out of Texas, who was originally committed to Ohio State, decommitted from Ohio State, signed to Alabama. Okay, so they got an older guy on that side. He's about 6'5", 325, right tackle. Okay. The thing about
Kendall Randolph.
Randolph, there we go. Thank you. So when he's coming off of that edge, it has to be, and I haven't seen him in a 3-point stance. I don't even know if he's comfortable yet in a 3-point stance. I wonder if we're gonna have more of like a 2-4-5 look, where he's like standing up the entire time, and that's cool. If that's how you prefer to rush, that's how you prefer to rush. It don't really bother us. But just being able to understand the keys, being able to understand standpoint, being able to beat that offensive tackle to his third step, his third kick, because obviously now we're at the point of the QB, and now we need to start bending and turning our toe and turning our shoulders to the QB, not just flying up the field and swatting arms. You get what I'm saying? Or also being able to push him to his fourth step, being able to spin back inside and sit on his hap and go back inside to the QB because we pushed past the quarterback. Also understanding not to go too far past the QB and get pushed, washed, and open up all this area for a young Bryce Young to be able to have a back door. Okay, let's say we're sitting a weak side blitz, okay, because he's on the strong side, and now he can escape right outside the C gap because you flew up the field and the offensive tackle just pushed you. And they said the blitz for now we're outmanned, outflanked, and Bryce Young is off for 20 yards. Just understanding the science of playing defensive end, okay? It's a little different. Back to the bowl game. The bowl game was out of necessity. You know, Roche and Phillips said, you know, they gave us a good old DX chop and told you, I'm going to the pros, so I'm not playing the bowl game. So he had to go out there because we had nobody else. Now he spent this whole offseason putting on 20-plus pounds. All I'm hoping is that, and that takes a long time to teach a young man. All those things I just illustrated, okay? And you had to cram it into an offseason, especially with a big game like this. The best of Zach McCloud's play, to me, is like 8-9 weeks in, once he gets used to how the bullets fly, playing defensive line. Another thing, I don't want to take too much time on this. Another thing that we're going to have to be very eerie of is how he takes on blockers. Okay, when you're taught a certain way at linebacker, it's to beat that guard to a point. Okay, beat that tackle to a point. It's not about, yo, I'm right here in his chest, and he could take one step, and we run it, boom, right into each other. Being able to get those hands inside and get that extension off of an offensive tackle. Okay, we're gonna see. Also,
it's total different skill set, bro.
It's different, coach. Coach is different, man. But we're gonna see.
It's totally different. And here's the disadvantage. And I don't want to stay on Zach McCloud too long, but because
we got 3 other positions to go.
He also deserves his due. And I'm gonna tell you this. He basically a freshman even though he's been here 6 years, he a freshman at the position. He gonna jack it up. It's some dudes that play one position for 3, 4, 5 years and just come around to their senior year. You understand what I'm saying? So one thing about it, I think football IQ wise, he has it. So at least he's got an advantage in that part. He doesn't have to learn. I think he understands the game. Now he has to understand how to play it within the technique and fundamentals of it. I'm gonna flip to this because I know you mentioned it. I'm gonna go over this. Some guys, a lot of cats know and don't know about. He's been around, but Jonathan Ford, man, give us some insight on that. Because like I say, as fans, a lot of us see guys, but especially D-line, they get hit in there with O-line, right? We don't get a chance to talk about them much. What is Jonathan Ford's strengths and weaknesses? And then we're going down the line.
The beautiful part is, Coach, now under Coach Manny Diaz, we go back to having a 2-eye. People may not understand it. So the numbering system goes from the center out to the tackles. I'll stop at guards because it can get a little funky once you get certain numbers in there. Okay, so the 0 is right over the center. That's your nose guard. To either side of him is a 1. Okay, so that's where you would see a Nestor Silvera the last couple of years on Blake Baker. We really ran like a 3 technique and a 1. Coach Diaz runs a 2-eye, means the inside shade of the guard. All right, so half your body is in that gap. The other half of your body is splitting the man. Okay, and this also allows you to split double teams a little easier as opposed to be on the inside shade of a center. And now a guard can slam down on you, and it creates a bigger gap in that B gap. All right, it's just little schematics and lining up that just helps depending on your scheme. And it's really from the 4-3, and he brought it to the 4-2-5. So we'll see John Ford at the 2-eye technique. And Big John is 6'5". He's really now 320. Okay, he's put on 45 pounds in his time here at Miami. All right, but understanding leverage has always been a big problem with John Ford. Okay, I'm not the tallest dude in the world, but it's really tough to coach young men to play if they're 6'5" to play at 6'3". And I'm not saying play like you're 6'3", meaning don't play small, meaning bend those knees, okay, and use your hands as extensions and go-go gadget arms to push people off of you, as opposed to you standing straight up and you just bull rush people the whole time, because that's what you're used to doing in high school. It takes a couple years to break young men out of that. Or it could take a practice or two when an older player puts you on your behind, okay, because you ain't got the right leverage. All right, so that's one of the biggest things we're working on with John Ford, and I'm hoping he's finally taking that step. When it comes to O-line, D-line, Coach, we won't know. We won't know until bullets are flying against someone else. Because, you know, if the report comes out, the D-line dominated practice today, people are going to say the O-line sucked. If the O-line dominated practice today, people are going to say the D-line sucked. It's going to go back and forth. You know, they're grown men too at this point. They're grown young men at this point. But the biggest thing for me is John Ford, this is your last go-around, boss man. You got the size, you're going to pass the combine will love John Ford. The statistics, the playmaking ability. And not always just you getting the tackle, but it's nothing like being able to blow a guard up when they try to run power and that other guard tried to pull and you knocked him into that, and our linebacker can shoot that gap because there's no one there. Okay, and now that defensive end, when he comes in to spill, ain't nobody there, so he can slam on the running back because you did your job making sure you knocked that guy back. So that's what our 2-eye techniques jobs are going to be with John Ford, Jordan Miller, and Leonard Taylor. That's going to be their job, and that's really in this Coach Manny Diaz scheme is being in between that 2-eye technique, getting knocked back, but also creating plays to where other people may get the statistic, but you made the play.
Got you. V12, you anything to add?
Yeah, I just think, you know, like Wholesome, reiterate what Wholesome said, he needs to pop on the film. He has all the tangibles, but we need to see the intangible. He needs to pop on. We need to turn on the film. And with him being from the crib and being around the program 5 years as a senior, he needs to go ahead. He needs to commandeer that defensive line. And he needs to go ahead because his stats are pretty low. I mean, I think he had nine solo tackles last year. That's unacceptable. He had no sacks. So he needs to get that motor running. He has, I guess, all the physical ability. He has to get it in his mind that, hey, I need to dominate this D-line, and let's go out there and play. Lay it all on the line.
I agree with y'all 100%. You know what I mean? And bringing it all over here to Harrison Hunt right now. He's a redshirt freshman coming into this deal, right? So you're looking at our line. left side or the strong side is experienced in the sense of age, right? So far as being around the program, but the weak side is inexperienced regards to age. You know what I mean? Because now I'm looking at Harrison Hunt and I'm looking at Jafari Harvey in that sense. So here's the chemistry deal, right? 2 old dogs and 2 young dogs. Where do the mistakes happen, right? Those are things too you look into coaching, right? Can the young dog, when you come out the huddle, if you get the call, hey, the young puppy got all the talent, but he don't know who to bite, right? He ready to fight, but he biting everybody. He biting everybody in the fight. When you need an old dog to say, get that one, get this one. You know what I mean? You have to have that sometimes.
It's all
so
right here.
Yeah. So looking at that, let's look at Jared Harrison Hunt in that sense. What he brings so far as what happened? You good, bud?
Coach, something nasty just walked by, Coach. Oh, Lord.
Hey, what do you call? Do you call that a Happy Meal or what?
No, that was a Big Mac. Okay,
that was a Big Mac. Okay, it made you happy. I thought it was a Happy Meal, man. I mean, not the age of the Happy Meal, but that's how your reaction to it. You know what I mean?
Hey, I ain't know what it was. Hey, Hoser, because when you look, and I know you up there in North Dakota, you know what I mean? You riding across. I ain't know that was a moose walk by that thing. You know, your boy got a
moose or deer, huh, Coach?
Yeah, there you go.
Is that time?
Oh, it could be a stallion, Coach. You never know. It could be a stallion, Coach. You never know, man.
Hey, you gotta be careful. Don't want to run on it. You don't want to run over none of these snow bunnies, Coach. I tell you.
Oh shoot,
man! I gotta go. Let me get into this edge rush. Okay, so off the weak side, man, with Jafari Harvey. Harvey, you gonna go shout out the host went all the way with the highlight tape. If you want to see what he did last year, got a nice highlight tape for you. Want to go check that out? I got one for all returning starters, actually. All 20, 22, 23 guys.
Y'all check them things out. They good, man. They good. Hey, and I'm gonna say this on your plug, bro. Man, it take a lot of work to edit that stuff, y'all. Go put it on and watch it, man. Like for real. For a guy I'm just being honest. I know what it is to edit, man. I got 5 screens around. I look like the doggone Matrix around this thing, man. But I know what it take, man, to edit that stuff, bro. And all you want is just somebody to watch it, right? And so y'all go ahead and watch that, man. There's a lot of effort in that. But go ahead, man. Talk to us.
I appreciate it. Him coming off the edge. Now, the thing is with Coach D is he plays young men on both sides. So, 3 technique, going to play 2 out, 2 out, going to play 3, strong and weak. They're going to flip. Okay, they play D-line in his eyes. Okay, you're an edge or you're a D tackle. We're going to use you all over. So, yes, it's going to say left defensive end, strong side, Zach McLeod. Zach McLeod's going to play weak side sometimes too. All right. In this matchup, it's going to be about speed. If you watch all of Evan Neal's film last year, I got a film breakdown dropping tomorrow evening. I had to push it back from tonight to tomorrow, still doing some editing on it. I want to make sure it looks magnifico. Okay, so I got to make sure it's done right. I had to push it back a little bit. All right, but all of the sacks that Evan Neal gave up was from guys who can bend that edge. Because, yes, he's 6'8". Yes, he can jump and do split. Can he move in that third and fourth quarter and keep kicking and lean? All right, I watched the Florida game, and he gave up 3 sacks in that game by himself at right tackle. Now, yes, Mac was holding on to the ball, and yes, he was going up against Carter, a really good defensive end. But what he did was lean. He chopped them arms down, Coach. Lean, all right, because at 6'8", 350, it takes a lot for you to have to get down there to push somebody. What he loves to do is when you just come flying, he pushes you past the QB. That's his favorite move to do. But as far as being able to sit there and actually hand fight with you and move those feet and mirror you, he doesn't want to do that. Okay, and he doesn't want to continuously do it. So Jafari Harvey and DeAndre Johnson, what those 2 young men have to do in this game is get there. And when we get there, we have to hit home. But even more, attack the ball. Coach, I ain't got to bring you down. I got to swat the ball out your hand. I swat the ball out your hand. That's a tackle, TFL sack, and forced fumble. 4 sacks in 1 if I get the hand on the ball. So when we get back there behind these offensive tackles, experienced offensive tackles, older guys, we got to be able to hit home. And when we hit home, we got to change the game with some strip sacks.
Yeah, real quick, man. We got robots in the chat, man. So y'all excuse those robots, man, with the little, they got the little, call me if you like girls. So go ahead, y'all. I just blocking those things as they come in. I'm telling you, man, them robots starting to kick in, bro. We got 281 in the chat and it's rolling.
Coach, I had plenty on mine too, Coach.
Somebody just said kick that bot. I just kicked him out, man. Trust me. Block this dude. Yeah, man. Listen, we trying to make it happen. But anyhow, I do this because I know you rolling hosting, man. We rolling close on time. We got Footballville X and them boys coming on at 5:30. But I want to talk about these two, and I guess we talk about them in tandem in the sense of DeAndre Johnson, who's coming from Tennessee, from the crib, but coming back from Tennessee, as well as Nesta, right? I'm not going to necessarily go in the fact of, I know how D-line works, so I'm not worried about the starter. I'm worried about the chemistry. And what I'm looking at as I look at this, I say, okay, well, they got DeAndre Johnson and they got Nesta coming in together if they do them in waves, right? If they do them in waves, right? They check pitch count and say, all right, y'all guys got, maybe the first 2 series or however many plays within that series, however it goes. Everybody breaks them up differently. What is DeAndre Johnson's impact here? Because again, here's where I'm back to another problem. Without this grad transfer, without Zach McLeod, we literally have 2 defensive ends on the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Of substance.
Yeah, because
so
we got some
moving a guy out of position. Yeah. But I'm just saying, so without that being said, what is DeAndre Johnson coming from Tennessee, seeing his film? Because here's the deal: Alabama has on the linebacker side, Trujillo. I hate if I'm mispronouncing, I apologize. Tutu, am I saying it right? Number 11. That's all I'm gonna say. I remember number 11. He's coming from Tennessee as well, right? So how do you think he's going to impact that as well? Do you think he beats out one of these guys, maybe just because he has a little bit more experience? I'll ask you, V12, since he had that, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think with his experience coming from the SEC, they play a different style of defense right there. I think having a guy come over with that type of experience and that type of talent, being from the crib and also being able to fill those gaps. I mean, his film is really, really good. I mean, I was impressed. I think us being able to get him was definitely a plus. I know sometimes we go into the portal, we see some of these guys, and we're like, are they Miami guys? Are they going to be able to assist us moving forward, especially on the defensive line that pretty much got decimated by the run last year. So, and any addition, I think, of that caliber from an SEC powerhouse as in Tennessee, I think it will be is good for us. So I'm looking forward to him competing and possibly beating out, someone for the star position.
Also, another moose.
I might get flack for this, Coach. I'm not sold on him. I'm not sold on him, Coach. The film I watched, he's a rotational guy at best. He edge rushed the true 5. I'm happy for him. I root for him. He's from the crib and he played for Miami. But as far as what he's going to bring to the table this season, it's meh for me. Again, he also rushed on the strong side against right tackles in the SEC. Now we flip him to the weak side against left tackles, and we start out in the SEC and through ACC play. Hell, Coach, I could come back to this 5 weeks from now, and he got 3.5 sacks, 4 sacks, and look an idiot. Sure, that's fine, but I'm not bashing him. I'm not saying cut his scholarship, get the young man out, he sucks. That's not what I'm saying. Just for me, what I've seen so far, there's a lot left to be desired in, number one, what he's going to bring to the table, besides just being an extra body, where we don't have walk-ons or linebackers that have to move down to play edge for us.
I love it, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love it. And I say that because I just believe in the reality, right? And here's what I'm saying. Because here's what all the fan base is talking about linebackers. And we're going to get into linebackers tonight. Who's talking about linebackers? I believe it's Miami Flow, Cang's Breakdown, and T2Y. I believe we're talking about linebacker play. And I've always said this, our defensive line is, hey, there's meals. Shout out to my Cuban Canes out there. You know what I'm saying? There's meals, man. Because one, we don't have the depth. Here go the flip side. I flip this page right here. I look at their defensive line. Now, mind you, they do it out of a 30 front, but it's almost 4 deep out of a 30 front.
At every position, coach.
You got
Obadigo, both DNs.
Hold on, watch this. Obadigo, if I'm saying it right, OBOGB, excuse me, Dale Mathis. Then you got Mathis, that's an OR player, but that's only because if that dude gets hurt, he just move him to the other side. You got Smith Young, then you got Burrows, Wynn, and Ray, and then Latham. They only got one guy that's playing 2 positions. One guy, which is Mathis. Basically, and Mathis is only really he playing the same position. They just moved him from one end to the next. It ain't like, that's in case a guy get hurt, we just move him over here to this side. And really, a 30 front is symmetrical. It's not really a strong or a weak side. They may do that based on the thing, but it's really a symmetrical offense. Symmetrical defense. So we're going to find out, brother. We're going to find out real quick. I want to say this piece here at the end. It is 5:20 on the dial right now. So we at 294 in the chat. Man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. This is the U-Tube Takeover. We are going from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight tonight. This has been in the making for 6 months. So I'm already, just kind of giving shots out to everybody, man. Big shout out to you, Wholesome, man. Thank you, man. You one of the first dudes I met when I started this. And thank you, man, for coming on in. I know you on the road right now, so be safe. With your travels. If there's anything you want to I just want to kind of go through these guys and talk about them. I do want to mention one last thing before we do get out of here. I just want to kind of get that out of the way so I can kind of get you back on the road. What does the defensive line have to do in order to solidify this win tonight, since we're talking about defensive line? And I'll start with you, Wholesome, in case you got to get out of here so you can say your piece.
Coach, I'm going to tell you this right now. In the film breakdown you'll see tomorrow, as much as they had Pac-12, Big 12 numbers, they often still went heavy. They still went 23. They still went 32, and they coming right at you downhill. We have to prove that what happened with North Carolina is an anomaly. We have to prove Clemson being able to do schoolboy right and schoolboy left and get 12 yards each. Louisville rushing for 150 yards on the ground. We have to show that stuff is behind us. And the only way to do that is to truly be able to not just man the line of scrimmage, but disengage from blockers and get free mans and make tackles. It's just that simple, coach. All right. And if you're an interior guy, being able to stack that offensive lineman with one arm and have a free arm nearest to the ball carrier. Just simple stuff, coach. And I don't see any of this stuff in the drills that they allowed us to watch. So I don't know if it's being taught to the young men. There's different ways to skin a cat. And again, I'm not here to say who's qualified and who's not qualified to be at the University of Miami. At this point, at the end of the season, we can have a whole nother conversation if we still have some of the same issues. Coach Manny Diaz has been prone to give up run, off, tackle, stretch, counter, power, because his defensive ends pinch inside, swim around, just the simple basic things of being able to stack or spill, things of that nature, we don't see our guys do. Okay, being able, if a opponent's coming at you, you either taught to stack them and you take that inside foot, that inside hand, you hit his ass in the chest, boom, and you got the free hand open just in case that running back come out, and you put a hand on him, make a tackle if you can, at best slow him down. Okay, a spill would be if you take that opposite shoulder, you spin it around, and you hit that ongoing puller right in his chest and knock him out of play. And now you have linebackers who should be traveling over to replace what you just had. You took out the blocker. Now I'm one-on-one with the back, and I need to bring them down. I haven't seen this at Miami yet. I haven't seen Coach Diaz present any of that kind of stuff. It's that simple. You want to stop the run? There's thousands and thousands of hours of film of how to stop the run. It's up to you to be able to learn it, teach it, and have these young men execute it. And at the end of the day, you're going to line up against the absolute best in college football history. Let's see what happens.
I love it, man. I love the way you put that in there. V12, talk to us, man, so we can get out this segment. We got one segment down and 9 to go, I think, or 8.
Yeah, I'm on the Wholesome bandwagon, but it sounds simple, but we're gonna have to be able to play sound, solid defense and stop the run. I think Wholesome hit it right on the head. If there's any indication early on that it's going to be a North Carolina type of night where they're getting trapped and they're on the edges, it's going to be a long night. And y'all better take them terrible towels and start wiping our eyes. So again, we have to be able to stop them doggone traps and play solid defense. I agree with you, Wholesome. Stop the edge, and hopefully, and this is where Zach Thomas, Zach McLeod in the being around the program so long can help us out in being disciplined on the edge, and Jafari too. We can't pinch down all the time. We have to maintain. When we play optimist, I'm a smaller guy and a big guy, but I always heard coach say, maintain the edge. Don't get sucked in. You know what I mean? And that always and you see what happens when somebody gets sucked in or the defensive end gets sucked in, the whole world opens up. So we have to play on the edge solid. And these guys, Hunt and Nestor, they have to be able to plug those holes. And we got to make these tackles. I'm telling you, fellas, if there's any indication of how the season's going to go from a run standpoint, we're going to find out on Saturday. And I'm not saying they have to limit Alabama to, 200 yards rushing, but we have to show some competitiveness and some improvement from last year on the defensive line. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Coach, I appreciate you having me on. I got to hit the road so I could make this game on time.
No,
Thank
definitely,
y'all
man.
so much. I'm glad I could be a part of it, Coach.
Wholesome, man. You the
Go
best
Canes.
as always. Drive safe. Go Canes. But guess what? I got one more thing to say before you go. One more thing to say, Wholesome. There's only two kind of people in this world.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Those Go, Coach. Talk to them now. Those that want to be Patriots.
They want to be Patriots.
Those who want to be.
You got three Patriots on the screen right now at the same time.
All day.
Hey, have a good one, Wholesome, man. I appreciate you.
Nice seeing you, bro.
Man.
God bless, man. Y'all have a good one.
Likewise.
Hey, Wholesome. He left.
I forgot to tell you, I'm gonna hang out. See, listen, you ain't know I know a lot about that D line too. I'm a receiver guy. I'm hanging out till the receiver points. You got me till I'm hanging out, coach. You got me now.
You got a long time to go. Hey, you got a long time to go, man. Listen.
No, you say 5:30. Receiving 5:30, right? That's what I.
Yeah. Receivers come on 5:30.
Come on, man. Look, I know your schedule better. Come on, man. Hey, 12. I'm on the receiver because we got a lot to talk about with the receiver too, coach.
Listen, let me tell you something. We got two cats coming in, three actually, man. We're gonna be loaded on this deal, man. So I'm waiting on Footballville. Here we go.
Okay. Well, let me know if you got room for me. I'm here.
You always come on, man. Ain't nobody click.
Okay.
All right. I'm waiting on my man here, Footballville.
Yeah.
I don't know what he doing. Let me text him. Hey, you talking about schedules, man? Let me get this cat on here, man. Let me see where he at.
Yeah, you gave me the schedule, coach. So I said receivers at 5:30. I like that. That'd be good for me. Talk about these wide outs, man.
Huh?
We talk about these wide outs.
Yeah, man. But like I said, it was a great thing. And like I said, defensive line wise, I knew we were young, man. We don't have the depth that we think we have, and that's a real issue, bro. That's a huge issue.
It is.
And it creates fresh legs. Let me do this while I'm looking at this, man.
We just can't get manhandled, man. That's what I'm thinking about, coach. We got to be able to stack up. We're young, but we do have some of these guys who are redshirt freshmen who've been around for a couple years. Like Hunt, he been around for a couple years, and he had some game experience. So those guys have to be able to capitalize on their knowledge and their skill set, especially being able to have a full practice. Remember last year, we had COVID, people were out, so being able to have this full spring, this full year pretty much of practice and working on the defense. I hope that we see the improvement, coming this Saturday.
Yeah. Real quick, man, I gotta put this in here. Let me copy this. I do want to say this before we go to the next section. We have 3 people I think that donated in there. I don't miss the names. They were up there. I try to pop them up there. Mondo, see, he just put up there. Appreciate it for the $20. They get pushed out the chat, man. The chat rolling. Like I said, I did want to hold those donations to the end just because I don't want to break the conversation. And I do want to kind of keep on schedule. And again, you know, my brothers are always late. So with that being said, let me give y'all love right now. Appreciate you. All right, we got Footballville coming on. He say he's stuck a little bit. Trying to get X on, and let me get my other dude on. All right, so if you listen, I'm finna drop it in there for a few seconds, man. You got to grab it and get it out the chat right now, man. All right, so grab that right quick. Hey, man, you know how this goes sometimes, V12, man. You're trying to do things live. We're trying to get people on. People want to, hey, that's CPT time, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got a lot of folks sometimes, man.
Hey, let me tell you something. If they want to give me all this airtime, they can, because you know me. You ain't gonna match Kellerman. You ain't gonna match Kellerman me, coach. Hey, coach, you heard me? You ain't gonna match Kellerman me, coach. You ain't gonna get me off the show on the sleep.
Stephen A on there, dog. Get your Stephen A on, bro.
Right, you ain't gonna match Kellerman me. You ain't gonna tell me I got to ride after all these years. I've been with you. Told me I got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
All fun.
How do I take the thing out, man? I gotta put myself in there. How I delete a doggone chat? See, this is why I hate doing stuff like this, man. I gotta put myself in timeout. I don't even know if I don't even know what timeout means. I can't ban myself. Here we go, man. All right, he said he getting on now. So we bring it on X. He like to get it in. He say take it out. I don't even know how to take something out much. I'm gonna leave that thing up there. Anyway, Hostman Holloway, man, he said thank you, coach. I appreciate the love as always, dog. So we got some guys coming in the chat. Let's get this thing rolling. We're gonna talk about wide receivers here from 5:30, well, really 5:31, because cats be late in the building. You know what I'm saying? To about 6:30. After that, we got quite a few people coming on here. Man, it should be fun, man. Miami, Florida, those guys coming on. I believe we'll be talking about quarterback rooms here in a second. Let me get this thing real pure rolling, man. But I got all kind of computers, man. I'm looking like a straight nerd up this dude. Like I work for the Geek Squad, boy.
There you go.
Tell you, I'm on it. Hold on, let me pull up this thing to find out who coming, man. We got a lot of good guys coming on. They're all great within their own right when it comes to Miami YouTubing and stuff like that. So they do a great job with that, man. And today, let me just say this piece while we're waiting on these folks, man. You know, we did a college fantasy draft, the college fantasy draft, the first annual one here for Coach A Football. I'm in it. Hey, it ain't started yet, but I'm already kicking it behind because they thought I didn't know what I was doing. V12, your brother in it too, right? Guess what? He up there laughing at me, talking about, Coach, you picked a kicker in the 3rd round. Well, guess who asking me for a draft? Guess who asked me for a trade? Huh?
There you go.
They call me WWW. You know what that means?
Worldwide
Waiver Wire Wizard. The waiver wire wizard.
There you go.
I'm killing them right now. Dog, they're like, Coach, I see how you moving, dog. I see how you moving. You killing us right now. Well, the games kick off tonight. Tennessee going. My son, I'm going to call him my son. Joe Milton got the start for the game for Tennessee Vols against Bowling Green. He finna light that thing up. Oh, your boy Black, his son, starting running back at Bowling Green. Patterson, man.
Nice. Shout out Patterson, man. Shout out Lil Patterson too, man. Hey, from the crib, man. Make us proud. Big up Joe Milton. We're gonna call him Tennessee Joe. All right. We're gonna call him Tennessee Joe. They used to have a Broadway Joe. We're gonna call him Knoxville Joe. We got him right there. He gonna do well, man. Looking forward to it.
Hey, that's right. That's right, Gooseman. I took a kick. I took Borregales in the 3rd round, and I took Will Mallory in the 1st round. And guess what? Everybody laughing at me. And your boy Jay Blaze trying to get a trade for him. Get out of here with that, son. Yo, get out of here with that, son. And I use my New York lingo because my next guest coming on while we're waiting on Footballville, right? 863 Cang, you finna get it too, my man. Coach capping and nah. Tell him 863 Cang, I ain't capping. But anyway, we got the next guys in the building, man. We're bringing them on right now. We're gonna make this thing happen. I had to use my New York lingo, son, when I talk to these cats. You know what I mean? So we got Zoe in the building. Our Hurricane Zoe, which is okay World Order Hurricane 1219. And we got my man X in the building. Footballville X is in the building right now. What's going on with you, man? Y'all boys good?
Oh, what's up?
I'm
What's
good.
going on, Coach? What's good, man? I'm trying to get right because I'm not used to doing this from my phone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I'm trying to get right because for some reason my computer is smarter than me. So I'm just trying to get right as well. So what's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, we making it happen, man. X, Zoe, I don't know if y'all met my man V12. He be on the show with me all the time. We go way back. Like,
what's up, Zoe? I done seen you a couple times. What's up, X? Yeah, what's up, brothers? What's up?
Definitely know the legendary Dog Man, the still living Dog Man X. You know what I'm saying? Legendary. You know what I'm saying? So definitely proud to be here with you guys, man. Great segment, the wholesome one last segment. That was awesome. And that was an awesome segment.
Perfect. It was, man. And X, you in the building. I know my man Footballville. I know Street on his way, man. He said he got stuck in the car. He didn't know how to operate the seatbelt. So he had to call 911 to get out the seatbelt. He didn't know how to get out his own seatbelt. But we're going to talk about wide receivers, man. Look at him. That's my dog right there. And guess what the best part, X? You don't know I do this. You already in the A. You already in the A.
A-Town. A-Town. You there? You already there, X? I'm here. You already getting ready? I'm here in Atlanta. You know, I'm ready for all the action. Action from point A to Z. Let's go.
We want all the smoke.
Yes, sir. We want all the smoke. We want all the smoke. I already got my hitters in the A. Listen, listen, X, we like the president, dog. You know how they send out them sharpshooters before you get the scope out the scene, make sure everything clean. You understand? And in between, if you know what I'm saying. So you see him perched up at the window. Huh? You perched up at the window, X?
Hey, all I know is it look like all of us is in the plies. We dressed in all black. We on our killers, man. We ready. And guess what? Guess whose shirt I'm wearing tonight? Represent Footballville. Represent Cangsville. You know what I'm saying? Street Dog Man X.
I love it.
Represent.
Let's get this thing rolling. All right. So let's get this thing rolling, man. Let's talk about wide receiver. We got a lot to talk about. We're gonna make this thing go down. Wide receiver room has had some questions to it in regards to consistency, I guess would be the right way to say it. Consistency would be the main concern. I think that would be the consensus up here, the consistency of the wide receivers from last year. We know Mike Harley, Mark Pope, the boys had some problem with some of the dropsies. I think they were 1 and 2 respectively, leading the drops in NCAA, which is mind-blowing, actually, man, if you ask me. They led the NCAA when it comes to those things. And before we get into the depth chart, I'm going to start with you, Eggs. You just happen to be below me. Are those things fixed? Based on what you've seen, because you've been at practices.
I mean, I look at it like this. The starters are Mike Harley, Rambo, and Keyshawn Smith. So, when you got a depth chart where you could add seniors who started the previous year, I feel like it's good. Like you got Pope, Wiggins, you got receivers who played in big games, regardless of if they made plays or not. They played in big games. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a good thing. If it worked, it's we got to see how it go. We got Keyshawn Smith, Rambo, and Harley as the 2-3, and everybody else is like, you gotta find your way. So I'm good. I feel like, man, hey, if you got them 3, and then you got the other 6, you good. You know what I'm saying? Because Pope actually won a game for us, catching a touchdown. Wiggins, he beat Florida State every year. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what do you say? You know what I'm saying? You got the players who could do it. Granted, we played Bama for the first game, so it's and the crazy thing is, Bama got 3 DBs that played against the same receivers that got that's going to line up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and if you want to be real, the receivers, they beat them.
All right. So what you got to say, Zoe? I'm just picking up.
First of all, I want to be honest with you. I want to thank you, Coach Ace, for doing this and giving me the opportunity to come on your show. V12, man, watch you all the time, man. Appreciate all the love you guys always show. Dogman X, appreciate you, man. Footballville. I want to just let everybody know how great this is. This is a great platform, and I just appreciate these young men. I'm gonna say young men, because they are young men, still young men, for giving me an opportunity to do this. I think X hit it on the spot. When Miami was at its greatest is when we had depth. When Miami was at its greatest is when you had players that probably can start, on other teams that's coming off the bench. You remember the Willis McGahee and Frank Gore and Edrin James and Clinton Portis, in the backfield at the same time. You remember things like that. I look at it wasn't just inconsistency at the receiver position. It was also inconsistency at the quarterback position. It was inconsistency at the offensive line position. It was inconsistency having 3-4 different play callers in 3-4 different years. So there was a lot of inconsistency going on with that whole offensive system. We went from Mark Richt to John Richt to Dan Enos to Rhett Lashley in 4 years. I mean, so when you say inconsistency, when we say inconsistency, I think we need to look at just inconsistency for these young men. These young men have had inconsistency in coaching for 4 years. I mean, it's crazy, that kind of a turnover. So this year is really the first year these guys are going to have a quarterback they're playing with for 2 years. This is the first year King is going to be in a system for 2 years. So I look at it like, to me, it's a fresh start for all of them. And I truly believe that we can win. If you're going to beat Bama, this is the week to beat them. Not in week 3, 4, 5. You want to beat Alabama right now. This is the week that you beat Alabama. So I believe that. I also believe that we had a lot of 2-star coaches coaching 4-star players. I believe we have better coaches now. I truly believe we have better coaches now. So I have confidence in the starters, but you have to have guys who can come in and relieve those starters. So I'm just ready for the game Saturday. I will be there. I'm ready to play. And Big Brother just jumped in the building. What's going on?
I love it. Street just jumped in, but I want to say before I introduce, look at him sitting up there like the Magic Don Juan. Well, look at him, dog. But listen, look at him. He OG of the game right here. Look at this.
He had to get his colors right. He had to be clean. Everything had to match. Everything behind him. He had to get it right. He had to come.
That's all good. All right, so let me ask you a question, because I know we did, and you bring up a very valuable point, right? Hold on, let me quickly read outside the doggone chat. Y'all got to show me how to put these doggone moderators in. But anyway, I'll do it one day, but not today. I got too many things going on. But let me say this. You make a very valid point about inconsistency on the offensive side of the ball, I must say. But when I was saying inconsistency, I was really specifying, and I know you know this, but I was specifying about the inconsistency of catching the footballs, more or less. But you bring a very valid point in regards to, I didn't even think of it in that sense. The quarterbacks, systems. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I mean, it's a very valid point, man. Let me say this part V12, and then we'll get to the Don here in a second, man. So V12, talk to us, man. V12, y'all don't know V12. Show them hands, V12. Got to catch the ball with your what? With the hands. All right.
Put them on. So Zoe, I feel you, but I ain't gonna let you off the hook with the inconsistency. I feel that, Zoe, and I'm with you. I know it's hard when you have different coaches, but my thing is you have to always better your craft. And with the inconsistencies, with the drops, and I will say this, Harley in the beginning had the dropsies. Something clicked with him towards the midseason, towards the end, where he caught the ball a lot better. And so my hope is that continues, that momentum continues. And I saw some of that in the spring game into this season. My concern, I think Rambo can catch the ball very well with his hands. My concern still is with Wiggins, who seems to not be able to catch the ball with his hands. A lot of balls getting into his chest, and also Pope. In the game, Pope, in the scrimmages, Pope dropped a lot of passes still, and so that's my concern. And I agree with you, Zoe. I mean, you had Ron Duggins for a couple years teaching these guys. Now they got a new coach, Rob Likens. So hopefully, over the past few weeks, they're working on their craft and they're able to catch the ball consistently. Because guess what? These guys, they do have the speed and they do have the elusiveness. But if you can't catch the ball, it's all for naught. So I hope the inconsistencies and the drops will get better, and we don't have, and especially on downs where we need the catches, on 3rd and 4s, you know what I mean, on 2nd and 15, where you had, we got to have these catches. We got to be able to your point, Zoe, when we had the depth, you knew, Santana Moss or Reggie Wayne or Andre Johnson was going to catch the ball on 3rd and 4 to move those chains. And sometimes we got bogged down where we couldn't catch the simple passes to move the sticks, and that hurt us last season. So hopefully, these guys have gotten better over the course of the summer and the spring.
Most definitely. I think we're waiting for the dawn. We're waiting for the Godfather right now.
Yeah, hey, hold on. Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, real quick, Black, you live right now. I'm on the phone with Vaughn, man, V12, dog. Holla at him.
Oh, okay. What's up, boy?
What's up, Black? Long time, bro. How you doing?
He said, what's up? He can't hear you. He just said, what's up? He had to stay there finna watch his son, man.
Hey, tell him congratulations, man.
I'll meet you up, Black, when we finish.
Congratulations on his son balling. Congratulations to Black, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, he said congratulations, bro.
I had to pull out the crystal hair for this show tonight. Coach, I had to pull out the crystal hair.
You ain't the only one pulling out stuff. I see my dog over here with chicken wings. Hey, come on, man, y'all over here.
You told this man we was going to cook out
what is it?
Man, we going to, man. This man got chicken wings, pig feet,
the man got chicken wings. Coach,
jumping all on the screen and jumping all on the camera and shit.
And he gotta wipe his lens off a little bit too, because he gotta wipe his lens off.
We got blue cheese. Hey, that boy got blue cheese on the doggone lens, man.
We going in, man. Like we on
Listen, man, let's get it
over there like this.
That's my dog, boy. So let's talk to my man right here, straight from Footballville. If y'all been under a rock, y'all don't know who this cat is. You've definitely been up on the doggone rock. But with all that being said, Footballville, Caneville. I don't know why you don't got a Streeterville, dog. But matter of fact, hold on, I just trademarked it. So if you want it, you got to buy it from me. Streeterville. You know what I'm saying? What's your take, man? Here we talking about wide receivers. You've been all in through. You guys go, you and X and Twan and them guys be at practices, filming stuff. So you guys have actually seen more than what we've had an opportunity to see.
Keyshawn Smith, and
the hell is you talking about?
Hey, what's the three young freshmen? Smith.
You think this go? Let him go. Let him ride.
What are you talking about?
Extra had some of this right here.
What you been drinking, Ed?
That boy,
what you mean?
Everything. What you been drinking, dog?
He been drinking everything.
There it is.
Lord him, hey, that's my dog. He no longer over security.
Y'all see my baby?
What we got going on? The show just got good.
You got a Poor Little Timmy shirt on. Is that a Poor Little Timmy shirt?
No, it says bougie because that's what I am.
Clean the screen, X. Now you need to clean the screen. Clean the screen.
Clean the screen, man. Yeah, clean the screen.
Lord have mercy. Hey, this thing that just went off the rails, y'all.
I have a question though. Can I?
Pose your question. Go ahead. Pose your
All right,
question.
I have a question because I can't really see myself and it irritates me because I don't know how I look.
Just back down, hey. Let it do what it do.
All right, I have a question. Do you think that it's the woman's fault when she come up off a rookie and gets pregnant because it's
Wow.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Hey, coach,
like,
you said,
do you think
coach,
the woman's a hoe or a groupie
coach,
or a
listen.
bitch when she's just coming up off a good situation? If she come up off a rookie, that's called a rookie, right? When they knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so do you think it's wrong? Do you think that she's wrong for coming up off a rookie when he made himself available to be in that situation? Is she a hoe? Is she a groupie?
Like the basketball.
Okay. Hold on, coach. Hold on, fellas. Hold on.
You got
hold on. Okay. Coach. Remember what you asked for, coach. Coach, you asked for more women to watch your show. So we may have to divert a little bit to answer some questions. So let's address. What's your name, young lady? We're gonna address that question for you. What's your name? I didn't get your name.
My name is Eve Madison. Check me out.
Eve, shout out to Eve Madison. Shout out to Haitian Ellen too. So listen, Eve, if she can find a rookie to come up off, that may be his fault and not her fault. Where his friends at? Where his camp at? He's supposed to know better. He a rookie as an NFL player or NBA player, but he's been around the game for a long time. So that person should know. All right, Eve, how about that? That's bottom line. So don't if you get a rookie, Eve, or whoever is one of your friends or whatever.
No, not me.
No, okay, it's all good. That rookie should know better.
I was reading a story about a girl who came up off a LaMelo Ball. His name is LaMelo Ball.
Okay.
And
that's basketball. Yep. But let's talk about it.
I mean, I'm not into sports like that, but I dated Kevin
Listen,
Durant.
when she say come up off, right?
I dated guys in the industry, so I'm just speaking from my
when she say
Hey,
come
that
up
chat,
off, right?
this chat should be live right now. We need to chat to 400.
Hey.
We don't flip the script
Hey,
for wide
listen,
receivers. We
telling
need to
y'all.
chat up to 400 for my dog Kyle Hayes that went out and he right here
All right,
TMZ.
so check this out. Hold on, check this out, dog. Hold on. Y'all check this out. The takeover done been taken over. I don't even know if I said that right. Just, hold on. Don DeMarco. This for everybody in the chat. Everybody. One more. Now. All right, y'all straight now? We good? We good?
What just happened?
What just happened?
My face hurts. My face hurts right now.
Dr. V12.
I love it.
I love V12.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Coach. I love this, coach. I'm happy I came on. I love it, coach.
Hey, what we talking about?
Hey, we talking Miami. We talking about Miami, y'all. We talking about Miami.
I gotta take a drink.
This was
Talking
for
about
that.
Miami, guys.
Them all that. Listen. So V12, you talking about wide receiver. X, I'm about to blink you out, dog. I'm gonna put you in a different screen so I can keep watching.
All right, let's go, coach. Back on
Y'all
topic
still
now.
didn't answer the question.
No, I answered it. Eve.
Here we go.
No,
And if you
V12.
look me up, I got my own money and everything. I don't have.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, independent, like Boosie say. Boosie say independent. We love independence. Okay, go ahead, coach. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm with you, coach. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Okay.
I know, but I want them to know who I am.
All right, listen.
Well,
Hey, we know who she is. We gonna look up. If she ain't talking about wide receiver, then she gotta.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, here we go.
All right, go ahead. Nice talking to you guys.
Nice meeting you, Eve.
I'm always wide receiving though. All right.
Oh
my God! Oh my God!
Look at them hands, guys. Catch the ball with your hands. X, you catch the ball with your hands, X. I see you, X. You catch the ball like this, not like this, okay? Catch it with your hands, X.
Oh my God!
Stop feeding the duck.
Bring it back.
All right,
Tell
here we
her
go.
change the clothes.
Hey, Footballville.
What?
Cut it out.
She got too much.
Hey, coach. Okay, coach.
That's-
Listen,
that's
if you don't
Streeter
get, if you don't get 500 views, hey, listen, this is phenomenal. It is phenomenal to what's going on today.
Why this ain't never asking when me and X was live?
Phenomenal.
And we talking about defensive backs and blitzing.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, coach.
What was the 30-inch booty?
Thanks for inviting me, coach. Thank you.
All right, so here we go. We finna talk about wide receiver. I'll mute everybody out. We talking about wide receivers, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. These people crazy. This was a family show, but it's gone right now. I love y'all. Hey, people, mamas watch this show, dog. Slim was fine though. Not to be on your lady X, but I'm God dang, you put it on the camera, but God the mighty. We went from wide receivers to tight ends.
All right, coach.
Hey, listen. Hold on. X. We went from wide receivers to tight ends real quick. All I'm trying to say is, let's get back to the wide receiver. Here go the question. Y'all ready? All right, here we go. As I'm looking at the depth chart, let's talk about the freshman who everybody's high on right now. It's Keyshawn Smith, right? X, I'm going to give you 30 seconds on here, and I don't want to have to give you the backhand. Here you go. You know what I mean? So let's keep it ready. You ready? You ready to rock and roll? All right, let's roll.
Ready.
Let's roll. Here we go. Keyshawn Smith, what when you go to the shows, what do you like about Keyshawn Smith when you went to the practices?
He's running by everybody. He's fast. He's super fast. Not just fast. He's super fast. So he's running by everybody. What I keep telling Streeter think Hardy's going to be the main target. I tell him no, Rambo is going to be the main target. But when you translate over, Keyshawn Smith is going to run by all the defenders because he's super fast. So I don't think it's that many teams that can run with him.
All right. Anybody else?
I don't know what to say I don't know what to say right now. I'm still lost.
You ain't no longer the bad guys, or you done lost it, Paul.
I'm still lost. I'm lost right now.
Look at me.
I
went straight to the bottle.
That what happened when you invite Footballville to the house and don't make no rules.
I thought I was the bad guy.
You ain't say no strip. You wrote all that on the email.
Hold on. Let me go. So, Streeter, talk to me. You had to practice. What you see out of Keyshawn Smith?
I mean, a lot of people have on Keyshawn Smith. I mean, we know he's fast. Even when he came back in the press conference, told us that he had a lot to learn. You know what I'm saying? I thought my thing is everything is potential, man. I think he's unproven. I think it's no different than us looking at Alabama wide receivers and saying, well, they ain't got nobody out. They ain't got nobody out there that played. They had to go find wide receivers. Well, I mean, we did the same thing. We went out and got Rambo. You know what I'm saying? In practice, Keyshawn, I like how he looked in the spring game, but this is first game, big stage, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to stand up.
Right. So, Zoe, talk to me, man. What's your thing? What's your feeling?
I think every receiver on this group is gonna have to prove themselves. I just remember the last play. Well, not the last play, but the biggest drop by any. We can say what receivers had more drops or whatever. But Harley had the game-winning touchdown, and he was fast. And he got behind the defense. He was wide open. Wasn't the receiver, wanted a DB 20 yards within him, and he dropped that pass. And that was the game-winning pass against Oklahoma State. He dropped that pass. I got to see him make up for that now, because at the end of the day, when it was time for him to make that play, he didn't make that play. And I don't know any receiver on this roster that really. Like I say, Pope has won a game for us, but he's never really made that big play. That was Harley's chance to make that play. Like you said, like you said earlier V12, Harley got better as the year went on, but when it counted, he didn't make that play. That was a play that you can't miss. So every receiver has an opportunity to got a clean slate and have a chance to make that play. You know what I'm saying? So this is that time. I'm okay with the receivers as a whole, but do I have a favorite receiver that I think is going to step up and be that guy? No. If I'm going to go with a favorite guy that I think going to step up and be that guy, is going to be Will Mallory. To be honest with you, that's what I think. I mean,
Will Mallory.
That's why I think the best receiver is on our team. To be honest with you, I know he's tight, but right now, that's what I think. It's just my opinion.
Hey, Zoe, I got a secret for you. We got a lot of feedback. If you can hit a, we playing it with. But he on my fantasy team,
First pick. Hey, that was a great pick. Because I always felt like the guy has all the talent, speed, and everything. And to me, like, if we want to get these receivers open, then let's get the middle of the field. But I mean,
sorry, y'all reading this chat.
I'm still kind of lost, man.
I love it. What happened? No, that thing went left quick. I had to kick him out, dog.
Right, anyway, I don't think it's fair that you can see X in the back and we can't see X.
That's so for me. V12, talk to us, because here's what I want to talk about on the real. And here's what's funny.
Go ahead.
Hold on, listen, I'm looking at this.
I can't find my lighter. I ain't my lighter. I'm done.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Cut that out, man. Call cancel. Listen. So here's the thing, because I want to bring this up to UV12 in regards to Pope. As I'm looking at this depth chart that came out, he's not even in the top 2.
He's not in the top 3.
No.
Yeah, he's not even on the roster, basically. You go all the way. I see as I look down here, I'm sorry, let me go back here. Keyshawn Smith at the X, which is usually the solo receiver, weak side receiver. You have Rambo as the Z, who is usually the outside receiver to the field or to the strength of the formation. You have the F receiver, they call him F, maybe a flanker, they want to call it. Some people call it slot. Okay, and that's him, Mike Harley. Those are the starting 3. Backing up Keyshawn at the X is Redding. Backing up Rambo at the Z is Wiggins. And backing up Harley at the F is Restrepo. And of course, they'll all probably see some playing time as rotations come, situations, whatever the case may be. My question is to you guys, where does Mark Pope do? Have we taken him behind the barn and just put him out as misery? How was that work? I'm gonna go to UV12 on that case right quick.
Yeah, well, I alluded to it earlier, and apparently the coaches agree with me. Obviously, there's something that they saw in during the spring game and doing over the course of the year that he potentially has lost his position to other guys, and which is unfortunate, because to be honest with you, I think that Pope is one of the most elusive. He runs great routes. He's pretty fast. He has a good size. He just can't seem to catch the ball. I'm not sure if it's a confidence thing. I don't know if he's training well in the offseason. He needs to be able to train with some guys who have some hands. And to Zoe's point, when you have our receiving core, we haven't had a guy who can catch the ball like Braxton Berrios in about 3 or 4 years. Their hands are lacking. When you threw Braxton Berrios the ball over the middle, where the ball was in the ground, he went and got that ball. Anything that touched his glove, he caught. And so when we see our receivers down the field, it's almost like we're holding our breath because they can't seem to, corral the ball in their hands. So for me, they have to remain focused on catching the ball first. And then, so Rambo, I mean, everyone's high on Rambo. I mean, his stats don't blow me out the water, him being a transfer. He has mediocre stats. Like last year, he only had 3 TDs for about 300 yards. So for me, I think, and Mallory is the key, but for me, the key is going to be, again, we know who it's going to be. It has to be Hartley, because he was the leader coming out of last year, and he's going the receiving core. I mean, he had about 800 yards receiving with 7 touchdowns, and so hopefully he still has momentum. And let me pose this to you guys. Another thing that we need from a Hurricane receiving core perspective is the respect, and we need people to fear us. Do you guys recognize, and I can pose it to you guys right now, do you know who the Kings' last 1,000-yard receiver was, I bet y'all couldn't even guess who that person was. I'll wait 5 seconds. 5, 4. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you, it's been that long. The last person to have 1,000 yards receiving from a Hurricanes in a Hurricane uniform from a receiver is Allen Hurns, guys. 2013. That's the problem for me. That's the problem. Allen Hurns might not even be in the league anymore. So my point is, we have to bolster that receiving. No one fears us. They pressing. They pressing us up. They pressing us, and we're not catching the ball. So we got to get that 1,000-yard receiver again with 8, 9, 10 touchdowns. That person may actually be Hartley. You might say Hearns, yeah.
Great point. So now let me jump into this person here, right? So you touched on Rambo V12. I'm gonna bounce this to you, Streeter, because I know you had something that Rambo said and you brought it up on your show, and you talked about that. So I'm gonna bring this up to you in regards to Rambo, and I'll put it on the T. You knock it off, man. I talked about Rambo. What question was asked of him in the press conference regarding to offense, being in a particular offense? Right. And then I'll let the panel respond to what you say if they haven't heard that already.
Well, basically, after practice, we get to talk to every now and then after practice, we get to talk to 3 kids. And Rambo was there one night, and they asked Rambo, they said, Rambo, you've seen what a real offense look like. In so many words, I'm paraphrasing. You've seen what real offense looked like coming out of Oklahoma. How close is University of Miami to that? Is basically what they asked him. And his answer, first he went to thinking, and then basically he said, we working, we got some guys. You know what I'm saying? We working, we got some guys. Basically, in a nutshell, he was like, we're not there yet. Like he didn't even see the correlation. It's kind of how I took it. And when I heard it, I was like, man. Then after a day when I got home, I started thinking about it. Like, what has he seen? He's seen a few Heisman Trophy. He's seen Heisman Trophy candidates. He's seen some first rounders. He saw himself not being able to get on the field. And come here, and we're saying that he may be our number 1. So I'm sure in that moment, all of that went through his head, and the way it came out, wasn't confident to me a Cang fan. He maybe was being honest, you know what I'm saying, but it wasn't confident. And then next week, Lashley put him on the bench. So Lashley had him with the tools, But basically it was asked to him, what does Miami offense look like compared to what he's seen in Oklahoma? And his answer, he didn't even compare the two. He just basically said, hey man, we working.
So basically Richard Hill just said like he dodged it. So he couldn't even make a comparison even based on the question. So sometimes you can hear things that people say, but sometimes things people don't say is even louder. Would you agree with that, Zoe?
Oh yeah. Like when you come from an offense system, especially like Oklahoma, that's very explosive. And been explosive for years. Was that the Big Ten, probably the most explosive conference in college football. You have to understand route running. You have to understand catching the ball. My biggest thing with all the receivers is just like V12 said, just catching the football. That's your job. Period. Like you said, no matter who at quarter, I can agree with V12. No matter who at a quarterback, no matter who's at coach, you've been catching the football since Pop Warner. You know what I'm saying? So catch the damn ball. Whoever throwing the ball to you, catch the ball. And I think we have the talent, but it's just something. It's something that has been missing. I don't know if it's something behind the scenes. We all have jobs, and we all know that something that affects somebody at work, you know what I'm saying, can affect your whole department. We've all been there. We've all had times in our jobs when we didn't perform well because of something that was going on with somebody else, rumors and stuff, and all of these things. But at the end of the day, and we didn't do our jobs, we got fired. So when guys are passing, and I'm a Pope fan, but when guys are passing you up on a roster, and you're not even, I don't even see a name on a depth chart. How can I disagree with B12 or Streeter or Coach or anybody? How can I disagree? Because right now everybody's seeing it. Something is going wrong. And like I said, I just have all of it. To me, this is a new year, a new slate, and I want to give everybody a chance on this team. And like I said, I truly believe that we can win this game Saturday, catching Alabama early. I would not want to catch them in week 3, 4, 5, or 6. You know what I'm saying? Catch them now before the giant awakes. You know what I'm saying? Catch them before they get all their cohesiveness in line. And they also have new coaches. It's not that you have young players. They have a bunch of new coaches as well. They're not all Nick Saban. You know what I'm saying? Nick Saban is a genius, but they're not all Nick Saban. So they're going to be some learning curves for their starting quarterback. They're going to be some learning curves for some of their receivers. They're going to be learning curves for their defensive backs. So right now, with what we have, and like X said, a lot of those receivers played against those defensive backs. They know each other. So this is the best time for us to beat Alabama, and I'll be there in the building. I think we can get it done. I truly believe we can get it done, especially if De'Aaron King comes out and be the De'Aaron King that everybody wants him to be.
Hey, Hayes, I got a question for you, Hayes.
Okay, hold on. I'm listening. Go ahead.
You coached on the college level, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the college puts out a depth chart, right? Mm-hmm. From 1 to 100%, I got 2 questions. How concrete is that depth chart, and how much is that depth chart playing chess? 2, we asked a question about wide receivers and bringing back senior talent. And have we ever seen any seniors come back and get sat down? You know what I'm saying? We asked that before. Having Pope and Wiggins, right? Okay, this is part 2 of the question. Having Pope and Wiggins on that depth chart somewhere and being able to throw them in the game, that to me is a plus for him, right? If they're in the right mindset, that's a plus for him. So make the correlation between what we see on that depth chart and what will really happen Saturday. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I totally understand. So here's the first question. 1, depth charts are what they are, right? Some people know that they're shooting. Some people play the mental game, right? And that's any aspect. It's still college, right? It's not. This ain't NFL. NFL is about money, right? So that's different. That's a whole different deal. When you're dealing with college and you're dealing with this stuff, some of it may be there. My biggest question, I think V12 and Zoe touched on it. And I'm going to answer all of the questions, but I just want to talk about this piece because Lee Green put in a great point. Says, I say sports psychologists are important. And why that's important is because here's how I look at it. Pope caught balls. I was at the state championship game at Southridge, played Dr. Phillips. I was at that game and saw him win it. He won the state championship for those guys. But here's the common denominator. When they got to Miami, everybody's dropping balls. So you have to look at what the common denominator is, right? Some guys just got the feelings, right? Well, Harley, why did he have a dropsies? D. Wiggins got a problem catching, but they don't have no problem catching in high school. There are several factors that go into that. I'm telling y'all, people don't realize how deep this can get. I said this before, but a long time ago, I saw a thing about Dan Marino, and they were talking about the rotations on the football. How many rotations you get on a football within a 10-yard span. That creates the spin, right? Now, you know how that thing feels, V12, when they touch your hand with somebody got some spin on it and somebody just throw it, right? When your daddy throwing it to you in the backyard, different than when a quarterback throwing it to you in the backyard. Can you handle that oomph? You know what I mean? Is it a concentration deal? Is it maybe how they're being taught to catch it? Or they may be so focused on the route after instead of catching the football. I don't know what is being taught, but it's something. The common denominator is that a lot of people are dropping footballs on this roster. That's all I got to say. Now, why that is, I don't know. I don't have the insight. But there's a common factor somewhere in that wide receiver room where a dude is dropping footballs that's hitting them in the hand. We ain't asking for spectacular catches. We talking about, dog, these day one deals, right? That's the answer to that question. The depth charts are not necessarily concrete. They fluid, bro.
That's what I think.
You know what I mean? The you know who the only real starter really is?
Quarterback.
The quarterback.
And the kicker.
The kicker, right?
Not
even the kicker.
Borgowski is first. He's the number one starter on the team.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, but even there's sometimes even the kicker not. If it's close, like if they in practice and they making leg for leg, they may put the guy who's older, but as soon as he miss one, he out next. You know what I'm trying to say? Or you have a kicker that's good for extra points, but then the other one that's a 40-plus kicker, right? If he's kicking 40-plus yard field goal. So all that stuff is fluid in essence, right? But my thing is, my main concern is the psyche of these young men, and I'm going to tell you why. This is back to when I tell you all about family, right? This is trying to find out what somebody put it on here because I want to make sure they show it. Make sure the chat, y'all kill me in the chat. Good kill, I mean. But my man X still chilling. Boy, I had to cool that boy off, boy.
Hey, somebody just said bring her back. Somebody just said.
Yeah, we bring her back after 12 when it's takeover.
Boy, that thing was about this big, boy. I was like,
Streeter.
X ain't never bring that on my live show.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna say that for you.
Hey, fellas, but I need fellas. Let me just say this. Hey, Zoe.
I think that everybody called everybody just so they can see her.
Hey, Zoe, listen. Let me tell you something, Zoe. You and Streeter, I need y'all to be able to maintain y'all composure a little better than that. Being from Miami, knowing how we roll down at the crib, y'all should have been like, okay, next. But I get it.
No, booty is booty. I'm sorry. Fine is, I don't care if you're from Brazil or Brooklyn, Mississippi. Fine is fine. I don't care.
Maintain your composure, man. Maintain your composure. 3 stacks.
Hey, real quick, while I jump into this thing, man, y'all boy I got loose. Because let me go back to what I hold on. Slap myself and bringing that junk up. All right, here we go. Let's get this thing going, man. So we talking about that because we about to run out of time here in a second. Hey, X, let me know if you're good. Give me a thumbs up there, man. We might have to get you back in. But we about to run out of time.
500 likes, 500 views. We get X back in this thing. We need 500. I'm making a decision right now for my dog. We get 500 in the chat. We bringing back X. How about that? My dog taking over. He already took over one of all time. All right.
I can tell you this here, B12. X has been fired by Streeter, and he hired the girl that's in the background.
There we go.
Hey, so here we go. Hey, hold on.
She know what a rookie is. All right, that's right.
Hey, that's classic, dog. About the rookie, that's gonna be a classic one.
You know what a rookie is? All right, that's right. She hired.
Hey, Hayes, you better, what you call it? What you call that thing? What you call that thing when you copyright that? Do you know what a rookie is? Because that's gonna be a classic joint, cuz that's classic made today.
Trademark
that joint.
Streeter.
The rookie.
I know Street. V12, I know Street. X is fired.
Worst thing was V12 answer.
She is Streeter new co-host.
Hey, V12 say it's okay to take advantage of rookies. It's okay. It's okay.
Bro, I can't wait.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. You gotta rewrite. I didn't say that.
I can't wait.
I didn't say that.
Hey, I can't wait till we get to talk about O-line in about 10 minutes. Cause y'all, boy, I love y'all. Y'all Lou. Let's get this thing, man. Let's finish the wrap the junk up. Y'all killing me, man. Oh my goodness. Bro, let's talk about this, man. What does the wide receiving core? Because I talked about did I answer all your questions, Streeter?
Well, lastly having Pope, like I told y'all how Pope looked at practice sometimes. He looked
defeated,
disgruntled. He looked disgruntled.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is lastly having Pope and Wiggins, right, as the ones they throw in the game, You know what I'm saying? That has to be there's a comfort there if they're mentally ready to play, right?
Let me on the real talk. Let me just say this. I think Zodo, you brought up a brilliant point. Zoe and Coach, man, there's something behind the scenes. And when you spoke, Zoe, I was shaking my head because I don't know. And with those two guys per se, Pope number one and Wiggins, and I agree with you 100% wholeheartedly, Zoe. There's something that we are not seeing. That's they're not focused, and we all know about focus. You know what I mean? And the same thing when we can relate it to basketball and Ben Simmons. There's something behind the scenes we're not seeing, whether it be at home, whether we're not seeing it. And hopefully for them, and I like what you said, Zone. You said this is a new season, and yeah, we want them to do well. But to my point, when I spoke earlier about them almost losing their jobs, they're almost putting the nail in their coffin in a sense to say, hey, over the past year, you guys haven't improved, and you have rookie guys coming in, freshman guys coming in who beat you out. So we have to be able to figure out what the issue is, and they can still play. And I'm not saying they should have lost their job. They can still play. But if you don't have confidence, and Coach know this, if you can't catch the ball on a slant on the goal line 3rd and 5, why are you in the game? And that's why with Strepo, and you know, he had some drops too. Let me be honest with you, but he had a lot more, I thought, better grabs, and he catch the ball he's a lot more fluid catching the ball than those two guys. And I'm not sure if it's the trainer or the offseason trainer, but they have to rectify that situation. Harley got a little better. Mallory is fluid catching the ball. Rambo has had some drops. So for Rambo to be talking about explosive offense, he's had some drops in Oklahoma too. So he got to get it together, and he had some drops in the scrimmage too. So as a whole, as a group, they have to be able to improve and have continuity catching the ball during the season.
Sure.
Can I say something real quick? Like, I just want to say this real quick. Like, I lost a lot of confidence doing YouTube. And Streeter told me, shut the F up and do your job. Do your job. Coach Hayes basically said the same thing. Shut the F up and do your job. No complaining. I lost a lot of confidence doing YouTube over last year, and I had guys who had confidence in me, and it made me better. You see what I'm saying? That's why I brought that up, because, I mean, I call Streeter, shut that up, bro. Do your job. You know what you're doing. Coach Hayes, bro, you be you. Stop trying to be somebody else. Be you. Even Coach Coop. You know what I'm saying? So, as a 45-year-old man, I needed coaching from other men. You know, so I needed coaching from other men in order to get myself back right. So I can imagine what kids are going through if the coaching isn't right or if there's a bad atmosphere. That's why I don't want to kill them. I want to see whether or not they progress or not. Not just that. What is it? This Pope's junior senior year, he doesn't have much more time. It's the same thing with Wiggins. They don't have much more time. So I have to root for these kids now.
Yeah.
And I want to see them do good now, because I had people rooting. 3 guys in the chat, V12, Coach Hayes, and the street are rooting for me to be better at 45. These are still kids. So that's why I root for them so hard.
If Coach Coop isn't an example of shut up and do your job, I don't know what is.
Exactly.
Shut up and be you. You know what I'm saying? You. Yeah, that's it. Shut up and do your job.
That ain't how you told me, though. You didn't tell me in that exact way.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this right quick. We got a few minutes left. What do the Hurricanes from the receiving core? And X, you ain't all the way out of this deal yet. I see you. I got you.
Trying to come
What
back.
do the receiving core? What do the receiving core? What is it that they have to do and accomplish in order for us to win this ball game come Saturday night or Saturday evening?
I think I can start. I think Rhett Lashley has to put him in the position early to get easy. Because sometimes I play receiver, and it's sometimes in like in basketball, when you see the ball go in the hoop, you get confidence. So let's get some of the easy throws, the down and outs. Let's get some of the swing passes. Let's get some of the quick slants, and let these receivers get the ball in their hands, feel the ball, touch the ball. Because again, it's going to be a game time situation. And they haven't, De'Aaron they've been practicing with De'Aaron for maybe a couple weeks now. So when they get in there, get the easy throws, get some easy first downs, and let Rhett Lashley put them in positions to make the easy pitch and catch, and then build their confidence. And then down the line, we start taking taking the leap down the field in the intermediate passes and then going down the field for the touchdown, for the long passing. But they have to see the balls in their hands and get touches early and not put them in a pressure situation early. I think sometimes too, what may happen is, hey, listen, they know they got to make a pressure catch. They put all the pressure on themselves and they're not able to complete the catch. So let's not put a lot of pressure on them early. Get them comfortable, and let's see how they produce throughout the game on Saturday.
I brought these out for a reason. What they need to do is each receiver, put your headphones on, block out all the crowd noise before the game, block out all the noise, block out all the negativity before the game, and just focus on you being you. Focus on what got you here. Focus on what got you at the University of Miami. Period. Forget the crowd noise. Forget about last year. Don't worry about last year. Don't worry about the fans think you're going to drop the ball. Just forget about all that and do what you've been doing since Pop Warner. Catch the football. That's simple.
Streeter, talk to us, man.
I think in last year's offense, man, the slot wide receiver is the guy. I think Harley is. We need to see Harley get off. We need to see Harley get off to back. We know King gonna come to play, and I think we could rally around King. We've seen quarterbacks. We've seen teams rally around quarterbacks, and lesser teams stand up for whole seasons. You know what I'm saying? When they have a good leader at quarterback. I think Harley needs to get off, man, and have a big game.
Okay, so my question, let me ask you this follow up then, Streeter. You say he needs to get off, so we got that part.
Yeah.
How does he get off? How does that happen? That's my biggest question, and that's really a follow up for all three of you guys. How does he get, being, I guess, the leader of the receiving corps? How does what needs to happen in order for him to get off? Because one thing I know about Alabama's DBs, they basically DBs play bend but don't break, right? We'll give you something, we'll give you something, we'll give you something.
Yeah.
So how does he do that? Now, what they're going to do, they stout on the run, but DB-wise, and we saw that with Ole Miss, right? They bend but don't break, don't bend but don't break, And yeah, Ole Miss put up 35, but hell, they put up 50. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it looked crazy. It looked crazy like, dog, they in the third quarter and it's close. But their philosophy is keep it in front of you, tackle it, make sure you don't run the football. And that's really the mind of a defensive head coach. Yeah. And I'll be honest, we're going to have to stop the run and because here's one thing about the pass. You can eliminate the pass on you by yourself by dropping the ball. You can eliminate the pass by the routes. I'm just talking about how all passes, believe it or not, are truly 50-50 balls. Because think about what all has to happen right in order for a pass to work. The snap has to be right, especially everybody in gun, right? The read has to be right by the quarterback. The coverage has to be the right coverage. The route has to be open. The delivery of the ball has to be there, and somebody got to block for the dude. I'm just saying, think about all those things have to happen within 3 seconds in order for a play to be successful. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So we got to slow. So that's what I'm saying. So from the receiving standpoint, that's why their philosophy is let's keep it in front of them. We'll tackle it. And then sometimes the calls are your worst enemy. 1st and 10, you take a shot. Now it's 2nd and 10. Defense wins that play. And I said that to you. I think I was talking to you on the phone earlier, Streeter, about winning first downs. We don't win first downs, though. We don't win this game. And that's most teams. This Alabama, too. If Alabama doesn't win the first down battle, they won't win this game. Just that simple. That's football 101. All right. So follow-up question with that, guys. Anybody want to follow up? How does Harley or that receiving corps do that?
I'm saying focus. You got to focus. Like, how skilled are these guys? These are 4- and 5-star receivers. We know who they are. I think it's just focus. They just have to focus. Like, block out all of the bullshit and focus. Do what got you here. Do what got you here, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I saw a interview with Harley, and he said something that it kind of convinced me, but he has to believe it himself. He said oftentimes he's a 5th-year receiver, He said a lot of guys in Miami they aren't able to come back they leave early. Essentially, that's what he was saying. And for him to be back, he said I think it's made him stronger and a better receiver. He has to believe that. Harley has to believe that, and he has to play like it. He has to be confident, and he has to set in his mind. And they say he like to play around. He has a fun guy to be around. He has a real good spirit. But he has to focus when it's time to focus, and he has to say, you know what, I am the leader of these receivers. And I need to be 1,000-yard receiver in order for this team to the receiving core to be as good as the sky's the limit as they can be. And so I think he can do it. Again, I saw the flashes of how he got better throughout the season. And Zoe, you made a good point. He didn't make it when they counted, but there were other times during the season where they put it on his back and he did make the plays. So hopefully he gets better. And I think he can do it. And I think we have a receiving core with speed and talent. We can definitely get the ball caught, and I think it'll be great. And I noticed, Coach, you didn't put, and you could probably talk about it in another segment or whatever, add it into one, but you didn't put in your schedule about speaking on the coaches. But again, coaches have to put our receivers in a good position, like you were saying, and that's a coaching standpoint. Have the play calling where we can nickel and dime down the field, have a great schematic. A scheme to help alleviate some of the situations that put Miami football in bad situations against a good, a number one team. So we got to eliminate and alleviate some of those type of play calls.
Got you. Zoe, go ahead. I'm going to ask one question in regard because tight ends were part of this receiving group. But go ahead, Zoe, finish that out as well.
I just think, to be honest with you, and I'm gonna end my whole segment right here. I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna end my whole segment. To be honest with you, like I said, I do believe that Mallory's the best all around receiver on the team. I love what he does. I love his height, his strength, his speed. If he can stay healthy, to me, he's unguardable. In my opinion, I've said that since his freshman year. I love everything about Mallory. But like I say, just focus. And I do want to say this before I get off because this is a big show. All of these guys, I went through so much BS with my divorce and everything, and all of these guys were in my corner. And I would not be here right now if it was not for all of these guys talking to me. And so as a grown-ass man who's been doing this since 2014, for me to need other grown men to back me, just imagine what these kids need. And that's all I'm saying. Like, Streeter rolled my ass, like, for real. 786 rolled my ass. Like, these guys really, Coach Hayes did not take a light on me. V12 didn't take a light on me. And they wouldn't let me quit. They would not let me quit. So as 44 and 45, when I went through some of the worst times in my life, and those guys would not make excuses for me and would not allow me to quit, that's the same way I feel about these players. If these players had coaches like these three men right here, to me, for 4 years, they would be great. You cannot give up on these kids. I'm gonna let it go right there.
Agreed. Streeter, come on, man. Talk to us. I gotta let y'all go. I got my other guest in the back. We already 2 minutes behind because we had
one. Now listen.
Hey, now, and I wonder why they on time.
Footballville ain't never on time. Listen. Harley, listen, real talk. Harley got to catch the ball in that zone and run, fool. I'm sick of this. We have to make plays. Look at it, like those days are gone when the motherfucker catch the ball and make a play. You know what I'm saying? He has to catch the ball in that zone and make a play. He old as fuck. He been there forever. He got his confidence back. He got to make a play. But put that picture up for me, man. I got a question, man. Like, when you look at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, right? When it's empty, what does it look like? Have you ever seen it empty?
No.
I haven't.
Have you ever? Listen, I got a picture. Can you see that picture, Hayes?
You put it up?
I don't know. Hayes going. Hayes run the show. Mercedes-Benz Stadium empty, dog. All the seats are maroon. No, listen. If you get a look at it, everything in that motherfucker looks. It's supposed to be red, I guess, because of the Falcons, but it looks everything. Hayes blacked out for a minute. All right, man. It's the Footballville Caneville show. Get X back in this thing. What X at? Get him back in this thing. Hayes gone. The principal done. Oh, he back.
Y'all back, baby. Y'all be careful. Listen, I don't know what's going on, man. I got my other two guests in the background. Listen, as always, man, I appreciate you guys. A big shout out to X and his +1, or maybe it was +2.
+2, 3, and 3.
It was
whatever. But listen, he gonna have fun, man. So, like I said, man, I appreciate you guys coming on. Zoe, you know, it's always love, man. It's actually the first time on the show, ain't it?
No, I've been on the show a couple of times, but my first time doing something like this was amazing. I ain't gonna lie. It was some people that want to do something. I did put my bully game out. I said, anybody go live by Coach Hayes live? I'm doing a hit 'em up bit track.
It's all good. Street, you know, we always talk about V12. You know, you stay in the building. Talking about offensive line coming up next. I got 2 cats in here. I think they finna eat it up. We were supposed to have 3, man, but unfortunately, Hurricane Ida kind of messed that deal up there. So, you know, we ride until 12 midnight, guys. It's only 6:35. 12 o'clock.
And I will be in the building the whole time.
Hey, Coach, I may hop back on later, man. I'm gonna roll, take a little break. But y'all, hey, Coach, hey, remember, it's something about the white pants, man. I don't know what it is about white pants.
Stop it. V12.
It's something about white pants. I don't know what it is about white pants, but woo, boy, I tell you, summer.
Hey, I can tell you this here. All I seen was
I'm gone. Hey, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Represent
this boys. All right, man. Thanks a lot, man, for joining us, man. Start booting cats up out here. All right, we back in the building. I got 2 great guests here in the back. But before I bring them on, I want to give my love to the people that donated in the chat right there. We had a $50 donation as well as a $15 donation. Let me get that thing going right quick. Be right back.
What's going on, fellas?
What up, fella? What's up? Jazz, what's up? What's up, Coach Hayes?
What's going on? What's good, Hayes?
Coach Hayes, you muted.
Yeah, you
you muted. Mute.
You still muted.
Mute.
Nope.
Your mic.
Come on, Coach Hayes. Don't make us do this
I'm
on our own, right? Yeah.
I'm about to call him. Hold on real quick. Let me call him. How you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing
Hey,
good.
that's what's up. Let me call him. He don't even know he muted.
Still trying to figure it out. See, he left and everything.
Yep. He telling us a log ass like we on.
I'm back. Yeah, y'all live.
I was just calling you to tell you were muted.
Nah, man, we just had a big storm coming through, man. Listen, Murphy's Law is real, guy, when it comes to this, man. I don't know if y'all saw the love I gave out, man, but I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate you guys coming on. This is what I want to do. We talking offensive line. Man, we went off the rails last segment, but it was fun, I have to mention. We currently got 319 in the chat. Guys, get it up, get it going. But here's what I really want to do. Utah, right? So D from Utah is a relatively, I want to say relatively new YouTube channel. Correct me if I'm wrong. And these guys are awesome, man. Brother Jay Blaze put us in contact probably about a week and a half ago, I guess. And man, we've been chopping it up very often, man, very frequently, man. Also, Jazz Santana, I've been on some shows with you. I had an opportunity to chop it up a lot, but I've been on a lot of shows, man. This dude is super knowledgeable. And here's the best part about it. You guys are about to talk about one position that a lot of people don't want to chop it up about. So I'm going to say this real quick. D, go ahead and kind of plug your deal, what you got going on, and your co-host. I know he couldn't make it. Kind of give a background on him, and we'll jump straight into this offensive line, which is the bread and butter of this offense, man.
All right, what's up, everybody, man? It's D from U-Talk, man. Shout out to Larry Frank Jr., man. He's dealing with the after effects back in Louisiana, man, with Hurricane Ida. So shout out to my homeboy, man. Prayers up for you and your family and everybody in Louisiana. You can reach us at U-Talk Sports Show, and you can email me at utalksportsshow@gmail.com.
All right, perfect. And all that stuff, we'll put it in the description later. The bots killing us right now, fella. They jumping all through the chat, but we blocking them. All right. Also, Jazz Santana from the 6 Ring Cang. Explain to a lot of people what that is, what it is you do, and we could jump right on into this deal, bro.
Yeah, real quick. So we got a show every Wednesday night on YouTube. It's our own YouTube on 5 Reasons Sports. We are an extension of 5 Reasons Sports down here in South Florida. We cover the Miami Hurricanes, so we got that show every Wednesday night on the 5 Reasons Sports YouTube channel and also on the YouTube Network channel that I think we're all a part of now. So big ups to them. Thank you guys for having me on the show. And you could just check us out there. And obviously my Twitter handle is right there at 6 Rings Canes as well. So just hit me up whenever you guys want to talk Canes on there also. So appreciate the love. Thank you guys. And definitely D, prayers up to everybody in Louisiana and everywhere else that's been hit by this hurricane. So definitely sending prayers to them.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. Real quick, man. Guess what we got in the chat right now? Guess how many of you had to guess a number? What number would you think it is?
Let's say what, 320?
305, baby.
305. 305. That's what's up.
We got 305 in the chat, baby. When every time it's 305 in the chat, I get super excited. I mean, it's trying to get this thing rocking and rolling. We're talking about offensive line, man. And I was actually pretty stoked when you guys said, I want to talk about offensive line because a lot of people don't talk about them. We kind of touch at it, but we don't talk about it. I know D, I was watching your show and you and Larry Frank kind of got in it about the O-line. You guys went really in depth about it, and y'all had a nerve to say we gonna scale back a little bit because we coming on hey, y'all ain't really getting it in. But it was awesome though. It was great, man. So it may be pretty much the same, if not more. I know you guys got a lot, and I know Jazz, the same thing with you guys. Let's start off with this deal here. We've already talked about defensive line. I don't know if you guys had a chance to kind of hear those prior to. We talked about wide receivers and some tight ends as well. As a jokey joke. I know y'all didn't see the segment because y'all ain't laugh. And then we here to talk
I saw a little bit of that wide receiver segment, so I did. I caught it. I caught a little bit of it.
If you saw a little,
man. I see it. X wild, man.
Hey, that's
all them fools, man.
He's from the crib, man. He's from the crib, man. But anyway,
X in the A, man. X, what up? You're in the A.
he already in the building. Hold up, you. What you got on there, man?
Yeah, man, I wanted to plug it, man. You know, Coach Hayes, man, y'all support my guy, man. Coach Hayes, man. I got the Coach Hayes shirt on, man. I'm loving it, man. Shout out to my guy, Coach Hayes, man. What it do? And I heard you telling all these lies on the station, man, talking about you running the football league we in, man. That's an absolute lie. Stop lying to the people and tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. I want to know why you're going back in with wide receivers, man. Let's talk about that, too, a little bit later on, man, because you put somebody back in the pot. And I ain't gonna call no name.
I had to put him back in the pot. He ain't even come out on the depth chart, dog. I'm gonna have him on my fantasy league. He ain't even on the depth chart. I mean, I picked him. At least I picked him. But eventually, hey, somebody got to eat it. He wasn't even on the depth chart. So yeah, no, you're 100% right. But right now, I'm winning right now because everybody's 0-0. So I'm winning right now because I'm the commissioner of the league. So the first game don't kick off till 8. You know what I'm saying, Jazz? So I'm winning right now. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. But let's jump into these guys, man, because I think we got a lot to talk about. And we only got a little bit of time to do it. So let's kick it off with the big name, I think, on the offensive line. A lot of guys been talking about highly how do I say this? Highly anticipated is the right word I'm looking for. And Mr. Zion Nelson, right? He was a basketball guy coming out of high school, so forth. You know, he comes in. I know we offered a young man, I forget his name, Flip Carswell. He was a basketball dude and so forth. I have my views on that. You guys are more than welcome to go back and check if you want to later on in the chat, so forth. But anyhow, Zion Nelson comes. I think he's supposed to be a projected 6th pick overall or something in the first round and all that good stuff. That's some high projection if you ask me, but I'm going to let y'all get into it. I want to ask you first. I'll start off with you, Jazz. What is your overall take on the offensive line from last year to what you maybe have seen through this spring and summer to this year? What is the biggest difference?
Yeah, I think Garen Justice might be the biggest difference. I think bringing him in was the best thing that Manny Diaz could have done for this offensive line. And obviously bringing in some of the guys that they did bring in this year, and the development of the guys that are there. And I think the biggest question mark last year was that interior line was Navon Donaldson, right? Not playing as much or not being healthy to come out and really be productive. So I think the biggest jump from last year, in my mind, right, in my opinion, the biggest jump from last year to this year, you can just see the development and the coaching has come a long way from what was going on last year. And I think that the kids are starting to respond a little bit more to that development, to that coaching. And so, and like you mentioned, Coach Hayes, I mean, Zion Nelson, right? I mean, his projectability, this whole first round thing, for me, it kind of came out of nowhere at the beginning. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the talent to project to be, that first round talent, but at the same time, man, that's huge, right? So now the thing is, now you got to live up to it, my man, right? Like now Zion, you got to come out and you got to dominate. Now, if you're asking me, how's this O-line going to do against a team like Alabama? Well, that's a different question, right? That's a different thing. This O-line is strong. It's big. Everybody talks about how big the O-line is for Alabama. But listen, we're no slouches, right? I mean, Donaldson is 350. Zion, which is surprising and it's crazy that he's at 316 now, right? And then you got the other guy, you got Jalen Rivers, who's 325, and the other two are over 300 bills as well. So, I mean, this is a big, strong offensive line. I think if you put them up against anybody else and you tell me, hey, this Miami offensive line can be dominant, yeah, I would say, yeah, I think against Alabama is going to be a different story again, because you got that's a whole different ballgame with the guys that they got on the other side. But if you're telling me that this offensive line, with how big and how strong they look, I think that it's a positive sign. I think that they're going to be able to do some things. It'll still be yet to be seen and be determined what they do on Saturday. But I like what I'm seeing from them. I think that the depth is there, right? Being able to get Corey Gaynor back for feels like his 17th year, his 5th year. Some of these guys, Jared Williams, even now, as a backup behind DJ Scaife, the transfer in from UNLV, hopefully, God willingly, Isaiah Walker gets it together and all that, and he's able to contribute as well at some point down the line. You've got that depth there. You've got some guys. You got some dudes there that I think that could really come in and be productive on the line. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do on that line. I think it's a huge jump from last year, just on a development standpoint, because I think you had some dudes, but I think that development wasn't up to par like how it is now.
Got you. D, talk to us. Same question. What's your take on it? Same view, different view, whatever.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with Jazz, man. I mean, 2 years ago, the coach was who? Butch Berry. I think in 2019, they gave up 50 sacks, and they were second to last in FBS. You seen the jump when Garen Justice came in, and that went to 30 sacks, and they moved up to 98 in the FBS. So, I mean, you see improvement. I think that we need to still see more consistency from the group, but I think that the guys are coming along. As far as the experience, man, the projected starters, I mean, they got over 109 starts together, over 7,000 snaps played together. So the experience is there. Can we put it together and can we be consistent? That's my take on it. I mean, I think that Zion Nelson, like Jazz was saying, man, he can play his way into the first round, or he can play his way out of it. And this is the game to do it in. You're going up against Alabama. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the number one team in the nation. This is what we want to see. We want to see him against the big guys. So I think that it's a good start. I think that as far as the size, I mean, we're averaging 6'5", 321, Alabama 6'4", 316. So we're right there as far as size, but can we play like we weigh? Will we play big? And that's my big thing. So that's kind of my look on it. I think a lot of the guys too this year are playing in their natural positions. You got Zion at left tackle. You got Navon Donaldson at left tackle. You got Mr. Corey Gaynor, Mr. Dependable at center, of course. And then you got you got Jalen Rivers at left guard, and you got Corey Gaynor at center, Navon Donaldson at right tackle, and DJ Scaife. To me, he was a natural tackle. I mean, they were having him at guard. I think last year he moved around a lot, but I think a lot of the guys are actually in their natural positions now.
Yeah, now I'm sorry. Tell me if I'm wrong, but they have Donaldson at a guard and Scaife at tackle.
Yeah, he's at right guard. Yeah, Donaldson's at right guard.
Yeah, I switched it.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to make sure I was on the right page with that. Yeah. So here's my thing. You actually brought up a very great point, man, and a great segue to what I was going to say. If we're that big, and I'm going to take it to you, Jazz, is the scheme going to be big? Meaning, we got all these big dudes, but are we playing little man ball? Meaning, are we just zone left, zone right? Because remember, the zone came about. I mean, it's been around. Football is the same, right? But we're talking about when it became really famous was not Terrell Owens, Lord have mercy, Terrell Davis, right? And the Broncos, because the guys were a little undersized. But my thing is, if we got big beef, why are we eating veggie burgers, dog? This is all I'm trying to say. So, and I said that last year. We got big dudes, and we're scooting to the left, scooting to the right. I got him, go, go, go. Instead of taking this guy, reestablishing the line of scrimmage. You understand what I'm saying? Reestablishing the line of scrimmage, putting these guys in the lap of the linebackers, creating a wash. I'm seeing linebackers just coming straight through, killing it right now. So I know I've talked a lot. So back to that question to you, Jazz, is big boys little ball or big boys big man ball?
Yeah, that's a tough question because for me, I think it could go both ways. It could be either or. It could be big ball or little ball, and I think it's all going to depend on what Rhett Lashley wants to do in the offense, right? As a whole, you want to see them play big boy ball, right? Like what D said. I mean, you want to play the way as much as you weigh, right? You want to play the way you weigh. So I think they're going to have to do that to be more dominant at the line of scrimmage, is to be able to push folks around. Again, it's going to be a tough task against a team like Alabama, right, with how big they are up front as well. But look, for me, it's about the guys behind them, right? It's about Don Chaney. It's about Cam Harris. It's about, Rooster. I know Rooster I don't think he's going to play this weekend, but, Thad Franklin and Cody Brown. You've got some bangers back there. You've got some big boys back there as well. So if you can combine them with a big line and they play big, then I think what you can do is later on in the game, which is something that we saw that they didn't do much of last year, right? Was break the will of the defense, of the front four, the front seven, and to continue to run it down their throats. And you need to see that. And I'm with you, Coach Hayes. Are we going to see that? I mean, it's still yet to be determined again, right? But I think that they're trending in the right direction with Coach Harris. With Coach Justice there. And the way that they're going to play, I think, is going to be a reflection of how Coach Justice and the rest of the team kind of performs as well around them. I think that if you get some strong running and you get Cam Harris and Chaney and Thad and the rest of them kind of playing that big boy ball as well, I think that the offensive line might feed off of that, right? So you're going to have that mean streak, but instead of a streak, you're going to have that consistency of that meanness up front. And I think it's going to play off of each other, if you ask me. And if they do, then yeah, they're going to be able to dominate the line of scrimmage.
I love it. D, talk to us in regard to that same thing. Play how you weigh or play how you underweigh. I don't know how to say it, but anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Play big boy.
I try to be cool. It became a dad joke.
Oh, definitely, man. You got to play big boy ball, Coach. Me and you talked about this last week, man. I mean, if we can't run the ball, it's going to be a long day. If we can't run the ball, it's going to be a long day. And I'm talking about the guards are going to be important in this game because we're definitely going to have to be able to run between the tackles. Alabama going to be fast on the outside. Jalen Rivers and Navon Donaldson are going to have to be able to create some lanes for these running backs. And I just think that that's going to be the key. If we can't run the ball, it's going to be a long day, Canes fans.
Listen, I'm laughing because I've always said this. You have to run the ball. And I get – this is the old school in me. I had to move my mic for a second. this the old school in me, right? And maybe I guess I call myself old school. If you can, who can name and tell me who names a team that's just throwing it around the yard that's winning natties? I ain't talking about winning seasons. I'm talking about winning natties. The closest was Oregon, and they still had a really good running game with LaMichael James, if that's his name, right? Yeah, LaMichael James at that time. But guess what? Cam and them boys came back and said, we finna put this ball in the best player hand, the number one Superman, and we finna he didn't beat them with his arm. You gotta, bro, the greatest show on turf. Remember in the NFL, got to the 1 inch line. What I'm trying to say, I don't care who you are. We can call Tom Brady whatever you want, but he always gonna have a good running game.
Seattle Seahawks, right? They decided to throw instead of giving it to Marshawn Lynch.
Come on, bro. You on the inch line.
Yeah.
You're on the inch line. But again, it works for people. Bro, here's the thing. I did a high school game. We're just talking about the mindset. I did a high school game up here, Jones High School, which is a very good program here, right? It's equivalent to Northwestern in Miami. And Dr. Phillips, right? Is a very good program here. Jones was on the 1 yard line, right? They got a defensive jumped offside. They moved the ball to the to the half of that, right? Half distance to the goal. And the boys threw a fade. I'm just saying the mindset. So I go back to say this, back to the mindset. So this is why I'm leading it into. So the mindset is not necessarily into the offensive line coach's philosophy. His philosophy has to blend in with the offensive coordinator's philosophy and how he wants things done as a whole. So now the question is, as much as we love Red Lashley, does he believe in, because you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I did not see a lot of gap scheme plays last year. And when I say gap scheme plays, I'm talking about pulling guards, powers. I didn't see a lot of guys leading up. I saw a lot of zone, inside zone, outside zone things. And when I looked at the back, so like Jazz, how you bring up in regards to the backfield and Chaney and Cam and possibly Knighting or whoever may be back there, when it's opposite colors flying at you all over the place, and one thing about the zone, if you get a little push, it throws a lot of that off, right? Even though it gives you a couple ways out, the continuity is not there, right? And I look at cats like Cam, big bowling ball dude. Put him in there, pound that thing, man. You know, so my question is, back to this, and I'll go back with you. I started with Jazz first. I'll go back to you, D. Does Red Lashley's offense predicate the type of running style? Because we talked about the offensive line coach. I'm talking about now, does the offensive philosophy say, based on what we've seen, does it say we need to run the ball this type of way or that type of way?
I think Red Lashley's offense, I think he wants to run the ball. I think that the offensive line at times last year, man, I think they flashed to show that they could play together as a unit, but I think that it was a lot of times that they were inconsistent. And I think that
not to cut you off, D, but I know he wants to run it, but I'm talking about how he runs it. That's the question. There's types of runs I'm saying. Like I say, play like you weigh. Is he playing like they weigh, or is he playing into his philosophy of, chuck it around and play speed ball around the corners?
I think he's playing in his philosophy because of the type of quarterback that he has as far as King. I think that a lot of the read option, we got a versatile quarterback. I think that we got great backs, but I would like for him to, take more chances and run up the middle a lot more with the guys. But I think that right now, I think that because of the type of quarterback that we have, I think that it's kind of like throw it around because of the speed that we have. And I don't think that the offensive line has been consistent enough to do some of the things that we can do or should be doing, should I say.
I got two things real quick. Number one, I think someone mentioned something about LSU in 2019. They had Clyde Edwards-Helaire. People don't remember he had a 1,000-yard back that year, right? I know Joe Burrow was the man, but they still had a badass running game. So I don't want to hear about LSU. Okay. Second of all, I think that a lot of last year's issues were maybe trust issues as well. I think the continuity, the inconsistency, and trust issues, I think played into a lot how Lashley ran his offense, and I think how he schemed. He may, at the end of the day, though, he still didn't have trust in a lot of players on that team, even on the outside either. So, I mean, there was a whole bunch of things going on last year. I think that this year you're starting to see, at least in practice, the practice that I've been at, You see the continuity. You see how they are running in between the tackles, and you're seeing them break, open holes for these guys, and guys like Cam Harris and Don Chaney got to feed off of that 100%. And I think that Lashley wants to do that. I think he wants to run between the tackles because if you notice, Rob Likens is a passing game coordinator now, right? It's not Lashley, right? Lashley wants to run the ball to set up the throw, right? To set up the pass. And I think people have the misconception that Lashley, all he wants to do is chuck it down the field, right? And that's a misconception. I think he really wants to run. And if he can run it down your throat for 400 yards, he'd rather do that than throw for 500 yards. I'm telling you, right? And I think anybody would want to do that because that's how you break the will of that defense.
Let me tell you something. If you ever run the ball down the dude's throat and you look across that 53 and a third yard and you see that coach, he hot. He throwing his hat down. He cussing out his coordinators. Every player come off the field. Why you don't make the tackle? Bro, that's the sign of a man that's defeated. And here's the worst part about the run. There's nothing you can do about it. You can stack the box and you still getting 3-4 yards. Bro, I understand the game has changed with the spread and the whatever. But you have to remember this too. Let's talk about SEC just for a second. Nick Saban just got out of that 2-back deal. Since Jalen Hurts. He used to be 2-back dude. Remember, they're quarterbacks. And I said this before, and to the Alabama fans say, you're always bashing Alabama. Well, I've had that conversation on Twitter. You can check it. Alabama does put in great players. But their quarterbacks are just who their philosophy today is the same philosophy we had 01. Managing quarterback, right? Ball control, offense, right? Not really big play that hit you here and there, and great defense. And the quarterback was the manager of the team. He was surrounded with talent. Same thing. Before Jalen Hurts, name a quarterback from Alabama that's playing today. In the NFL, that is.
A quarterback before Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
AJ McCarron, I think he's with the Falcons, right? Or did he get cut? Did he get released?
Yeah, I think he got cut.
He might have gotten cut. So that's it. That's
These are national championship. I'm just talking about national championship.
But he still wasn't any good. I mean, in the pros at least. In the NFL, he's not right.
But that's my point. But they were game managers. Take care of the football. Don't mess it up. Get it to the playmakers. Right, and let them do all the hard work. You just a puppet master. Here, take that ball, go get it. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, Ken Dorsey was the same way. I've always said this. He would go down as one of the greatest Miami Hurricane quarterbacks of all time, but it didn't translate to the NFL. Why? Just think about this, Chaz. You Ken Dorsey right now. Think about this, D. You walk in the huddle. You look to your left, Andre Johnson. To your right, Santana Moss, Reggie Wayne. Jeremy Shockey, Kellen Winslow. Oh, man, they got us covered, double covered. Let's look in the backfield. Got Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, a baby Frank Gore, Tyrone Moss. I'm the worst player on the field athletically. Athletically, I'm the worst player on the field. But that's why I think he's excelling now as a coach because cognitively he has it. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just physically, he managed the game well. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But the Alabama fans, as soon as you say something about it, but we can say straight up. But I'm just saying, but we could say straight up. I mean, just think about that, right? And so I said all that to say, let me go back to the offensive line. In that regard. I want to make sure I put this in here right in the sense of our depth. I want to talk about a young man named John Campbell for a second. Had an opportunity to coach against him. He's at Dr. Phillips, one of the staple programs here in the Central Florida, Orlando area. He's tough. He was tough then now. But again, I have to say it was some high school. He's bigger than everybody, just smashed down, blah, blah, blah. What is the problem? I know he's hurt. He got some injury, but I'm talking about even from last year because he's a guy we're going to have to count on at some point. Jazz? What is going on with him?
You cut out there for a second. What'd you say, Coach Hayes? I'm sorry.
I was talking about John Campbell, and I was talking about what's happening with John Campbell. Coaching against him, he was a killer. But again, I understand that's high school, whatever. But what has happened? What has happened with him? I know he had some injury, but what has happened with him and his development and progress here at the University of Miami?
Well, that's just it, right? His development and his progress has kind of taken a step back. Look, this is the way I see it. I think that sometimes these kids are so dominant in high school, and they don't need and you probably know this better than I do. Coach Hayes up there in Central Florida because I'm down here in South Florida. But the coaching wise, this is what happens down here in South Florida, right? You get a lot of kids like, and you mentioned this earlier, Mark Pope and D. Wiggins, and some of these athletes down here that don't really get coached up much because they're just gifted athletes and they can dominate anybody at the line of scrimmage or anywhere on the field, right? So Mark Pope can dominate any cornerback down here in South Florida. D. Wiggins can do the same thing. Same thing maybe applied to John Campbell, right? Like he was so dominant in Central Florida. Maybe he didn't need as much coaching. Maybe his technique was not the best, but nobody told him otherwise because he was just pancaking everybody, right? So maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, maybe from a coaching standpoint, some kids come in with that mentality, right? It's all about the mentality. Well, I was better than everybody in high school, and I was so dominant, and I'm so big, and I'm so strong. And then you get there, and you get to Miami, or you get to wherever, Florida State, wherever it is, and either you don't accept the coaching, you don't think it applies to you, or you don't take it serious enough where you realize, okay, there's another John Campbell right next to me that's just as good or better than me. So I got to work just as hard, and I gotta be coachable. I got to be able to take what these coaches are giving me, whether it's Butch Berry, whether it's Garen Justice, Stacey Searles, whoever it was, right? And maybe he just wasn't soaking it in, and he wasn't really, developing the way that the coaches wanted him to, because he had that mentality, right? So maybe it's a mentality thing. And then what happens is you don't practice hard, you don't play hard, and things happen. You start getting hurt, you start getting injured, and that's where you start falling down the depth chart. I think he's still talented enough to come in and play right tackle if he's healthy. Okay, so it's not about talent, I don't think, with John Campbell. I think it's a mental thing, it's focus, and it's being able to be coachable.
Got you. Talk to us, D.
I would have to agree with Jazz. I think you made this point last week when you and I spoke about the receivers group. You said the same exact thing. A lot of these kids were just better than everybody when they were in high school, and then they get to the next level and they see that there's other guys who is not just as good, if not better, than they are, and they take a step back. I would ask either one of you guys, John Campbell, like, I really can't see what actual is his natural position. I don't see him really as a tackle or a guard. I mean, he ain't as athletic as a Zion Nelson, and I just can't see him really playing guard because he's not as quick and can get off the line and move that fast. So that's what I would ask is, like, what is his natural position? That would be my question to either one of you guys.
I'm gonna be honest. I do see him being more of a guard. It may be some body restructuring that needs to go on with that. In that sense, I don't think he's athletic enough as an offensive tackle for the kind of speed you're starting to see off the edge, right? But again, back to this, right? If we ain't using him to pull, what difference do it make? I mean, when you think of guards, you start thinking of, well, okay, can he pull? Well, I think he's athletic enough to pull like big fat boy. You know what I'm saying? The question is, but if we ain't using him to play gap scheme play, what difference do it make? But I don't think athletically he can handle that off the edge with the one-on-ones with that. That's my first piece. I'm going to answer that. My second, I guess I'm going to answer my own question about John Campbell. I think cognitively there's something wrong there. Not saying, I'm talking about from a football IQ standpoint, not just a person's mentality, but I don't know how much, and I know Coach Wells over at Dr. Phillips. We don't know each other well, but I know him. And but again, in high school, you get big on big. You go ball protection, slide left, slide right. That's it. You know what I mean? I got 55 in front of me. Or we're gonna slide to the left, and I move one guy over and slide to the right. I got one guy inside. No big deal. These defensive schemes, these blitzing schemes, because that's gonna lead me to my next piece after Jazz answers, is how do we pick up blitz combinations? But I say that to say sometimes people can get slapped with the playbook gets so thick and the understanding communication is so thick you get lost. So I don't know what his cognitive ability is on the football field, but your brain got to tell your feet to do something, believe it or not. You understand what I'm saying? So if it's a delay up top, it's going to be a delay down low, if all that makes sense. Jazz, how do you respond to that? And then I'll tell you what I mean in regards to blitz combination pickups.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point, Coach Hayes, on what his position might be, and D was trying to figure it out. And I think that when you do have those cognitive issues, right, where maybe you're not picking up certain schemes or certain things as quickly as some of the other guys, maybe playing inside might be the best. And the reason I say this is, number one, you guys know schemes and stuff a little bit better than I do, but I feel like, okay, if you're playing on the inside, you play in tighter spaces maybe a little bit better, right? You may play in tighter spaces a little bit better. But not only that, at this point with a team like Miami, you got a guy like Corey Gaynor next to you. Okay, you got a kid like that could possibly help you out a little bit more, right? So maybe with having a guy like Corey Gaynor next to you, he might be able to be more efficient. He might be able to make better plays and know where he's supposed to be. Because, and I hate to say it that way because it sounds like, all right, you can't do it on your own. You can't figure this out on your own, but maybe you can't. Maybe there's certain things that he's just not picking up that a guy like Corey Gaynor with, his veteran leadership can be able to make him a little more successful, a little more efficient on the inside. And maybe that's where he's going to be more productive. So I totally understand that from that position, but he's definitely going to have a little body contouring to do to play that position. 100%. Right?
Yeah, you got to fix it. You got to fix your body because, like I say, believe it or not, guard and tackle is two different skill sets. You can get away with that maybe in high school.
Right.
Listen, D tackle and D end way different, bro. Because you getting double team, cut, block. Man, look here. They're playing in that gut, boy. Hey, it ain't easy. I can tell you that right now. Let me say this because I brought this up in regards to that. We at the 7:10 mark, so we got about 20 minutes before we bring our next guest on, man. This is going smooth. First of all, I want to thank you guys again, man. We got 294 in the chat, and believe it or not, man, they got 1 day, 20 hours, 18 minutes, and 5, 4, 3, 2. We're going to put foot in that behind, if you understand. So with all that saying, man, we've got 292 in the chat right now. We've been hovering around the 300 mark, man. Guys, get the likes up, get the subscribe, hit the like button, all that good stuff, whatever it costs. Go tackle the doggone subscribe button if you need to. All right. So let's get this thing. Let me ask you this in regards to blitz pickup. I know we have an issue with that. Alabama comes in with a 3-4 scheme. I always tell people it's a little bit different. Odd schemes are a little bit different than even schemes. You're going to always probably get a one-man blitz in some form of fashion unless you get some type of zone blitzing. But at the end of the day, zone blitzing still is only going to bring 5. They may drop a defensive end off some form of fashion. But it's a combination of 5 people in some form or fashion, right? Because if I bring 5, how many people I got in coverage? I only got 6 in coverage. So I got to be able to get home, meaning the blitz has to be made or the sack has to be made before he can find out who that free guy is. You know what I mean? And that's how that works, right? So that's what brought me up to the cognitive standpoint because I saw a lot of that last year. And I tell people one thing about coaching, especially when I used to look at film, I didn't look at the things that I saw. I was looking for the things I didn't see. And one thing you look for on offensive line, if you don't see this, you know you got them. You don't see offensive linemen communicating. And offensive linemen always communicate with their hand. Nobody on the offensive line in a 3-point stance. Talking about, you got 52, dog. They're going to point. You got 52. You understand? But so even if they're talking, your hands start telling the story. So when you start looking at film, that's because you can't hear what's on the film, right? But when you start seeing people pointing, you know they're communicating. When you just see the offensive line get up and get down, either one or two things. They're not communicating or they so well practiced, they know everything that's happening. You understand what I'm saying? And they ain't usually that good. So watch the better teams. Watch them out there pointing. Watch them. Go look at Alabama. Look at Ohio State. They ain't just getting up there hitting the first dude in the opposite color. They switching the protection. The quarterback knows what's going on. He turns around. He's talking to the running back. The running back is yelling forward to the doggone offensive tackle. So he knows that, hey, I'm coming off your outside. We sliding this. I'm coming here on your inside. That's what makes football great. So I said all that to say, I want to see more communication. You think that's going to be an issue with us, with the kind of defense we're going to see in a 3-4 look, bringing guys from various spots and slots and outside and inside and twist? Because Clemson really bust our head when it came to that deal.
Want me to go ahead, Jazz?
Go first.
Yeah, go ahead, D. Go ahead.
Well, I think that definitely, Coach Hayes, we definitely got to be better in that aspect of the game, man. We, like you said, we definitely saw what Clemson did to us last year, and you know Nick Saban, he saw what Brett Venables did to the offensive line last year, and if we can't protect, he's going to send everybody. So they're going to have to be ready. And I think that's where the leadership is going to come in at. It's an experienced line. Again, we go back to that. The only guy that's, I think, that's kind of new is Jalen Rivers. And, the guys are just going – Corey Gaynor, he's going to be big in this game. Navon Donaldson, they're going to have to communicate. This is the game right here, man, and we just want to see some consistency at the offensive line position. And we're going to have to see how it goes, but they're definitely going to have to communicate because I think that Nick Saban, we know that he's hearing all of the chatter about, all these Hurricane fans talking about what we're going to do, and we're going to have to block them. We're going to have to be ready to block them, and we're going to have to be ready to play.
Jazz?
My bad. Sorry about that. Here's the biggest thing for me, and I think that people. I think the average fan might not pick up on how many adjustments Coach Saban makes during the game. Right? He's not in the second half. No. Play by play, Nick Saban is making adjustments. So if he sees one thing that you're doing, he's gonna adjust and he's gonna do something different. Right? So. Mine is going to have to keep up with that, right? So Corey Gaynor is going to play a huge part in it. You hit it on the head. He's going to play a huge part in the finger pointing and making sure that everybody knows what their assignment is and where they need to be and what hat to hit, what color, what number on that color jersey to hit. So they got to know, and I think that it's going to be a big responsibility for Corey Gaynor to do that. But at the same time, you mentioned it, Coach Hayes, De'Aaron King, right? De'Aaron King is the captain of that team, and he knows everything that's going on. This is his team. He understands this offense. This is the first time that De'Aaron King is part of the same offensive scheme, with the same offensive coordinator 2 years in a row. Never done it before in his 6 years of playing college football. So, I mean, it's going to be huge for them to communicate the whole time. There's only so much that you can keep a back in, right, to pick up that safety, right? You got to have, because those guys are your playmakers too, man. Cam Harris and Don Chaney, those guys are your playmakers. So you can't have them in every time, picking up a blitz. You got to have them out there catching that swing pass. You got to have them out there, doing all these other things, being a decoy, whatever it is, right? So I think that it's going to be important that the offensive line and just the offense as a whole comes up with, I don't want to say gadget and things like that, but like they're gonna have to be exotic. You have to be exotic. Yeah, you have to kind of disguise what you're doing at all times, because Alabama is going to be right there with you, making adjustments and understanding what you're doing at all times. So if they can do that, they can communicate, they can disguise their plays. If they can maybe disguise that the running back's going to stay in and have them go, whatever it is, right? I think that they're going to have to do a lot of that, where they wouldn't have to do so much of that like regular conference play, unless they're playing maybe someone like UNC or Clemson. I think they're going to have to do it a lot more now, and you're going to see that. I think you're going to see that, and that's the only way they're going to be able to be successful.
Yeah, I again, it's a lot. It is. I'm big on, sometimes we can overthink things, especially from a coaching standpoint. You say you try to be all covert, like you on a doggone 007 mission or something. You trying to look over there. You don't want to show him that you finna block him. Bro, at this point, I don't care. I see that dude in the red shirt right there that got my face on it? I'm blocking him. You get the dude with the 26 on his hat. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. So therefore, there's no miscommunication. And I used to always say this to my players. Communication is so key, right? If we're all wrong, we're all right. Meaning, there's no thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. I know what you said. If Coach yells out color, well, D may be thinking red, you may be thinking green, I'm thinking blue. But color, blue. We all blue. Now, guess what? Coach wanted us to call red. But we all on blue, meaning we all wrong, we all right. We're not thinking all over the place. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? Hope that analogy was kind of simple. Try to make it simple.
Absolutely.
I see that happen all the time. When you don't have communication, you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer. I used to use this thing too. It was an acronym I used. We called "Put them in the casket." I used to tell my players this. That's what it was called when we broke the huddle. Put them in the casket, and the casket stood for communication, alignment, assignment, stance and start, keys, effort, takeaway. That spelled out the word casket. Communicate the first thing. Line up correctly. Get your start off and your stance. Get that correct. Right? Know your keys. Give effort and go get a turnover or a tackle. And I mean, I'm just saying, but the first thing started off with communication. All the other stuff was great, but communicate. You know what I mean? Think about this, guys. If I didn't tell y'all the time to be on here, how would you know when to be on here? You know the show today. You know it's between 4 and 8. But you showed up at 5:25, you're early. If you show up at 5:45, you're late. And now it's chaos. It's the same thing. Dog, football is no different, man. These doggone webcams.chat hot girls killing me, bro. Can y'all see that stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even put it up there. I didn't even mean to put the thing up. I mean to block it. But robot is so serious, man. But anyhow, so that's what I want to say in there. We at 7:19 right now. We're 10 minutes out. I want to ask this about pass blocking. That's something else that we don't talk a lot about, D and Jazz. They got some stout defensive end guys, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And that's I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was gonna go to, even though I know this is the O-line segment, but running backs, and I want to talk about De'Aaron King or whomever. How do we pass block this? How do we schematically keep our number one off the ground?
Well, you got to get the ball out quick, right? That's the name of the game, man. I mean, it's as simple as that. Get the ball out quick, and I think that, yeah, Rhett Lashley knows that's his style of passing, anyways, right? Is try 3-step drop or try to get the ball out quick. I mean, this is college football from a whole right perspective. This is the way the game is now, where everybody runs it from right from the shotgun or whatever it is, right? And they read the defense and RPO, all this crap. But at the end of the day, it's how quick can you get the ball off and how much separation can the wide receiver either create separation or throw the guy open. I think that's how you're going to be able to neutralize, right? I want to say quote unquote neutralize that defensive line, because I mean it's not only about how quick they are. LeBron Ray is 6'4", 285, and that's your end, right?
Right.
And you still got the edge guys, the linebackers, the outside linebackers that are all every bit of 240, 245. Will Anderson and Christian Harris and all those boys. Those boys can play. Those boys are going to rush the quarterback. They're going to blitz, like you said, Coach Hayes. You're going to have to pick that up, and you're going to have to get the ball out quick. But the good news is, I think that De'Aaron King, when it comes to recognizing those kind of things, I think he does it just as good as some of the top quarterbacks in the country, is being able to recognize where they're coming from, how quick they're coming, and being able to get the ball out to the right guy. He doesn't turn the ball over a lot, right? And he usually finds the right guy. Maybe not the most open guy, but I think this time around you've got receivers that could possibly create some separation, get open a little bit quicker than maybe what you had last year, which is gonna it might neutralize them to the point where maybe they don't send as many guys, or maybe they change the way they do things. I think it's going to be important for offensive lines, and I was talking about this on my show too, is the offensive line doesn't need to hold their blocks as long as maybe a traditional offense would, to set up certain pass plays and certain plays as a whole. So I think that the O-line needs to do their job, hold on to those blocks, for that, maybe it's half a second as opposed to a full second. But if you can do that and De'Aaron King can find the guy and get the ball out quick, I think that's the only way that you can really be able to neutralize him.
Got you, D.
Yeah, and definitely. I think that we're gonna definitely have to keep running backs in from time to time. Just depends on how the offensive line hold up. If they're not, you're gonna have to chip with a running back. You may have to go a 2 tight end set, coach. You may have to. Again, King says his knee is 100%. I don't want to know if it is or it isn't. I just want the offensive line to be able to do his job, because if not, we're going to be able to tell real soon with him having to run around for his life trying to get rid of the ball. So Zion Nelson is going to have his hands cut out, like Jazz was saying. You know, they got the defensive end. He plays D-end and linebacker. Will Anderson. I think he's like 6'4", 243.
Go.
You know, yeah, man. From right down here in Hampton, Georgia, man. You know, last year I think he had like 7 sacks, 1 tackle for loss, and I think he had like 33 or 32 solo tackles. So, I mean, he's definitely going to have his hands full, but definitely, man, we're going to have to probably keep people in, man, to chip on those DNs and those linebackers. And we're definitely going to have our hands full, Coach. Definitely.
Yeah, and how I look at it is, I'm trying to text these other guys, make sure they pop on because I want to keep this thing on schedule. But how I look at it, and the 3-4 is hard when you got athletes, and let's be honest, when you got the pick of the litter, it makes it even harder, right? I've always said this. I remember going back to Tyrone Moss, you know, rest in peace to him. But I remember when I think it was Ely he played for, Blanche Ely. Was it Ely?
Yeah, Ely. It was Ely.
I remember going to their Soul Bowl when they used to play Dillard. And Dillard had a defensive end named Glover, ended up going to Auburn. Let me tell you something. They had an offensive lineman too that came to mind. What was his name? Richard
Bain, wasn't it Bain or I don't know
Chris Bain? No, Chris Rutledge was from Norland. Yeah. I mean from Crop. Anyhow, they were so talented on that Blanche Ely team. I say this, but they were still running the wing T deal. Tyrone Moss had 270 yards first half. Sit down. So I said all that to say this. When you now run a 3-4 and you got the best talent of the talent, I stealing candy from a baby. You understand what I'm saying? It's so easy because now I'm looking here at Dallas Turner, who was just down at American Heritage. They got him as their jack player, which is the same player as Will Anderson. Right? He's the third stringer behind Will Anderson, right? So he's getting some great teaching, but it goes to show you the kind of player that you're getting and all that you can do with it. Is Will Anderson going to blitz this play? These are the things now Derek King has to think of and know how to turn the protections, right? He has to know where because your backside may not always be your blind side. Always remember that. I tell people all the time, your backside is not always your blind side. Your blind side could be right in your face and you don't know it because you don't know where the bullet's flying from. You understand what I'm saying? You can get, if you ever been shot, you get shot in the back, it hurt just as bad as it do in the front. I promise you. It hurt just as bad. So what I'm trying to say is you better know where to put up your protection to protect yourself. That's all I'm just trying to tell you in that sense, man. We at 7:26 right now, man. Is there anything that I'm missing? Anything that I'm missing right now that you guys want to go over in regards to this? Hold on, we got breaking news. Hurricane spotted in Atlanta. Damaged winds are slamming tide all over the city. Go Cang.
I like that. Yeah, Siren Wims was a kid out of Ely that came to the U. Siren Wims.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. You know what? And we got to keep going to this, Coach Hayes. I think
sure.
The question that you asked was, how do we neutralize that front seven that Alabama is going to bring, right? That 3-4. It's tricky. It's different than what they're probably going to see all year. And again, run the football. If you can run the football and you can hit them, I mean, listen, if Cam Harris puts his helmet right in Will Anderson's chest a couple times, just maybe. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but just maybe. That's the way you can neutralize this front seven. Run it down their throats, break their will that way, defeat them that way, and then everything else opens up. I don't care if it's Alabama. I don't care if it's Ohio State. That's the way it is.
I'm going to tell you like this, bro. I can tell you straight up. Pain is universal. I don't care if you're rich, poor, black, white, ugly, pretty. Ouch is ouch.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And you run straight up. Will Anderson's still a human being. And you put that funk on him. And somebody got to be just as tough. But here's the difference. We can rotate our toughness. How many of them guys can they rotate? You know what I'm saying? We can give them a dose of Cam, a dose of Chaney, a dose of this. You know what I mean? It's basically, but I'm saying that not to say he's not a slouch player, he can play. Yeah. But we got to have a mindset. And that's back to why I was asking the question. I love the way you stated. I've never even heard that before. Play what you weigh. And I'm gonna steal it, so please don't copyright me. But you're gonna get all your credit for it. I always credit because I'm being for real that if we're gonna get what's the purpose of going to get 300-pound, 315-pound dudes, 6'8", and we playing touch ball. I would rather we're gonna do that. I'd rather get the 6'1" gangster. At least he could go see over the dude. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's where I am, man. But my thing is we got the big weight. Let's go get up behind them, man.
Yeah, and another thing is too, man, we can't allow them to control the game with their front four, and get pressure. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to definitely be able to run the ball, like Jazz said. The running game is gonna be so important this game. It is, man. If we don't control the line of scrimmage, man, like I said before, it's going to be a long day, Cang family. We got to run the football.
And don't get it twisted. They got depth. They got depth on that line on the front. Front seven. Period. Alabama's got depth, right? I mean, Coach Hayes, you mentioned it, right? They got the pick of the litter everywhere you go. Even if they're 2 deep, they're 3 deep. But I'm telling you right now, like if you find a way to hurt them, to give them that ouch, to play your weight, play the way you weigh, then you got a chance, right? And that's what we're looking for, right? A chance,
That's all we need is a chance.
And my thing is, can I be honest with you? I hate to say it, y'all. I ain't looking for no chance. I gotta take it.
Right.
You gave me the opportunity by putting this game on. That's all I needed. I don't need no chance. You know what I need? The opportunity. And you gave it to me. We playing on the 4th at 3:30. My thing is to impose your will. Football is still football, bro. At the end of the day, football is football. And this is why I talk about sometimes there's plays in there where it's just gut check time. Me and you gonna take this dude to Will Anderson.
That's it.
Ain't no here, scoot, release. And I go get Will. Because and this is how I think football, right? This is how I try to explain football to play. We got a little bit of time. Some of the guys are having some internet issues. So if you guys got to go, I understand. But if not, you're more than welcome to chill. Here's how I like to explain football. I like to explain it as very simple as I possibly can to players, not to overthink it. I asked one of the guys, how much do you weigh? For math's sake, let's just say 300. How much can you bench press? Let's just say a dude say 300. Cool. How much do you weigh? 300. I bench press 300. Well, if me and you together can bench press 600, and that dude only weighs 300, he shouldn't have a chance. Mm-hmm. That's just simple math. Now, of course, I know there's technique and all that, but you're trying to convey that to players, right? The same way I taught the defensive ends. Are you faster than the fastest offensive lineman? You know what they always say? Yes.
Yes.
Well, how about this? So if you tell him you faster than him in the 40-yard dash, how about if I told the offensive lineman he got to run that 40 backwards? That's all he's doing in pass blocking. Now, of course, I know there's technique in school. I get it. But we're just trying to get them to understand, use your speed. Don't lollygag. Don't slow down because you think. If you can run faster than this dude running forward, why can't you run twice as fast if the offensive lineman got to backpedal it? Basically, you get where I'm coming from? Absolutely. Once you do that and the people understand the whys, then you can teach the nuances. Okay, now if he does this, you can blah, blah, blah. That's part of coaching. And my thing is the same mentality, bro. I like to use us because my thing is if you pull your own scab off and see yourself bleed, you take it more serious. Pull my scab off, go watch UNC, pick our asses up, and walk us to the next level. They wasn't scoot. These dudes out there in powder blue, baby blue, walking their ass down the field. I'm just being honest.
And that's when you know what's up, right? You run the same exact play every time, and you sit there, you line up, and you say, "You're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop me, and I'm going to continue to do the same exact thing. You're still not going to stop me." That's when you know you got it made. That's it. It's game over right there.
Right. I'm going to actually bring in, if you want to, you're more than welcome. My other co-host was coming on for quarterbacks. He's actually at the Minnesota Ohio State game because he trains quarterback. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get on because we're getting close to the time. We're at 7:33 right now. If you guys want to stay on and maybe talk a little quarterbacks, you're more than welcome. If not, I totally understand. But I do want to say now, man, thank you guys for coming on. Oh, he's coming on right now. But thank you so much, man, Six Ring, for coming on. Jazz, I appreciate you. You talk. We definitely going to talk. Before we get out of here, do me a quick favor. Let us know about the deal Friday. Okay, I know you got the thing at the Battery Friday. Let the people know what that is, maybe where they can find the tickets, how they can support, as well as the I know I've been saying the wrong address. I've been saying 135 Forsyth, so I don't know if that's right or wrong, but you can let them know where your tailgate and Larry Frank will be DJing, hopefully, and all that stuff.
No, he ain't gonna be DJing. He's not gonna be able to make it down, man. But they're still having the tailgate. Let me get the address real quick where he's where the tailgate will be. Like I say, he's not going to be able to make it down, but the Cang's party is going to be at the Battery, and I think that is from 5:30 to
5:30 to 10:30. Yeah,
5:30 to 10:30. Okay, so that's where everybody will be at the Battery. That's at the Atlanta Braves Stadium. So that's from 5:30 to 10:30, man. And I'll see you tomorrow night, Coach A. What time you coming into town?
Well, I get off the plane to the bar, baby. That's all I'm telling you. Straight from the plane, I ain't even going to the hotel. I don't pay for a hotel room for that night. I ain't even gonna see it till the sunrise.
Oh, okay, all right. So I see you.
Over here.
Jazz, you coming up, Jazz?
I was coming up until about a couple of days ago. My buddies that I was gonna go up with had to cancel on me, man. I had my media pass. I was ready to go. It was gonna be scot-free in that place, but yeah, I'm gonna have to take a rain check on that one, but which is kind of sad. But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make it.
All right.
Okay.
Cool, man. Well, we got our guys. We got our quarterback guys. They sitting in the waiting room in the back, man. Again, thank you all so much. Make sure you go check out U-Talk. Them guys are hot. This man actually got a shirt off the website, bro.
Support Coach Hayes. Support him. Thank you, Coach Hayes.
That's
man. I appreciate
awesome,
you
man.
having us on, man. Thank you.
No, anytime, man. We're going to chop it up, man. I'll definitely hit you up tomorrow through the day to get that stuff going, man. But thank you for coming on, making this thing happen. Our first U-Tube takeover. Jazz, y'all go check out Jazz. He does a show on Wednesday night. What time? You didn't say a time. What time?
It's 7:30. We might switch it to a little bit later, but right now it's 7:30 to about 8:30 on the 5 Reasons Sports YouTube and on the YouTube. Yeah.
All right, perfect, man. You gotta go check it out. Hit the subscribe button, all that good stuff, yada yada yada. And I appreciate you. Let me get these other guys on, man. Thank you so much. And we're ready to
all right, Jazz.
man. Yes,
right,
sir.
Let
me get the next guys on, man. We got Mr. Baylin Trujillo in the building. Baylin, what's up? Talk to me, man.
Man, I'm just living the dream, guys. I just flew up to Minnesota today. I'm actually partnered with a NIL group and an agency that works with athletes that are getting ready for the pro draft and getting them deals with this new crazy NIL thing. And I'm up here in Minnesota, flew up for the Ohio State game tonight, here to see Tanner Morgan, which is the starting quarterback at Minnesota. So he might be our first client at the quarterback position. So I'm really excited to evaluate him tonight. Not only watch as a fan, but actually watch to critique him. That way, when we meet up with him later on tonight or tomorrow, we're able to go over some things that are going to be taking place from January up until the NFL draft next year. So I'm really excited about that. But Coach Hayes, as always, man, it's great to be on your show. Thank you for having me. I know that we do our Arcane Talk every game day, so I'm looking forward to doing that again. And, with my crazy predictions and, I like to keep it 100. So I'm excited about what's happening. But, man, again, appreciate you having me on the show tonight.
I appreciate you, man. Like I say, quarterback extraordinary. I know you're right here in Central Florida, so if you got your kid that you want to get some quarterback training too, you go from little kids too, don't you, man? You go all the way like 5 years old, don't you?
Yep, starting at 5,
all the way to 5. Yeah, 5 to from 5 to pro, man. So that's great, man. Also, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna kick your behind in this fantasy draft, my man. I want to let you know that firsthand. Listen, my man
Look, I don't
is
even
starting tonight.
I don't even have to be active on draft night to beat you. I wasn't even there.
Listen, my man Joe Milton is starting right tonight against Bowling Green, so it's going down, my man. I'm mad at the Hurricanes. They ain't getting a dog. He's 6'5", 240. But we'll talk about. He gonna light it up. I'm finna jump out the gates on this draft on y'all boys. But let me introduce the next guy coming in, man. So listen, this right here is Cang. All right, Mr. Derek. Am I saying it correct? Coe?
Yeah, Derek Coe.
Derek Coe from Cang, man. We're here to talk about quarterbacks. Of course, we're here to talk about Derek King. But plug your stuff right now, Derek. Talk to the fans, who the people are. Maybe people know you, don't know you. I don't know. Let's get it going.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of people know me. I've been around the program for about 30 years. I mean, I got Cang tattoo right across my forearm. I put on for my city right here, baby. Like, listen, that's orange and green till the day I die, man. So a lot of people know me on Twitter, Cang Fan Code. They know me on IG as I put on for my city. Again, it's one of those things that, like, I bleed this life. I've been around a long time, man. So I'm ready to go. I appreciate you having me on tonight.
All I got to say is,
damn, son, you just hit with the wow effect.
Bro, my man got the tatty out there. You know what I'm saying? I love it, man. But that's awesome, man. You all the way in. You all the way live with it, man. So that's perfect. Man. So here's my thing, man. I appreciate you coming on. I think we may have met maybe on a show or two before, but like I said, I appreciate you coming on tonight, man, and being a part of this deal, man. It means a lot to me. Let me ask you this, guy. We're talking about quarterback play, and of course, we talked about defensive line already. We talked about wide receivers. That was fun. We talked about I don't know if you had a chance to see it. We talked about offensive line a few moments ago, man. All right. Hey, that right there, the wide receivers is why guys don't want to recruit Miami guys. Right there. That's exactly why, because your dorm room be turned out, man. But anyway, what I wanted to go through a quarterback room is Derek King, but I also want to talk about the potential backup. Is it TVD or is it Jay Garcia? Will we get a chance to see the both of them regardless of the thing? Or does coach say, you know what, it might be too close and I just got to stick with a hot hand? Whatever the case may be. All right, so let's talk a little bit. I'll start up there with you, Baylin. I'm not sure how much time you got. I know that game starts at 8, and we got our segment. So if you got to go, I totally understand, bro. Also, I'm going to tell you too, Baylin, the wholesome one. I don't know if you know who that is. He's actually headed to that game as well.
Oh wow!
So he's around there. He's around there as well somewhere in the game.
Awesome.
All right, we got Dirty Bird in the building.
Gentlemen, how are you today?
Is it working? I know you say he had internet issue, but now I lost sound to him. Can you guys hear him?
Maybe if he talks. Bird, can you hear us?
All right, how about now, guys?
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
All right.
I think we lost Coach Hayes.
We lost the co-host, man. Where's the co-host at, man?
Oh, man. What a day with the internet for me.
Hey.
We're good now.
Listen, my internet is jacked up too, man. Man, every time I don't know what it is, but when I bring a guest on, it like kicks me out the system. I don't know what that is, but I don't know. I'm not a computer dude. I just know how to blitz. So here we are, man. We got Dirty Bird. You actually jumped on right on time, man. Tell the people who Dirty Bird is and where we can find you, what you're affiliated with, and all of that good stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Coach Hayes, first for putting this on for all of us Canes fans, man. I mean, 8 hours of nonstop Cane coverage leading up into one of the biggest games that we've played in forever. Yeah, I'll throw that up with Baylin right there. But I'm actually I co-host on the Cang Gang show that airs on Sirius XM every Friday with Derek Coe, who's also on with us here today. But just like all of us, man, lifelong Cane fan, man. I love this I love everything about it, and I am jacked up and ready for this game on Saturday. Hitting the airport tomorrow. My flight leaves out of West Palm at 11:50 a.m. And man, I can't wait.
That's awesome, man. I can't wait either, man. We were just getting ready to get into it. Hey, they killing me, man. Poor little Timmy internet. Yeah, Dennis Lopez, my internet is terrible. And it's funny. If you just heard that, listen, that was Amazon who is actually late dropping off some more RAM to this computer that I was supposed to have yesterday to upload this thing. And it just went up, dang. So guess what, Amazon? Look. Anyway, and guess what? You know this, Baylin. We got an Amazon Center literally 3 minutes from my job.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So anyhow, let's get back to quarterbacks. We're talking about quarterbacks. De'Aaron King had a very bad knee injury, right? A lot of people didn't think he was gonna come back. Like I told you, man, bro. This dude came back faster than T.O. in the isobaric chamber, bro. I ain't never seen a cat. But again, modern medicine is a lot better today than it was back then. But I'm gonna ask my very first question. I'll start with you, Baylin, since you just happen to be at the top up there. Do you think he is 100% healthy?
100, yes, 100%. You know, when you talk about you've never seen a guy come back that fast, you know, I'm a testament to that. When I was playing college football, I tore my ACL in my left leg in the spring, in April, and I was fully cleared by the doctors in September. So this happened to him in late December. So this is almost a total of 8-9 months. So I think he's ready to rock and roll. I think it is 100%. And the best part about this whole injury is the fact that he's practicing without a brace. And he has made it very clear that he does not need a brace and that he's going to go through this without a brace because mentally he's strong enough to know I don't need something to stabilize my knee. I'm fully ready to go. If the doctors say I'm ready to go, let's rock and roll. So I love the fact that he has that no fear mentality, especially with an injury like that. You know, a little over a decade ago, sometimes this injury was career ending. So the fact that he's able to, you know, master the mental game, which I think is a big part of this injury, is very exciting for us Canes fans.
That's great, man. Hey, it ain't my internet. I'd already cursed out Spectrum. It's not the internet. It's the processing speed. So take that.
Hey, I got to laugh on that. The Blake Baker internet.
Cole and I were cracking up, man. With that comment there.
I got the Blake Baker
fact,
internet.
I wish your internet was as fast as De'Aaron King's recovery. So we got to start rolling.
I had to get it, man. You picking on my internet, Baylin. Listen, you got a fan out here, man. Kansas City Cartel says Baylin is back, baby. All right. So listen, we're gonna be back too this weekend. We will be back this weekend as well, man, with our Kane show. But I'm gonna get into that in a second with the follow-up. So let me ask you the same thing, Dirty Bird. I know what Baylin said. Do you guys think? Do you think he's 100%? And do you think that subconsciously it's on his mind?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I think he is, and you know, look, I know Koza also is taking has torn his ACL as well, and fortunately, I haven't, so I don't know what's involved in that recovery, but I know, you know, like Baylin and Co have gone through, you know, it's not an easy process to recover, but you know, out of anybody who's torn it, man, I mean, King's made it seem pretty seamless out there the entire offseason. You know, he's crushed every barrier with it. You don't really see him walking with too many braces. You know, I mean, I think the kid is just an unbelievably strong-willed person. I think, you know, the second he tore it, he knew he was going to do everything that it takes. He knows what's riding on this game from the fan standpoint and from the program standpoint. And, you know, I think he has no problem putting the weight of the world on his shoulders. And he knew that ahead of time and knew through his rehab he's going to do everything that he can to get back. He's going to be in the training room at all time doing his rehab and everything. So props to the young man for you know, working to come back from it. And, you know, I just can't wait to see him play on Saturday.
No, that's awesome, man. Because you know what, I say the same thing, and I take my hat off to him just as an individual, right? Forget football, the things that he's going through, the way he's handled it. I think he's done an excellent job in that sense, man. As a person, right, with all the adversity he's faced. I mean, you know how many guys would have packed it in by now? You know what I mean? Absolutely. Just seriously. You know, Derek, so I'm going to go to you with pretty much the same question. Now, coming to find out you did have that type of injury, knowing that now you can come back from it in that sense, is there a mental deal? Because let's be real, right? I'm not saying anybody's playing dirty, but that's still a subconscious deal in your mind, right? You're in the pocket. You take that one roll up on the leg. The guy doesn't do it on purpose, right? As fans, we'll see the instant replay, but as being in the battle, man, they're trying to hurt me out here. Will that play a factor in this game?
It's funny that you say that. And yeah, I tore my ACL, but that was back in 1999, right? And when I tore mine, they took a third of my patella. The surgery today is completely different. Like the speed up process, you know, the recovery is a lot quicker today. So, but when I had mine, it was a good 12 months, you know. We actually talked about this on the Cang Gang radio show, this same exact thing. My thing is this. You're out there in practice, you know, you're running around with no contact. Like you're out there throwing, you're running, you're cutting. That's all fine and dandy. But you're going against your own teammates, right? Your own defense. Now you're going against somebody like Alabama. It could be UNC. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It just so happens to be Alabama the first game. What is your mindset the first time you cut and you take a hit? I literally said that earlier on the show. What is your mindset going to be? Are you going to get up from that? Is it going to be in your mind? Are you going to be thinking that before you even take the snap? So those are the things and I think he has that mental fortitude to be positive. Obviously, like you just mentioned, he went through so much this past year. Obviously, his mom, with the breast cancer, his dad passing away. I think the guy's mentally, 100% there. And I don't really think that knee situation is going to bother him. And you saw it back in early March and April. Like his mindset was, you watch, like Miami put out a few clips here and there. But like, obviously, I know the individual. So we would talk occasionally. He was ready. Back in March and April, he already knew he was ready for this game. So I don't think mentally that he's going to have anything in his mind, any doubt that he won't be ready to play and worrying about that knee.
I got you, man. And the reason I say that is simply because, it's different, I think, when guys get injuries where it was just like catastrophic, right? Where your leg is planted. I mean, he kind of just got hit and guys get hit like that 1,000 times and nothing happens, right? It wasn't like it was planted wrong and like how, for example, Willis McGahee, right? The hit at the perfect time of you planting and the hit is coming, you know what I mean? That type of deal. You kind of upended, went over him. He just caught you right at the right place. And it's funny, I was speaking to an orthopedic doctor. He said, you know what? Bones are the hardest things we have in our body, but it only takes the right amount of pressure and the right angle and it'll snap just like that. But because you think in football, right? You think injury, you see a dude get and you think everything is broken in his body. He pop right back up and keep going. Yeah. A dude roll an ankle, he's gone for 6 months. You know what I mean? But at the right amount of pressure and the right angle, and it's boop, and that's what it is, man.
Coach, hindsight's 20/20, right? If you take a play before that, obviously he scored a touchdown, but we had a holding call put on us. Next thing you know, the next play, my man tears the ACL. So I mean, like it's funny how things work out. But had there not been a holding call, Miami's into that ball game, and King's probably still your quarterback without an injury.
Right. Let's move on to gameplay, man. So here it is, because I know Baylin may have to run. I know what he's getting up to. He has to run right quick. But here's the deal. Let's talk about this, Baylin. What does De'Aaron King have to do? And I know this is going to be a very broad question because I want you to kind of give me all your answers in case you got to run. What does De'Aaron King have to do as a player, not a leader, just a player, to win this ball game?
Well, I think he needs to use his abilities that he's always showcased with his ability to run the football. When you don't see something, take off. A lot of the teams that have beaten Alabama in the past have had dual threat quarterbacks. Johnny Manziel, Deshaun Watson. Guys that can actually extend plays. So I think De'Aaron King needs to do what he does best, and that's run when things aren't looking good. The best thing that we saw last year with De'Aaron King is he does not turn the ball over. He's very careful with the football. He doesn't make many mistakes, so that's a very good positive at the quarterback position. And when you have that with the ability to run, you're dangerous. Now, going back to the injury question, the best part about this game for De'Aaron King is the fact that he is playing the best team in the country in Alabama. So when you get over a hump like this and you go injury-free in a game where they're going to really test you with your injury and coming with different angles and blitzing you with some of the best talent that he's ever going to face, the rest of the season should be a breeze for him mentally. So the fact that we're getting this game out of the way, he could have easily played a Bethune-Cookman and easily a Toledo or somebody that we've opened up before, FAMU, and dominated and never really test the knee. Then he gets to a big game later on, and now he's panicking. So the fact that he's going to be able to go through this game, run, hopefully use his ability as a dual threat quarterback, and get through the mental aspect of that injury, knowing that if I lash through Alabama, which is probably the best defense, if not the best defense in the entire country, and get through that game healthy, I'm telling you, Miami is a dangerous football team, and we could see them again in a rematch in a playoff game later down the road, but that's for another conversation. But I think he needs to take advantage of what he's good at, not turn the ball over, and use his legs to get, positive yards and extend plays that can ultimately put us in position to be successful. But yeah, like you said, Coach Hayes, I have to run. The game's literally starting in 5 minutes. But I appreciate you having me on the show. I love this show. I cannot wait till Saturday when we get back on that game day show for our predictions and our analysis of what's going to happen against Alabama. But like I said, man, De'Aaron King is going to be the difference maker in this football game. And let me now remind you, I know this is probably something you talked about, but the linebacker play has got to get better. That's all I got to say. Coach Hayes, thank you again, guys. Nice meeting you guys.
Good luck, Baylin.
Man, appreciate you, Baylin, man. Thanks a lot to you, man. Good luck to you. We'll talk. We're going live from the tailgate on Saturday, bro. So make sure you hit me up, text me. I'll send you the link. Hey, it's going down.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys, if you want to follow my stuff on social media, it's at BaylinTrujillo.com or at Baylin Trujillo, which is my name's right there. I'm very vocal and polarizing on Twitter. I do not hold back. So if you guys want a good laugh, especially on game days, I'm a big trash talker, and then the same thing with my Instagram, same name. And I look forward to communicating with you guys throughout the season. I hope to see you guys too as well. All the guys on this chat right now, later in the future in the conversations. But Coach Hayes, peace out till Saturday, my man. Go Canes.
All day. All right, man, real quick, I want to bring this up now that he said that, which is great. We talked about that. I'll let you guys go ahead and finish on Derek Cole since you're at the top now, just by happenstance. Go ahead and you can have that same question. What does he have to do as a player? Because I want to get into some leadership stuff in a second. But as a player, what is it he has to do in order to win this ball game?
Just know your game plan. Know what you're expected of, right? The coaches are going to entrust you with the whole offense. And again, like Baylin had mentioned, he really doesn't have that many turnovers. Obviously, you look at the Clemson game, do a couple bad picks, but for the most part, he's pretty good as far as not turning the ball over, whether it's running or throwing. He just has to be confident in himself, which we already know he is, and just not turn the ball over, know the game plan, and just execute the way he knows how to play.
Dirty Bird, you got the same question. I love the name, man.
Well, 100%, man. To me, it's that he's got to protect the ball, right? You got to make the right decision with it. You got to know, your checks. I think there's a lot of the receivers are stacked and loaded. We were talking about that on our show. You got a receiver with pretty much every skill set out there. You just got to know where to go with the ball, man, and just be smart with it. And, know that you probably are going to throw a turnover or throw a pick at some point in the game. And you got to be able to rebound for it. You got to be able to shake it off and go back out. I mean, this is one of, if not the best defenses in all of college football.
Yeah, here's my thing about his gameplay. And I've said this before, and maybe I'm going a little bit beyond the question. But my thing about his gameplay, he does a great job, right? So he does a great job running. He does all that stuff. What I think he has to do, and I'm really I'm gonna stick with my question. What he has to do is make sure he hits the open guy. That's all I'm asking. Just hit the open guy, right? At least put it in his catch radius. That's all I'm asking. 100%.
100%.
That's what I want to do from as a player. Running the ball, I think he makes great decisions on RPOs, right? I think he does great jobs with those deals, right? But when we get a chance to hit the open guy, I can't hold him accountable if you hit the guy in the hand, he drops it, right? That's football. But when we got a guy open, let's get it to him, right? I've seen him miss quite a few shots like that where it's just not even catchable. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And that happens. You know what I mean? My second thing that I want to do, and I guess here's the flip side to this is, what do you expect? And I'll go back to you, Derek, at the top. What do you expect from a leadership position now out of De'Aaron King?
Man, that's a tough question, right? Because, again, when, say, Alabama goes up 14-0, what is going to be your mindset? Because, again, you're the captain of the team. I don't want to just say you're the captain of the offense. Literally, you're the captain of the team. Everything's going to – people's going to look at you, right? They're not going to look at the coaches. The player's going to look at you and say, all right, King, what do we need to do? And this goes back to your mental fortitude, right? You got to block out the nonsense. You got to look, hey, it's only 14 points. Let's get the ball. Let's go down. Let's score and, try to get right back in the game. I think that's important is when you get down, how do you respond, right? And again, whether it's, say you just talked about, you hit somebody in the hand. Say he hits Harley in the hands and Harley drops it. Maybe does King get up in his face like, come on, bro, I need you. It's only one drop, so those are the type of things I want to see. There's got to be some type. He's got to hold his other players accountable for their mistakes, just like the other players got to hold him accountable maybe for his mistakes. So that's what I want to see moving forward is accountability, and I want to see somebody getting in someone's face when things aren't going right? And that's what we've been missing as Miami.
Part of the crib, Dirty Bird, talk to him, and I'm going to introduce V12. You guys haven't met him yet. But Dirty Bird, go ahead. Same question to you.
Yeah, look, I feel the same way on it, right? He has got to be the guy who's in the huddle, who's the unquestioned leader, right? Who's, if somebody's not in the right spot or they're not running the right route, he's got to get up in them, and not to a point of, unlacing them, but like, yo, you need to lock it up and be right here with me. The one thing that I think really helps with that too is Rhett Lashley's coaching as well. If you watch Rhett on the sideline, man, he's up in every position group too. So, these guys all got to hold everybody accountable and make sure that everybody's in the right spot. But, King's the guy that everybody on this team, even the defensive guys, I think are going to look to, right? So, he's got to be there. He's got to, he's got to have the emotional intelligence to know how to get on guys, right? And, how guys are going to respond to it, right? Because, some guys, they need you to get up in their face and be hard. Some guys need you to talk to them real calm, like, hey, bro, you got to be there, man. This is where you messed up, right? So he's got to have that emotional intelligence about everybody to know how he's got to approach it. And, I believe he will, man.
Yeah. Now I'm going to introduce, before I bring my point of V12, I'm not sure if you heard the whole comment or the whole question I posed, but we were talking about D'Eriq King as a what does D'Eriq King have to do as a player to win this game was the first question. The second question was, what does D'Eriq King have to do as a leader to win this game? And before you answer that, for guys, these are the hosts of Cang Gang. Am I correct? Cang Gang, is it a podcast? That's correct?
It's on Sirius XM. We have a national radio show on Sirius XM.
A radio show, man. So, man, we making all type of connections out here, man. We got Kings in the air, on the ground, on the radio. I love it, man. But man, this is my man V12. We actually went to high school together, man. So he big fan of my show,
What's
man.
up, V12?
Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. Like I said, I love the name too, Dirty Bird, and D'Eriq Cole. I may have to rival you. You say you've been in the game 30 years. I've been in the Cang Gang a long time too, so we have that in common. So, but I love it though, because some of these references, I make a lot of references to the Kings of old, and some guys have. If you haven't been around for a long time, you don't know these references. So nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to be on, always with Coach Hayes. For me, you guys hit a lot of it on the head. D'Eriq King is definitely a leader, but what he has to do now is he has to gain the confidence back from his team. And what I mean by that, the injury not only plays a part on his mental psyche, but also on the team psyche. So to Coach's point, when he gets into the game and he starts to hit some of these players, and the team sees him scrambling and getting positive yards, I think that brings a comfort level to the team and also to himself. So I think that's number one. He has to show the team again, although he's done it in practice, that he's back for the most part from the knee injury. The second thing is, I know that D'Eriq King, he's a strong-willed young man by all the adversity that he's gone through. And I watched him, through last season, and we were down in some games, and he never gave up. Now, so the question is not about him; it's about like Dirty Bird say, can he light the fire under the team if they get down 14-0 or 21-0 to Alabama, and to kind of say, hey, this is not last year. This is not the Canes of 2018. These are the 2021 Canes, and we have to continue to compete in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it best, man, but I'm going to go and say this piece, man, because I didn't answer as a player. Well, I did answer as a player when I talked about completing the open passes. Here's what I'm looking at as a leader, and everybody pretty much kind of says what you guys say in regards to the offensive, to the receivers, right? Catch the ball, blah, blah, blah. I want to see him jump up in the face of one of them 6'5" uglies. He's in the charge of protection, right? The big uglies up front. Yeah. That's his bulletproof vest. I can't shoot my gun if my bulletproof vest got holes in it. What I'm trying to say is, and I say that I'm tearing up my cord here. I got it fired up, guys. Excuse me. What I'm trying to say is, I understand, right? And part of leadership, you don't have to be a rah-rah, yell in your face guy. Don't have to. You can be very quiet spoken, but there are some times you got to turn it up. It's just what it is, right? But there's some people who are rah, 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 rah all the time. But then some people that you could talk to, you walk up to a guy, hey man, you need to da 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 da, and that's enough. Some dude, you got to grab him by the face, man. Let's get it. You can't just get sacked, get up and just run back to the sideline. You need to be letting him have it on the way to the sideline. I told you the protection. I'm telling you, I need you. Look, what I'm saying is, if you're orchestrating this deal right here, right, you can ask anybody. Ask the music conductor. He doing like this, and that trumpet ain't loud enough. He gonna give him the business. It's the same thing. If I'm orchestrating the pass protection and you over here playing with this nose guard and they bringing the Mike backer, I done identify Mike number 11, Mike 11, and the Mike sack me, we're going to have some problems. It's just that simple, dog.
Right.
Now, if they bring the safety, that's my fault. Because a quarterback is responsible in a blitz package. The quarterback is always responsible for one guy because you can't protect everybody. But if I shouldn't be getting laid out back there, and I don't know the stat, maybe somebody can look it up. How many sacks did De'Aaron King have last year? Come on, man. And you can't do those things if I'm on my back, bro. And here's the deal. He's not a big guy. It doesn't take much to sack him. A lot of people don't realize that. He's not Ben Roethlisberger. He's not, if you notice, he don't pull out of sacks. He may make you miss, but he don't pull out of them because he's not a big dude.
Yeah, he got sacked against UAB, I think, twice. And again, we're talking UAB, right? So you're right. You get around the ankles, he ain't getting out of it. His legs ain't that big. He ain't got a big frame on him. So it's kind of easy to get him down. But he's got to also look at too, like if he can feel that pressure, you got to get rid of the ball. I don't care if you throw it away. Again, and hopefully he's experienced enough now to know that, look, I just can't take the sack. I got to get rid of the ball. But listen, we all know about football, right? It's easy for us to say, man, you should just throw the ball away. Sometimes we need a moment. Maybe you ain't thinking about throwing the ball away.
Problem is we're judging it after the play, like, oh, that's what we should have done. Well, obviously,
Yeah, but guess what? I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes you can't throw it away.
Correct.
The bullet's on top of you so fast. Why? Because I'm sitting here watching the guard bury his face in the armpit of the 3 technique, right? And he missed the blitzing backer. Because he's so buried, instead of him protecting, eyes up, we know it's a 2-to-2 read, right? Me and him got the 3 technique to the mic. Instead of you bury it and he come on the key blade, you done. By the time I get it, here's another thing. What people don't realize about that doggone shotgun. Your eyes are down. There is a millisecond. I have to look and catch the football. Versus when I'm under center, I can look this way and feel the football. I can look this way. I can look at, if I'm here, there's a second. I have to be here. Once I get it, now when I look up, you have to remember those images went from being in a 3-point stance to standing up by the time my face went up. So imagine doing this. I got a clear view, said hut, I got an obscure view. Just that fast. That's what people don't understand about this game. And he ain't the tallest of dudes. So it's more like this. It's more like this.
It literally is that right there.
Yeah. So sometimes it gets right on top of you. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying to him, he's got to stand up more to his offensive line and get the protection right. And if I tell you the protection, bro, do what I'm asking you.
Yeah, facts.
That's all I'm trying to say. Let me get into this point, man. It's 8 o'clock. I have to say this, man. We are literally, based on my timer here, we are 4 minutes into the U-Tube 4 hours into the U-Tube takeover. I'm still fresh. Ain't got out this seat yet. I ain't got to use the bathroom either. And I'm still on my cane juice.
There you go. Must have that. Must have that bag. Man. You got that bag underneath that desk, bro. Don't lie. You got the little tube with the bag. You got the little.
I got that golf club. You know the golf club they got with the town. So with that being said, man, we halfway through this deal, man. We got a lot more guys coming. All right, we breaking them hours in. So on the 30-minute mark, we breaking them in. I'm looking now. Tennessee Bowling Green just kicking off. My son, he don't get the ball first. Joe Milton, man, I love him, man. That's my boy. So it's gonna be his first start at Tennessee, but Bowling Green got the ball. But anyhow, back to Hurricane talk. Let's go back to this with De'Aaron King. How important is he in the run game? Because we're gonna get into, we talked about some passing. How integral is he in the run game? Does Rhett Lashley or has the coaching staff with Manny Diaz say, well, we don't want him to get hurt? So do we scale it back some? I'll start with you, Derek Cole.
I think if he's your best offensive weapon, you got to, no handcuffs. You got to be able to let him run, right? Honestly, it's Alabama, right? You can't be sitting there and say, hey, King, I just don't want you to sit there and be like, hey, man, the Wizardator, I love it. I think you can't handcuff this game. I think you got to open up the bag and let the chips fall where they fall, right? If he's your best asset, again, if he's got to do things with his legs and scramble, I wouldn't mind seeing some bootlegs. Again, we don't run those type of plays anymore. But again, if it's off tackle, maybe you hit a bootleg once or twice. It makes Alabama's defense start thinking about different things. But you got to let him run. I mean, obviously, he's one of your best assets. Again, RPOs, again, he's going to make people miss. I think you got to let him do what he does.
Dirty Bird.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I don't know if you really script him into, a bunch of designed runs, right? But you definitely give him the ability to, look, if it's not there, man, you got to tuck it and run, go with it, right? You got to trust the knee, right? I mean, if we're going to win this game, man, you got to let him play his game, and you got to not tell him that you're fearful for him. But, I also wouldn't, tell him up the gut. Because
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I wouldn't run him up the gut because, I don't want him to get smashed, right? But, I definitely want him to feel free if he needs to tuck it and run to be able to take it and go with it.
V12, talk to it.
Yeah, I'd rather us initiate the offense than to have them rolling on skates. So if we're going to run them, like Derek said, make sure we run them, and take the handcuffs off of De'Aaron King. Although I see them taking it slow, maybe to Dirty Bird's point, taking it slow with him. Kind of the first 14 plays, I'm assuming, just my suspicion is Red last, you would kind of see what the defense is giving us. And if we don't have to running, by and large, we don't. But if we're seeing that the box is being stacked or the receivers can't get off the press, we may have to go to some kind of RPO and allow Derek to use his legs and use his mind in order to put us in better situations.
Yep.
Gotcha. So here's my deal, man. In regards to that, as I look at it, I feel the same way. I don't think that when you play timid like that, guess what you do? You get timid results, right? It's just that thing, right? You basically out there just playing for a clock to hit zero because you're walking through. If that's the case, take him out. Don't even let him play. If we're gonna do that, if you're worried about the remainder of the season, don't let him play. Play somebody else. Go ahead and put Jay Garcia in TVD in there, and let's see what they got. If you feel, because we already know what King has. I'm just saying, if you're going to play that way, you're not playing to win. You're
100%. 100%.
Right. You're playing because you scheduled this game. So if that's the case, let's get the other two dudes battle tested, and let's get this thing shaking. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just calling a spade at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
You can't go in there like Bishop Sycamore. I mean, you can't, right?
You knew the Bishop Sycamore reference had to drop soon.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy how they come up. Listen, that's ESPN. I told them ESPN can hire me. I'll be quality control. I'll fly around the country and make it happen.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, long story short, man, that's great. So here it is. We are 18. We good. We got 20 minutes. We got a great deal right now. Bishop Sycamore, an online school, and nobody like. The commentators had to find out they didn't have any Division I players on the roster. The commentators figured that out. They don't
I'm laughing at the team moms and the trainers.
Yeah, the team moms and the trainers. It was pitiful, bro. It was bad. Yeah, but anyhow, because they're playing another school. IMG is playing another school anyhow. But anyway, yeah, that's a whole nother story. But anyway, so let's go back to now. We talked about De'Aaron King in the sense of those things. We talk about some leadership roles. Do you think that Rhett Lashley is comfortable enough with De'Aaron King calling some of his own plays? And the reason I asked that was because they kind of gave him some reign at the spring game to call his own plays, right? And kind of take things. That's a way of building trust. That's a great job by them because it's building trust within the players, and especially it was working, right? So the players like, oh, this dude, is that a way to build that trust with the teammates? And I know they evaluated it. So does he have that autonomy as well? I guess the right way to say it in the game, maybe in a hurry up situation. Go ahead, D, you got it.
I mean, listen, if you walk up to the line, I mean, coach can call whatever he wants. When you walk up to the line and you see a different formation, you got to be able to check out of that and be like, look, if they're calling like a dive up the gut or whatever, and they got 8 in the box, 9 in the box, you got to be able to check out of that, spread it out, and make things happen. And I think King, if you watch him or you listen to him, he's always into film study. Like he's studying that book. He's studying defense. And that's what Miami really hasn't had over the years with quarterbacks, is really knowing how to dissect the defense. So I think with that opportunity, if it arises, I think by all means, you got to let him, check out of a call and call your own play.
But not just a checkout. I'm talking about
even so, yeah.
The series, just let him roll it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he knows what the defense is doing, right? If he sees people running back, and if he sees the defense running off and bringing a different formation, they're bringing more linebackers in, or they're kind of going to like a 3-4, or they're pulling safeties, whatever the case may be. If he sees that, by all means, he has to be able to adjust and call the plays and just keep it moving.
Got you. The Dirty Bird, you feel that same way?
Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, look, this guy is in what, his fifth year in college, right? Maybe it's 6th year, right? I mean, look, at this point, you got to be able to go in there and have the freedom to, to change the play. You got to be knowing what you're looking at, man. So 100%, man, they need to give him the freedom and autonomy to play his game.
Got you. V12, talk about it, and then we're gonna jump into some of these backup dudes right quick.
Ooh, all right.
I'm definitely in agreement with the panel. I also thought it was an ingenious way that Manny Diaz and Rhett Lashley kept D'Eriq King engaged while he was rehabbing, because oftentimes you as a starting quarterback, you're never really on the sideline to kind of see what's going on. So I think that actually helped him to be able to be on the sideline and see a play and kind of know and kind of have an idea what Lashley is looking for real time, being next to him and calling that play and kind of seeing the result. So I think, and I will see, I think it built their relationship, made it a lot closer. And now I think he trusts him even more to go ahead and if he doesn't see a play or that he may not see the same thing that Lashley is seeing, in order to check out or to even call an initial play, and they could have that coach player conversation if it doesn't work, or if it works, to kind of figure out what went wrong or what went right in that situation.
Coach, if I could add one more thing too, this is the first time that King has played in the same offense for a second consecutive season, right? And I think that's going to be huge, man, because
yeah,
that's going to lead to him really knowing that playbook inside and out.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry, I got a little emotional. My son just scored at Tennessee, man. I'm super
happy.
He deserves
all right.
it, man. He deserves it. He's been through some stuff, man. So
yeah.
Good job, Joe, man. Good job, bro.
Yeah, you earned that job up there too, man.
Yeah, man.
Competition up there,
great. So
good for him, man.
That's great, bro.
You need that Wizinator. You gotta drain the Wizinator.
Hey, I'm back, Diddy. Hey, hold up, coach. Get yourself. Get out of here, coach. All right, here we go. All right, let's rock and roll, baby. I'm just happy for him, man, because the kid been through a lot. And I'm always advocating for players, right? Yeah. That's why I don't call Zach McCloud 53, because you're not an idiot dude, right? You may not be the best guy we want in the shoulder pads, but if you're not a cancer to the program, these kids come do everything they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? I'm always advocate for players. It's just always gonna be me, because they at the end of the day, they still kids. We can call them young men. I know hoes them like, but they kids, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, I know this is the quarterback. Listen, the quarterback, top with there, but you just say a kid to like a dear friend of mine, like 5'3". We like this, man. Like I got none but respect for that kid.
Yeah.
He's been through a lot. Everything that was asked. Look, we're gonna go from a 4-3. We're gonna move you out. We're gonna bring a striker position in, and you're gonna be the odd man out. My man took it with a grain of salt. So you know what? I'm a red shirt. Okay. Oh, you need me to play? I'm gonna go to DN. I'm gonna gain 20-something pounds and put my hand in the dirt. And you're bringing Jess Simpson back? By all means, let me go. Go ahead.
And not only that, you do it before a bowl game to get criticized.
Hey,
you know what I mean? That's like saying, hey, we're gonna take Nasty Nestor because he a big dude and put him at guard for the bowl game.
Listen, and all that hype,
successful,
and all that stuff. You bring in the transfer from, you bring DeAndre from Tennessee. You bring him in. Guess who's getting the starting job on the left side? Zach McCloud. Thank you.
That's right.
Put the work in. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, baby, that's what it's all about.
We get fired up on Zach McCloud talk, man.
Yeah. No, I like Zach McCloud. I like him as a person. There's things, man, like I say, yeah, he maybe athletically okay, he didn't do whatever. But I'm not here to bash him because
100%.
I mean, yeah, I'm never gonna bash a player. You know what I'm saying? So here's my deal, man. Because I tell fans all the time when he was being recruited, well, Zach McCloud, if you know what I'm saying. Now it ain't it ever. You quick to turn on, but yet we talk about this the family. All right, you don't turn on your own kid like that, and they be jumping in and out of car windows, stealing people's stuff. You won't turn on them, but then you'll turn on this kid because he can't tackle the way you want, bro. It's a football game, man. Anyhow, let me get back. Let me get off my soapbox. V12, you know how I get down. You got to hit me with the button, dog. Chill out, cut.
I don't have all the gadgets that you have. I'm just an old panelist. I'm just an old panelist with no control.
Here, listen, if you see this thing over here, bro, it looks crazy, bro.
I seen your setup. It's
nice. To Howard Stern, bro.
I seen your setup.
Buttons everywhere, but I don't even know how to use half this crap, fellas. So anyhow, real quick, man. Let's go into the backup guys. Let's talk about TVD or Jake.
TV dinner. Let's go.
Hold on, let me point. TVD. Who you got? Who you got, Dirty Bird?
Oh, TVD.
Who you got, V12?
I mean, Jake came in late. Jake came in late, and he's still
V12.
Yeah, Jake. Yeah.
You go Jake second.
I go Jake. Yeah, I go Jake. But okay, go ahead. I go Jake, and I can explain later. Go ahead. I mean TVD. Yeah, but I like Jake. Well, I thought they. To me, I thought for him to have been just in the program for that amount of time, I thought he competed very well for that second position.
Sure.
I thought he made some great throws. I thought he had a good grasp from the spring game. Yeah, from spring game. A good grasp of the offense. So
I should have brought this up earlier. It's getting juicy.
Yeah, so that's. But I mean, if you want to go with TVD, I mean, he's been around a little longer.
No explanation.
It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
Okay.
I look at it like this: TVD's been in the system 2 years with Red Lashley. This is the second year. The dude's 6'4", 220. Not knocking Jake. Jake, I mean, he's 6'2", maybe 200, maybe 205. Again, all I saw in the spring game was TVD straight slinging that, and then people like Pope and other people still dropping the ball. So you got to call, like you said earlier, Coach, spades a spade. Like you can't have the same type of production when one person is dropping the ball and the other guy's catching the ball based on quarterbacks. But man, like we talk about Derrick King being 5'11", 185, 190. I'm looking at a boy who's 6'4", 220. Man, let me get up there and let him spin it.
So here's my question. Let me ask you a question about that. And let me give you my point, and I'm going to get out the way with this and let y'all roll with it. So I was on Hurricane Zoe and them show, CWO deal, and they were him and another gentleman was on Against the Grain. We were just chopping up. I wouldn't just came on, and they were talking, and Zoe was talking about Jake Garcia, how he looked compared to TVD, right? And remember, you got to remember how fans look at things. I'm not calling those guys fans. I'm just talking about why everybody's really on the Jake deal versus TVD, because perception becomes people's reality, right? And if you off the cuff, Jake looked better. The things looked better off the cuff. Remember, I'm looking at it from a fan's point of view right now. But from a coach's point of view, TVD made the right throws. He put the ball where he's supposed to. So did Jake. But Jake looked a little more exciting, right? It was a little more razzle and dazzle, right? Sequence make everything look better, right? Shiny stuff, rhinestones. But at the end of the day, it's still a blazer, right? It's still a coat.
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened with, and I think that's what happened with Jake. TVD didn't look as great from a fan's perspective as shiny. You know what I mean? But I have to say that I don't think Jake did enough to take the job from TVD, and TVD didn't do enough to separate himself from the job. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
100%.
So in my eyes, I still go with TVD just because of years, and you did nothing to lose the job. But if it come down to it, and one of them come in and get other, and they get separated, they got to make a decision. Go ahead, Dirty Bird. You got something to say?
No, I was just going to say, man, that I love that we have the competition back there, right? I mean, I think our quarterback room, like it's good that we're disputing all this stuff, and we got two guys that got to spend the spring really pushing each other. I love Jake, right? I love watching him toss. He's going to be a special player, right? But I'm with TVD for the number 2 job and the next man up because he's had some time with this team, man. And I think if it comes down to it and you get put in a game in a high pressure situation, I think TVD has a better chance to come in and be able to keep a calm head and be productive, right? Plus Jake, man, I mean, he's been all over the place over the past few years. I think he's been to 5 high schools, including, we just watched the documentary. I just watched 90% of that documentary the other night on Netflix with him. I mean, that kid's been on the move, man. I think the best thing for him is to get into the program, get in here, have some stability, learn the playbook, build relationships with those around you. And look, I can't wait to see Jake play here and sling it here. I just think TVD is the next man up.
And, and if things go right, Coach, say TVD does get the QB2 going to next year, obviously, hey, listen, it's going to be an open competition. You still got Ja'Cory Brown who's going to come into the mix, right? So, listen, I'm just throwing this out there. At the end of the day, I don't care if you're a freshman. I don't care if you're a senior. You play your best player, right? I'll go back to 99 when Kenny Kelly got ripped up against Vatet. Who they throw in there? 6'5", 160-pound Ken Dorsey, right? He took his ass beating too. But at the end of the day, he didn't let that job go. He said, you know what? I'm running with it. So at the end of the day, if you got a freshman that can come in there and surpass an upperclassman, by all means, man, you play that play.
Yeah, and I always said this, right? If I got two guys and they're right here, I'm gonna take the younger dude because I got more time with them, right?
100%.
But right now in the middle of the season, if I'm in the season and I got a guy already here, I may go with the older guy until he does something to make me like say. I always say this. I don't say about hurt. Say Derek King break a shoelace and he can't play the rest of the season. That's my superstition, right? And so therefore TVD comes in, and then now we have to make a decision, and that's something different. You know what I mean? Man, that's perfect, man. Let me see. Just want to make sure these guys are coming in because I know Cat's starting to watch college football tonight. And I can't be U-Tube Takeover by myself. And guess what? The views down to 216. Everybody watching the game right now. Guess what? Cut it off. I'm winning right now when it comes to fantasy league.
They got us up in the game on silent, man. That's how it goes.
That's it.
Yeah. That's fine. But anyhow, so that's where we get from. Let me ask you this: what would separate the two? I'm talking TVD, Jake Garcia. What skill sets do they possess? What's the compare and contrast between the two?
I mean, if you ask me, it's who knows the playbook, who knows how to make the right reads. Whether it's a hot route, whatever the case may be. Like you said, TVD put the ball where it had to be. And I think that's what coaches are looking for, right? There's nothing wrong with taking an opportunity or taking a shot down the field because sometimes, you get that 50-50 ball. But I think to me, it has to be like who has a better understanding and a better handle of the playbook. Who knows where to go? Where's your checks? Like that's the thing to me is you don't want to make the silly mistake. You don't want to just call a hot route. Next thing you know, you throw the ball on the out route. Linebacker jumps it and takes it to the house, right? When you probably had a seam route going down the middle. So it's exactly what. So I think that's what, knowing where you have to go with the ball, I think is the most important thing.
Right. Okay. So what do you say, Dirty Bird? Maybe I wasn't clear, but what I was asking was so far as maybe foot speed is the difference in their game, arm strength, maybe decision making from what you maybe saw. Those are the kind of things I was kind of talking about. So maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but what you said was perfect. But those are the type of things. What I'm saying is, what are you getting out of the two players? Are you getting TVD the bigger arm, Jay Garcia the faster feet? The contrast between the two guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other when you think about it, right? Because, you got TVD who, any of us have seen him in person. I mean, is a monster, right? I mean, he looks like he could be, a D end or a tight end or, he's a big, statuesque kind of body out there and everything, right? And then you got Jake, who's, just got this golden arm, right? And all the touch in the world on every one of his passes, man. So it's, it's hard to pick, right? I mean, so you kind of got to look and you got to say, hey, Rhett Lashley, who fits what you're trying to do out there the best? And, like what Co said, right, it probably comes down to X's and O's, right? Who is retaining the playbook the right way? Who's making the right reads in practice, right? So, Jake may make a beautiful throw and may push it in there, but, was that the right throw to have made, right? That's how they're going to look at it is who's knowing the playbook and, who puts it all together, right? But remember, every time if you get put in a game, sometimes, I always look at, the Evan Sharif situation when he got put in that game in Pittsburgh when Malik Rashir was getting dominated, man. That was not a good situation to go into, man. And I mean, if you get put into that, how do you respond, right?
V12, what you got, man? Talk to me. You got a lot of knowledge.
No, yeah,
I'm sorry. My earpiece died. The right side died out, so I had to switch it over, man.
Hey, 8 hours will do that, man.
No, for me, TBD, he does have the stature of. We can all say it right now of a prototypical NFL type quarterback, and he also has the arm. But along with that, for me, like you said, Cole, the experience in the system He's been around a couple years, and this is probably his second year on the Red last year, so that goes a long way. Although I think that Jake has the it factor that the fans would like to see. For me, he just pops off the screen, and he has that quote unquote that Money Manziel type of era for me, and that's what I think we know that's been missing in a sense at the U. Not saying that may be the best for us, but sometimes confidence like that, I think that's what he possesses, the confidence and his ability that pushes the program forward. So for me, that's why, I mean, they're pretty much neck and neck in a sense, but TVD's been in the system for a longer time. But for me, I'm looking at Jake as that person where he'll put fans in the seat, and he just seems to be more exciting at this particular point in time, just coming in as a true freshman.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. We right here at the end of this deal. I want to say thank you so much to Cang Gang, man, for guys coming in, like I say, supporting the process. If you ever need anything from me, come on, whatever, let me know, man. You guys are more than welcome. I got the face for radio.
Hey.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on our show too, man, for sure.
Yeah, man. No, anytime, bro. Like I said, all you gotta do is just call me, man, and I'm all good, man. I don't. If I'm free, I'm free.
So, Coach, you're gonna be at the game on Saturday, right?
Did I lose you?
Nah, Coach, can you hear us?
Nah, y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
They ain't rolling, bro.
I guess not.
I don't know what's going on with this. I hate technology, bro.
Cord. A cord.
Good stuff, man.
You can't go wrong. Like, man, that's why you get a hardwired one.
I agree. Earlier this season, funny story, last season when we started to do this, I had those fancy AirPods connected, and I couldn't hear nothing. So I went back to the old school. You know what I mean? The old school wired ones, and they work fine.
Yeah.
Hey, V12, you on Instagram? You on IG?
No. I'm not on a lot of these platforms. I just kind of hang out a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I definitely tune into you guys. You said you guys are Sirius Radio?
Yeah, Sirius XM every Friday from 11 to 1, channel 145.
Okay.
We've been doing it for about a year now, a little over a year. We've been on the air, and we were given an opportunity, and I've been around the program a long time, man. So it's one thing. It's a great passion for me. Like today on IG, I've been doing a countdown. With how many days away. Like today, I got pictures of me and Willis back in the OB. Yesterday was me and John Beeson in the OB. Yesterday, I think I had I think it was Randall Hill. I don't know who I had, and then I got a picture with Devin Hester back in the OB. Like just so the countdown was going on. So
yeah.
I'm back, man. I cut that thing off. It is what it is, man. It's all good, man. But guys, again, when you try 8 hours or something, it is what it is.
You for doing it, man. The U-Tube Takeover, man. Appreciate you doing that. But you're gonna be at the game.
Yeah, man. So I'm actually flying out tomorrow evening, man. We'll be over at the Battery. Lamar Thomas is doing something with Melvin Bratton and those guys. We'll be doing a live show from the tailgate as well. Man.
Are you connecting with Canes United over there on Forsyth Street?
I guess so. Yeah, I know it's 135th Forsyth. That way you just text me.
Yeah. I think that's with Canes United. We're gonna be over at the All Canes party tomorrow night. Obviously, I fly out in the morning as well. That's over there in Buckhead. That's with All Canes. I think Reggie Wayne, Lamar, Mel, all those guys.
Yeah, that's the Battery, right?
No. That's the one in Buckhead. The Battery, I don't think have any alumni over there.
I don't know, man. Long
we're gonna see you this weekend.
Hey, where your seats at? Where your seats at the game?
Man, if you had to find me, bro, I got an oxygen tank and a pair of shoes in case I'm having.
Oh my gosh, you must be in the front row. You eat the Bob Euchre? You in the front row?
I don't know where. Yeah, I'm on the front row at the top. In case I used to be hanging over the top.
Bet that up, man. Well, listen, man, we appreciate you having us on, and listen, man, definitely a pleasure, and we had a great time, man.
Absolutely.
Likewise, guys. Absolutely.
Man, appreciate you guys.
Baby.
All day.
Yes, sir.
Man, I love it. All right, man. See you guys. We got our next group coming in right now, man. You're gonna love it. We got Miami Flo in the building. We got
what's Flo at?
Flo down there. He down there. Rock and roll.
Yeah. Let me holler at Flo real quick.
Yeah, Flo down there, man. We got Miami Flo. We got Steve-O from Cang Gang. We got Max. and roster man edits, man. I love it, man. So we got a lot of cats in the building. I'm gonna let you and Flo wrap it out right now. Go ahead, man. You gotta chop it up.
What it do, Flo?
What's good? What's good? What's up, bro?
Steve-O. What's up, Max?
Steve-O, you're muted.
Steve-O got a headset on. He playing Call of Duty. Yo, he was good.
What's up, pal?
Oh, you already know, man. But listen, y'all enjoy your next hour, man. We just killed it on ours. So, y'all be good, man. Y'all have a good night, and then hopefully I'll see some of y'all on Saturday.
All right, stay cool, Cole.
Bet that up.
Is he out? All right. Hey, Max, we're going to talk. I don't know if you can hear me on this thing, man, but every time I get ready to log on, bro, every time I bring somebody on, it kicks me out, man. I don't know why it does that, but every time
There
go.
he goes. Can you hear us, Coach?
You should look at his face. His face is priceless.
Right,
Look at his face.
This is the Miami Flow show.
Look at Coach Hayes' face, though. He didn't look like he did.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, man. We getting ready to start talking. We getting ready to start talking about linebackers right now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Max, we got to chop it up about this, man. Here go the funny thing. I just ordered. Remember we were talking about RAM? I know I'm kind of off topic right now. I'm gonna say what's up to everybody. I ordered some RAM from Amazon. It didn't come. Guess when it just came? In the middle of the show.
Perfect time.
Yeah,
technology sucks. I want to give a big shout out to everybody, man. Mommy Flo, we've been on. Canged Up, as you know, we've been on before, man. I appreciate your support all the time. My headset don't work. This one ran out of battery. Man, life sucks, but I'm a Cang, and we going to home kid. I got a sign language or write it out. We're gonna make it happen tonight, man. But like I say, Flo, I appreciate you, man. You guys can always check them out. They come on Sunday. I don't know if you plan on changing it up on off season, but I know if Miami Flow show comes on a Sunday at 8:30, man. I'm actually off right now during the season. I'm not doing Saturday or Sunday rather. So far, Steve-O, man, we've been on podcasts, but I don't think I've ever had a chance to tell you, bro. I love what you do, man, when it comes to breaking film down. I think you and Wholesome, man, you guys are one of the most dynamic guys. As a young cat, I'm not saying this is fun, but dog, y'all own it, bro. Y'all own it, man. So I take my hat out to you, man. The stuff you saying, you talking like a coach. I don't know what your aspirations are in life, bro. But if that's what you want to do, don't hesitate. Go get it. You know what I mean? Because I think you dynamic. You're a young cat, dog. You talking like you've been in this thing 30 years, bro. So if that's something you want to do, go do it, man. If not, go commentate, do that, man. Whatever it is, you're going to be great. Because I can tell you, I'll be listening. I'll be like, damn, he ain't lying. Or I'll be like, I ain't know that. You know what I mean? That's the truth. So, man, big shout out to you for that, bro.
We can't hear you, Steve-O.
I said I'll let you sucky microphone.
No, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah, appreciate you, Coach, man, checking out the reviews and all the feedback. But yeah, definitely trying to get into some coaching. So we'll see how that road go.
I tried to get you a job.
Yeah, I had an opportunity, but it was short.
I hooked him up, Coach Hayes. I hooked him up, and he.
It was a receiver coach job that turned into an OC job that, happened like a week or two before fall camp. So I wasn't able to get the work schedule around. But coming in next year, like I got some things going in, like, some things like Gold Feet Global starting their own 7-on-7 team. I'm involved with that. So I'm definitely, getting around to that point.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, like I say, man, do it, man. If you're gonna do it, I think you got the chops for it, bro. You know what I mean? It's gonna take some sacrifice. There's a million people trying to do one job. You know what I mean? So, but you got with it. You got the chops, bro. You know what I mean? And you can definitely do it. I'm gonna go to Max. Then I'm gonna go to Roster, man. I don't think I've ever met Roster, man. But I'm gonna go to Max first. Max, thank you, bro, for helping me set this thing up with the schedule on the back end. He's the Excel guru in the building.
Spreadsheet guy.
Yeah, man. So he hooked me up, man. We chopped it up a lot, man. But thank you, man, straight up about all of that stuff. So I really appreciate it. I know you out in Cali. Every time I talk to you, the sun at your back, man. You got to cover. You living the life. I'm sitting here looking at complete dark out the window.
Yes, sir. Hey, before we get started, Joe Milton's balling right now.
I know I'm watching it, man. I'm watching it right now. I got it down here. And guess what? Oh, matter of fact, me and Max are going head to head right now in the fantasy league. So I'm actually playing Max right now in the fantasy league. If you guys missed it, man, it was a great thing. I didn't know what the world I was doing, but I said I was going to come back and be the WWW, which is the waiver wire wizard. And I've been on the waiver wire trying to kill it, bro. But yeah, man, he's balling out. And Roster Man, edit, man. You gotta. I don't think we've ever met. I've seen you on some shows with Miami Flow and everything, man. But I do want to appreciate the fact that you came out here, spend your Thursday night with me, man. And thank you so much for coming on and let people know, as well as myself, where they can find you and everything else.
First off, it's a blessing to be here, man. I appreciate you having us and holding this together for all of us today. I've been at work watching some of the hours, some of the shows, just got off and now I'm here. But obviously, you know, Rosterman edits 305 on Twitter, Instagram, part of the Miami Flow Squad. We have our show Thursday nights, 8:45. Me and my co-host Dave, we bring on guests. We talk a lot of football, but we do a lot of giving back to high school athletes to try to get them scholarships and, you know, attention that a lot of kids don't get, you know, because some of these kids, they don't have the coaching that'll give them that attention. So me and Dave try to give them that platform to get their name and likeness and film to a lot of coaches. So yeah, that's a little bit about me, man.
No, that's perfect, bro. Like you said, I mean, you learn a lot, man. I sit here doing all those edits and stuff for those WREs I do. So I always put y'all, you know, I always put YouTube screens on, man. And it's every day it's a new Miami hurricane show, or there's a hurricane show I can sit and watch and definitely learn stuff. I tell people all the time, recruiting is not necessarily my lane. You know, I don't know who the hottest 8th grader is, but guess what? You guys and everybody else does, and they do. You got y'all cats be on it, man. You know, I know Brad is taking his own little hiatus right now, but he's a cat that's on it. I always got to give him his props for Landon Ibieta. You know what I mean? He's always talking about, you know, and he can play, man. I can't wait to see what that cat does as well, man. But definitely, man. We also got one more dude in the building, man. Let's see if my internet doesn't suck right now, which is probably gonna suck right now. Yeah, sucking.
Yo, what up, everybody?
Max, we gotta talk, baby.
Good, T2.
What's going on? What's going on? What up, Miami Flow? What up, Steve-O? What up?
My whole screen is black.
What up,
I don't know if it's a processing issue or what, but I suck.
What's up, T2Y? It's been a minute. I ain't seen you since we was at the boat campers. What's good, bro? How you doing?
Coach Hayes, shout out, boy. Coach Hayes, like, my whole screen is black.
It was. My whole screen is black, and all of a sudden it just popped back up. But it's only when I bring people on.
When I came in, I saw like everybody, you know, it had like a loading thing around everybody's. So it did go black on mine too.
Yeah, we back right though. We back right.
We good. Look at Streeter in the chat trying to plug his energy drink. Get an Edge energy drink. He tell you, Coach Hayes.
I don't know if y'all boys was here earlier for the wide receiver room.
Oh my Lord, I saw that. Boy, X is shout out.
You know, I ain't never had to kick a dude out in my chat before, dog. This is a family show.
You know what's funny? I was watching when I was listening. I had my headphones and I was still at work. But when you guys started talking, I'm like, what are you talking about? And I pulled it up and I rewind and I'm like, whoa, okay.
That was epic. That was epic.
I was like,
when I said that thing went left real quick, it went left quick. It went from eating chicken wings to
chicken wings.
Huh? But golly, but anyway, that's all good, man. Everybody having fun. He already in Atlanta. I'm gonna have to see him there as well. But anyhow, let's jump into this, man. We got a lot to talk about. We're talking about linebackers. Am I correct? Yeah, we knocked them all down. We're talking about linebacker play, and we definitely got some guys in here that know what they're talking about. I'm trying not to read the chat, man. Dennis, you killing me. Cause you always be the real one, even with the poor little Timmy internet. Come on, man. Hey, chicken wings are tight ends, boy. Y'all telling me. So here we go, man. Let's knock this piece out. Let's talk about linebackers. Everybody wants to talk about linebacker play. I'm gonna pose a question and kind of take this thing clockwise, since that's how we're looking. Starting with you, Flo, ending with you, T2Y. Linebacker right now. Most people Are they happy with the depth chart? Are they not? That's kind of my question right now. At will, they have Keontre Smith. At Mike, you have Flag. At striker, they have Amari Carter. Am I correct? Is that accurate? I know you got.
That's it.
The backup for Keontre Smith is Wayman Steed. The backup for backup Mike is Jennings, and the backup striker is Frierson. So going around, and maybe you can just briefly say why. Agree, disagree with that lineup. If not, who would you change and why? On with you, Flo.
I'm definitely agreeing with the Will and the Mike 100%. I love me some Amari, but I don't know how Gilbert ain't in there. Like, I understand that they think Bama's gonna run the ball, so Amari's a little bit better at run support. But for me, if you watch the tape from last year, Gilbert Frierson was the most consistent dude on defense, and it's a little bit weird for me that he don't get the nod. But they're saying Amari's killing it. He leaned out a little bit. He looks better, but that's the only. And it ain't like a big beef I got with them. It's just it's a little confusing. Your most consistent defender last year, you took out of the starting lineup. Like that just threw me off a little bit. But at the end of the day, Coach, it's about how many snaps you get, right? But you asked the question about starting. So for me, I'm gonna say the Amari and Frierson thing threw me off.
All right, cool. Steve-O, talk to us, man.
Keontre Trill at weak side linebacker. So do not worry about weak side linebacker. I know he's another broad guy, so I always tend to shoot for these guys. But bro, let me tell you, Keontre on that. So I'm not worried about it at all. He's always played bigger than his size suggests. Even when in high school, to get on the field younger, even later on in his career, he was always down there in that second level. He played like a grown man. At Mike, we have Flag, who he was coming off of that knee injury when he came from North Shore. So we didn't see his best athletic talent. We saw, a guy that knew what to do, but not a guy who was explosive enough to get sideline to sideline, a guy with quick area, with that quickness and short area spaces to get off a guard, to shed a block. So I think we'll see more of that this year. But my first thing is, I think Carter's he's listed as a starter at striker, but I think he goes in at middle linebacker before Jennings does. And you see him and Gill on the field at the same time. When you watch NC State, when you watch any team film against any team that was able to air it out on us, the first thing you see is Amari Carter at middle linebacker, Keontre Smith at weak side, and Gilbert at striker. So I don't take it no shade that Gilbert's not an official starter. I think his snap count's going to be 50 plus, so he's going to be happy.
All right, talk to us, Max. You next up on the board with it.
Yeah, Steve and I just kind of broke this down on our show on Tuesday, but, I agree with a lot of the things that Steve was saying. I think, and also what Flo said, the starter with Gilbert not starting, I agree. I thought Gilbert was the best player on defense for us last season, and it is interesting not to see him as a starter, or at least listed as a starter, but there were some rumblings that he came into fall camp a little bit chunkier than he probably should have been, and that could have been a deciding factor to that. And Amari Carter really did take care of his body, so maybe it's just a motivation thing. They want to see him get back into the best shape he can be at. But at the other two positions, Keontre Smith starting at will makes way too much sense. He should have been there last year, even though he did play snaps there last year, but he should have been starting there last year. And then Corey Flag in the inside makes a lot of sense. He did a lot of work this offseason working on his speed, shedding weight, and getting faster. So I think it makes a ton of sense where we're at right now.
That's cool, man. Real quick, man. Roster, man, talk to me, man. I'm excited to hear your point of view.
I'm fine with it, to be honest with you, across the board. Backups. I don't think we're going to be seeing just two linebackers. I think you'll see like a 4-1-6. I think you'll see a 4-2-5 and a 4-3 sometimes on the field packages. So I'm fine with Keontre. I'm good with Flag in the middle and Carter. I think you're going to see, like Steve-O said, I think you'll see Carter and Gill on the field at the same time. Depends on the package they're going to bring out. If you expect a heavy pass, you'll probably see Gill. If you see heavy run, I think you'll see Carter a little more. So I think this is honestly a test run. I know it's kind of weird to say that against Bama, but Bama's not the season. I think they kind of fill it out and use this as a stepping stone moving forward.
No, I like that part, what you said, because I think that's definitely going to happen. I want to get T2I's take, but I think it's called packaging based on personnel, right? And what you were saying, 416, there's dime packaging versus nickel packaging, so forth and so on. And if you see a spread 3rd and long, you may see, of course, Amari Carter may come out there, bring in that 5th or 6th DB, that type of deal. So I totally understand where you're coming from. And I guess before T2I answers, a lot of times what happens is sometimes we get caught up with depth charts. And I'm talking from fan bases, right? Oh, he's starting. Man, look here. That's the first play of the game. And guess what? Based on the personnel package that comes out when the spotter upstairs is yelling 10, 10, 10 personnel or 0 personnel, this paper goes straight out the window, bro.
Exactly.
This is just something geared to the media. Nobody cares about this.
My coach always told me what really matters is who goes out there the second drive. Like, to be honest, who go out there the second drive. My coach always told me that. Who go out there the second drive. Don't worry about being a starter. It's who we feel like we can adjust with. That I bet this is what we're running with. After they smack us in the mouth or show us whatever they're gonna show us, it's always who going out there as the adjustment.
That's right. That's great, man. I'm sharp, cuz I love it. T2Y, talk to us, man, in regards to your thoughts about the depth chart. Do you agree, disagree, any changes you want to make?
Yeah, I agree with the depth chart so far. I mean, Flag's been pretty decent. Keontre Smith kind of surprised a little bit, but Wayman and Sneed pretty much haven't stepped up for a long time. I think it's a competition thing, and the young guys are a lot more hungry. And with Amari Carter over Frierson, that would kind of surprised me because we all seen Frierson what he can do at that position, and I think he's getting better. But my question is putting Amari in front of him a senior thing, or do they feel like, okay, since we made him switch, we give him that start?
So, and let me ask you guys this. I'm gonna just leave it open. Whoever want to answer first can. And I think Roster Man said it best. This is simply because we think when we get a heavy dose of run, we see Amari there, right?
Yeah,
some passes or maybe some tight end flex guys, we may see Frierson there. But guess what? Dude, come out there 5 wide, you ain't gonna see neither one of them there. You gonna see that 5th DB. You understand? You know what I'm saying? So again, that's kind of coach talk. Let me ask you a question in regards to the striker. Who do you think, and anybody can answer, who is that, as they call them now, the inside corners? Jesus.
Yeah.
The inside. Who is that, Steve?
Yeah. Like, the one thing though, it makes a lot of sense to say, Gil's going to be there on passing downs. But to be honest, when I did a film breakdown on Carter, he was a great pass rusher and an asset under Manny Diaz in 2017 and 2018. Him and Zach McLeod are the only active players on our defense that played under Manny defense. Whenever there's a question need to be asked, they're going to Carter. That's the type of guy he has. His mental capacity has never been in question. Everything about Carter, his integrity has been sharp. Then Blake Baker came and put him as a deep third safety and took him out the role that Manny Diaz had him in. So when it comes to knowing Manny's defense and being able to have a pass rush, I think when it's passing downs, they're both on the field at the same time because we have nobody proven at the end. We have somebody that could just go kamikaze in stunting through the line. He could do inside stunts, outside stunts. He's proved it 2017, 2018. And then 2 times Baker let him do it in 2019 against Pittsburgh. It was cash money. So I definitely think that that's what's up. But when it comes to inside corner, if we had to project who is the best inside corner, just taking the whole striker conversation out of it, it's to Corey Couch because he's the best corner overall, whether it's in the slot or outside.
I would like to go ahead.
Go ahead, Flo. You got it.
I want to piggyback off of what Steve was saying because he brought up a really good point. And I'm not disrespecting any of the fans that are watching, but if you speak to a normal fan and you talk to them about blitz packages, a lot of time they just think people are just running as soon as the ball snapped, and it's like full out blitz, running, go after the quarterback or fill the hole real quick or whatever. What I like that Amari does, and this is something that Steve just reminded me of, is his timing is unreal. When Manny ends up sending him, his timing is so perfect because sometimes you need to delay whether you're doing a wrap or you're just acting like you're in coverage and then you're coming. His timing when he actually releases on the exotics that they run, I have to tell you, I think that's another reason why possibly when you do see Frierson and Carter on the field, I think it has a lot to do with Carter's IQ on the timing on when he's got to go. You know, because if you go too soon or too late, it's over on those. You know what I mean? And go ahead.
Yeah, that was one of the plays in the film review that you hit on the head, dog. What it is basically you have the pre-snap, the linemen are all talking to each other, the running back, they're all trying to take to account for pass protection. When he loops and he lets the running back already commit to blocking somebody, he comes right behind Scott Free. It is beautiful play calling by Coach Diaz.
Yeah, but it's time. I mean, you know this, Coach. You coach at the high level. Like, you can call whatever you want, and at the end of the day, but if the time, even if it's the right call, the timing's off, it could be really bad. So blitzes don't always mean that you just go as fast as you can and go after the quarterback.
No, it's funny you said that because when me and Holson we were on earlier, my boy V12, we were on earlier. We were talking about stunts and we were talking about the timing and the chemistry because we're looking at the roster and we're saying, okay, well, Nesta is playing the or position, right? He's back behind playing the 3 technique in the nose. It could be either one. And I'm saying to myself, this is the first game of the year, first whatever. I don't know how much these things actually mean in regards to people think defensive line, it just get down, get your big behind down there, just go get the quarterback. It's a lot of technique involved. It's a lot of skill. It's a lot of fundamentals. And we started talking about timing when you start doing your stunts and blitzes and that timing that goes in when you start get into your zone blitzes with the linebacking core, right? Because Amari Carter may blitz faster and stronger and harder than let's just say Frierson will. You know what I'm saying? He brings a different intensity. Those guys, it's almost like a dance. I said this is my let me see. We have 4 hours and 49 minutes into this U-Tube takeover. But I said I love it, man. But I said a while ago, I know it's a soft analogy, but it's like synchronized swimming. You know what I mean? The legs are perfect, but if you ended up doing it wrong, you throw the whole thing off. You know what I mean? That's just how I look at it. Let me get into this piece of it, man, because I wanted to kind of flip this. You guys say did you guys say Couch would be the inside corner? Is that what you guys said? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I said that if we're doing the inside corner, because striker position is, I think it's going to be Gill and Frierson all year. But if we go nickel corner, I can see. Like how Manny Diaz did in 2017, 2018 is a perfect example. We had Mike Jack and Bandy as our outside corners, but on third down, we sent, Javonte Dean outside and then Bandy inside. So I could see that happening where Corey Couch starts outside and then you throw in an Ivy or, whoever's left out of the starting rotation in on that passing down as you throw Couch inside. That's something Manny's always done. To be honest, when you look at it from 2016, Elder started outside and then he shifted over. So this is something that like Manny has always done. I think he understands how important that nickel position is on third down because that's what every offense is trying to go to. Because as you know, your releases are unlimited. You can go inside, you can go outside. You don't have the sideline as that defender. So your nickel corner is usually the most athletic person on the team or just the quickest person on the team. And to be honest, Corey Couch is almost both.
Exactly. Let me ask this. I'm gonna ask T2Y. I know you're over there watching the game like me. I'm about cockeyed like Biggie Smalls in this thing. I'm over here like this trying to watch the game.
Ohio State playing, right?
Hey, don't tell me I'm recording it. Don't tell me nothing. I'm recording that game.
Which game?
The Ohio State game. Don't tell me what's going on. I'm recording that game.
I'm looking at Tennessee, the quarterback. Tennessee must start him, man. But
Milton, yeah.
I coached him, man. Here at Sky School. That's why, man. He's my boy. But anyway,
you transferred from Michigan.
I want to go through this piece here. I want to go through this piece with you guys. I want to get a T2Y on this part. I'm gonna flip this side because I know you hate Florida State, so I'm not gonna bring them up, right? But who on Alabama takes the Devontae Smith role? Therefore, who covers him in that position for the Hurricanes? Does that make sense? Or anybody can jump in. I just want to break T2Y's concentration off that TV.
When it comes to Alabama wide receiver wise, the only one that's pretty much have that upper echelon kind of experience, that would be John Mechie the third. They've been talking about this guy for the past 20 years now since the offseason started. But I don't know if you want to put Couch on him, or I'm not sure Ivy, because Ivy's starting. But I'm not sure if Ivy can get his head turned around, then I think he'll be fine. But right now, I really got to see that matchup, because the kid's nice. I got to give it to him. I want to downplay him and say, oh, he's just overhyped and everything. But from watching film from him last season and even looking at him going into the spring game and stuff, he's pretty nice. So whoever's guarding that kid, whether it's Couch, Ivy, Blades, they got to shut him down and make sure they get their head around.
Yeah.
When it comes to my question, but we still ain't a coach. You ain't called out a player. We in the first play of the game. This dude in the slot. Who you got covering him, coach? You can't say what if, because here's my deal. I always tell people this, right?
I'm gonna put Ivy on him, coach.
Listen, hold on. If we acknowledge a problem, we have to present a potential solution. I always tell people that. I didn't say present the solution, a potential solution. Meaning, if I point it out, right, then I got to also come back with a potential solution. Doesn't mean we're going to go with it, but I see it's an issue. This is what I think may work. So, Quatch, if we're going to get on these Quatches.
Yeah. I got you.
We're going to go ahead and put Ivy on him.
Yeah,
all right, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear.
If he's outside, to be honest,
free little Timmy.
if he's outside, I mean, I think Couch is on him, because when you look at John Mechie, he's not the physical imposing receiver. He's 6 foot. He has elite short area quickness. When he gets in and out of his routes, I think Couch is our best chance. And they got a transfer receiver from Ohio State. You know, Max knows that. I know him. Jamison Williams, Jamo. He works out with Brandon White at Receiver Factory down here. You know, I've seen him in sessions with Stephon Diggs, Jarvis Landry, a bunch of these, Keenan Allen, a bunch of these guys, Jerry Jeudy, and he is still in college looking like, you know, different. And it's crazy because he's that fast. I'm talking about, I don't think I've ever seen somebody so fast in person.
He's from Canada or something, right?
Nah, I forgot. I think St. Louis. He's
not from Canada?
No, it's Josh Palmer.
Nah, he's not from Florida, but he spent a lot of time working out down here. But yeah, he's definitely
from Canada. I thought Mechie was from Canada.
Oh, Mechie, maybe. I don't know. I was talking about Jamo. I think we would have Mechie, Couch follow Mechie. He's the experienced guy. He had over 800 yards as a freshman. His quickness in and out of his breaks is insane. I'm not even on cap. But when it comes down to Jamo, 6'2", 190, I'm talking about sliding. That screams Reek. That screams, yo, hey, Reek, this is your time. You the 6'2", 215, 4'4" athlete. You the dog. You the freak. I need you to go over there and cover this long ball, because I love Ivy, and if his bump and run technique has improved, which I do believe it has, but he always struggles with speed receivers if he can't get his hands on you immediately. If he cannot get his hands on Jemo, that's a touchdown. So I would like Reek over there. Not saying Ivy's not capable, but if I was drawing that up and my paycheck was on the line, I'm putting Reek out there.
To piggyback off of him, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ross. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was gonna piggyback what Steve said. I agree a lot with that, man. Couch would definitely be on Michi, and then I would put Tyreek on J-Mo, and then Ivy, I would put him on Ajayi Hall, who's a freshman, because he's not as fast, he's not as twitchy, but he's big, he's long, and he can go up and get it. So like that would be my 3 across the board at corner.
Gotcha. I love it. Anybody else? I'm gonna start turning into some run game stuff here, because that's where we have issues.
Yeah, I think the third starter is Slade Bolden, who's their slot receiver. So I would probably put, if we're just running our normal 4-2-5, I would put Gil out there on him. He's not some crazy athlete or anything like that, and Gil has great coverage skills. So if we're talking about who's going to be on the inside covering their slot receiver, if it's Slade Bolden, I'm putting Gil on him.
Yeah, only if it's Mechie. I think Couch starts outside. So only if Mechie goes inside, you'll see Couch go inside. just because I'm just keep saying again.
So here's my question, right? Because I'm gonna go back this path. I want to get to the run deal, but see, here's my question: if we're going inside with these guys, and here's what I'm talking about, coaching standpoints, because I've seen this happen before, right? Do we tell our tale that we're playing man, or does Couch have the mental capacity? I'm not saying he does or doesn't. These are posing questions. Can we still move him inside with the appearance of playing man, but yet we're still playing some type of zone?
Yeah, I think so. Just because Trajan Bandy was able to do that as a freshman, now 3 years, into the program, and everything I've heard about Corey Couch is marvelous. From work ethic to pride and the way he approaches the game. I definitely think you'll see him, because in Manny's defense in general, we used to have Mike Jack, everybody at the line of scrimmage playing cover 3. You don't really see that. You always have people, 7, 8 yards off ready to bail. Manny is super good at faking man just so he can give y'all the same look. And it keeps the zone blitz package similar to what the man blitz package is, because even though they're in zone, they're not backing up. They get a little press and then get back deep, because we have those type of athletes. So I don't think that Couch will have any problems disguising that. He definitely have a pick 6 or 2 if somebody try to sneak in a quick slant.
I love it, man. All right, let's talk about this, man. And I'm gonna go to you, Rasta, man. I love it, man. Rasta, man, edits. Let's talk about, everybody's been harping on linebacker. And when I put this sheet out, 3 groups, like 3 sets of guys come and say, I want to talk about linebackers. So we had Miami Flow, we had Cang's Breakdown, and then we had T2Y, right? Respectively, the 3 different Miami U-Tube groups want to talk about it. So I'm opening the floor now in regards to what are your concerns, and then I'll pose questions based on that. And we can go how we want to go. I'll go backwards around. So I'll start Max and come back to you and let you finish off, Steve-O. What are your concerns in regards to the linebacker group, and maybe some concerns that the fan base may have?
I'm going to say it before Flo says it, because we've talked about it before. But if Bama comes out in 22 personnel, we don't have the size.
Coach, 22? You talk about 2 tight ends, 2 backs?
Yep.
Well, that's old school now, baby. Coach,
you gonna see it. You gonna see it.
Coach, you don't buckle up your chin strap. That's when you go in line, and there's a coach on each side with a drill, and you just let me strap on.
I'm just skip in real quick. I'm telling y'all, because we talk to people that are at the Bama place, because we have no life. All we do is try to get information. They were working jumbo and 22 and a lot of their little stuff. And if there's a coach in the entire country that doesn't care what he looks like, but he wants to win the game, it's gonna be Nick Saban. So I'll put money on that we're gonna see 22, and we ain't gonna see 22 when they're on the 10-yard line. We're gonna see 22 on the 50-yard line. We're gonna see 22 on the 45-yard line, because they know, like we know, that's a distinct advantage for them if they come out in big boy. Keep going, Max. My bad.
I mean, yeah, it's what Flo said. I mean, we've talked about it plenty of times before. Like, if they come out in that 22 personnel, we don't have the size at linebacker to make that. I mean, if we're talking about Amari Carter, Corey Flagg, and Keontre Smith, you have one linebacker that weighs more than 215. One. What are you supposed to do? You're gonna move Jafari Harvey from defensive end to linebacker to try and stop that? Are you gonna? What do you do?
There's some answers. They're like what Coach Hayes says. They're potential solutions.
So go ahead, Roster, man. I want to hear your take, and then we'll finish it up. Go ahead, Roster, man. What's your take so far as just your simple concerns from the linebacking core, everybody across the country when it comes to University of Miami? The first, even Baylin Trujillo, who we talking about quarterbacks, he's on my show during the season. Before he left, he like, Coach, go you, blah, blah, blah. But I got concerns about the linebackers. I got to go. What is your concern, or what are you hearing in regards to linebackers and potential problems? Not even potential problem.
So, I mean, the obvious is size. Everybody will probably say size. But I'm going to go with another obvious, tackling. Like, that has been an issue we've had for the past few years. Wrapping up, like, you see the coaches preach it, but we don't see it change. So hopefully, like with better coaching here, we see better tackling. We see, the 2018 gang tackling, like everybody attacking the ball, like getting around. Like our defense swarmed back then. We seen a lot of attacking, then it went to zone, went to soft coverage. And hopefully we get back to that. Like I want to see the linebackers react a lot better. Yes, we're small, but size don't always matter if you can wrap up and bring somebody down. So like I wasn't the biggest dude when I played, but I can guarantee you, like my arms got around you, you weren't going nowhere. So hopefully somebody like Flag, who's supposed to be specialist at tackling, that sticks. And his reaction time is better than what we've seen in the past few linebacker cores. So those are things I want to see improved, and hopefully we see that week 1.
Yeah, well, just to piggyback on that,
talk to us in regards to your thoughts about linebacker play. What are the concerns?
So I was, last night I was watching Storm Warning show, and they had a couple guys from Alabama, the alumni from Alabama on. So they said something pretty interesting about the running back, Brian Robinson. Basically, he's going to be running up. They're going to run the ball a lot. So my concern is tackling and size, obviously, because we got some small linebackers. Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way to say, it is what it is. They're small compared to what we had before and what we see in other teams. Can they stop the run? Can they tackle? Those missed tackles, we can't have those. If that's the case, we might be looking at another nightmare, a North Carolina situation. We definitely need our linebackers to hit the gaps. When we do blitz, we do need when we do blitz, we do need those guys to wrap up, get their arms around those guys or whatever. Because if you just throw your body at them, because we've been seeing that with a lot of our tackling over the years, guys just throwing their body at somebody, missed tackles, something that could have been a 2-yard gain ends up to be 8, 15 yards or whatever. So that's my concern. Can we get that first initial contact? Can we get them down on that first initial contact once they get past the line?
All right. So I'm gonna go to you, Flo, in regards, because I'm just trying to see if I can find a pattern of concern here, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm finding it. I'm trying to see.
I'll tell you. Mine's easy. But it's a little bit weird. I'm gonna start off with the D tackles got to be better. All right, they got to be able to not let that O line climb, because if that O line climbs, that's where we're in trouble. That's where the size of the linebacker comes into play. That's bad for us, because it don't matter honestly how big the linebacker is if we don't let them O line climb. If you fast and you stick and you bring them down, we good. And I like how Corey tackles, and I like how Keontre tackles. To be honest, those two specifically, I ain't mention nobody else. But what I'm nervous about is shedding, right? Because if they let that O line climb, I mean no disrespect, but I haven't seen one clip of Corey being able to shed. I have not seen one. Keontre, all right, we haven't seen too much of him at will. He's super fast, hard to climb on him where he's at and the way he's going to play. But Corey being the mic, I think the D tackle's got to be able to hold and not let him climb. And if they do climb, the key is, can Corey get off? And that's what my concern is.
Yeah.
All right, and Steve, I'm gonna let you finish. I know you finna come with the hold up. So you finna come with the
damn son, you just hit the wow effect.
Oh man, with the hype. But
young protege.
I wanted to touch on something like T-Rob is now working all the tackling circuits that we've seen. So definitely he's preaching technique. Not saying that tackling the dummies and all the stuff that Banda was implementing, the striking, was bad. But now we're using walk-ons like how everybody else uses walk-ons. A live tackling dummy, but just not full speed. Like, let's be honest, they sacrifice their body, for the betterment of the team. So hats off to those guys. Linebacker, my only concern is over the course of the game. I think my concern would be depth, because I honestly, everything you're saying, Flo, is true. I think the D-line play, the hand placement, there's no way John Ford is going to let the center climb to flag nowadays with Coach Simpson, coaching up. So I think the weakness is honestly our strength, because if you look at Notre Dame, who had 2 first-round picks at O-line in 2017 and 3 guys that are still on NFL rosters, they're bigger and badder and stronger. But when you have a defense that attacks you and we can beat them backside, we'll never be able to beat Bama pound for pound, and we're going to match you. No, what we do is we have D tackles like RJ McIntosh who's going to come in here and crash that play before it gets developed, while your guard pulling, Keontre Smith is shooting that gap. Like, we have to get the negative plays. You have to get backside pressure. I think that's the only way we're going to successfully stop their running game, because if we stop them, on first down, get them a couple yards behind the sticks, then they might change their approach. So I think that's what you have to do. You have to dictate when Bama runs the ball to save the linebackers, because there's no depth. After, I love Wayman Steed as a person, and as a player, I wish him the best, because those injuries, I know what they do to people. But
I know where you go with this.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
he said, I love him as a person. I love him as a person.
I'm hearing great, and just to be honest, I'm hearing great things about him. They're saying he's as healthy as he's been at UM, which is definitely a factor. When it came to getting speed linebackers, Steed was supposed to be that guy. He was the first one that we're like, all right, look, we're going to take undersized linebackers from the city, but we know these boys hauling ass. So I'm just not confident in the depth at linebacker. I have full faith in Keontre and Flag and the way Diaz is going to use them. And no, we're not going to throw you into a pulling guard. No, we're going to bring you in behind that pulling guard, and we're going to crash some shit.
I love it. So I'm going to follow up with this. This is what I see, right? And I'm just listen. I like to listen to guys, and I hear everybody talking about size. We talk about making tackles. Flo, you even brought in the D-line aspect of it, right? And I love it. But here's what I don't think one person has said. How about when you go fight somebody, you bring more than one person?
11 hats to the ball, baby.
Listen, and again, I've always talked about football philosophy when I talk to players. I like to talk to them in very simple terms. I don't know if you guys saw the segment before you guys came on, but I was talking about when I talk to defensive ends and just talking about beating the offensive tackle. You're faster than the fat boy if y'all ran a 40 foot for foot, right? Yeah, coach, I kill him. So now imagine if I told you he had to do that backpedaling. Now, again, like I said earlier, I know it's technique involved in blah, blah, but I'm just talking about the very simple psyche of this, right? So I say the same thing here, right? I used to tell guys all the time, if 11 guys get to the football on the very first play, that running back has been hit 11 times. By the third play, he's been hit 33 times on the third play of the game. He don't want no more of that. He Roberto Duran, no mas.
No mas.
He don't want no more of that.
Gang tackling.
Being honest, but that's the mindset you have to create. I don't care if there's an ankle hanging out there. You better get you a piece. I'm just being honest, because what I'm trying to tell you is, I try to tell people that's the mindset. That's the gang tackling. So yes, I do want these guys to be able to tackle a guy one-on-one if you have to, but you also got to know my brother's coming. Let me tell y'all something. When I was at Flanagan with Bush and them guys.
You coached Devin Bush?
Yeah, I was there with his dad. So Bush and Devin Gill. Listen, there was a cat named Adrian Talon. Oh, Adrian. Listen. That boy there, listen, let me tell you something. They literally almost got in a fight because they didn't hold the dude up because they couldn't get a piece. They about to fight each other because you can hear him running. Hold him up. And they fighting to get to him because they couldn't get a piece. I'm just talking about the mindset. When you're getting to the football, and I'm going to tell you what sucks, boy. You be a ball carrier if you want to. It ain't nothing to get tackled by one dude. Boy, 3 or 4 on 5, 6, 7 jumping on your neck. Bro, when you start get a 300-pound Nestor smashing that dog on wide receiver, man, I'm just talking about the mindset. Bro, coach, that screen for 30 yards. Hey, coach, that screen don't work, coach.
Yeah, I've shown some max clips of me getting blasted on screens. But basically, when you go to get up and then another guy just lays on you and you were just using your energy to exert yourself up, it saps so much energy on you. You think when these guys just jump on them at the end of the pile, bro, it saps so much energy having a big guy lay on top of you and just being like, all right, yeah, little boy. Like, so of course your natural reaction is, push them off, use them. You're just using more strength. Yep.
And that's my point. So my point, guys, is when we start implementing the gang mentality, right? I would tell you, if I go down the alley, I want all 11 people with me. I just look at football as very simple. And then the second thing that has to be fixed, and I know this is more of a scheme thing, we're talking about LBs, but the LBs are not solely responsible for the run game. I tell people this all the time, guys. You know who is responsible for the run game? Anybody?
Everybody.
Garen Justice?
Not necessarily. I'm talking about what kind of dictates the defense so far in the play call. Anybody know so far within the play call? We're running an over defense, blah blah blah. What
numbers? Numbers.
It's the coverage.
Yeah.
The coverage.
The keys.
Yeah, numbers in the box.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about. Listen, the coverage determines how you stop the run. Right? If I call cover 3, I know my corners can't help me with the run. They can't play deep third, and I tell people all the time, when you're in cover 3 and you run a toss sweep, who has the toss sweep?
Outside linebacker.
Exactly. But you can't. I can tell you right now, I could run a toss sweep, defense end, never get it. I could run a toss sweep right now, tell the defense end we run a toss sweep, and he won't make it.
Nah. Especially against our linebacker.
He's already out. Mind you, and I told him I'm running a toss sweep. So imagine the game. So the defensive end is never going to make that. The linebacker is going to get crap because he's usually inside leverage of the slot.
Yeah.
You mad at the corner because he didn't come up. But yet now if it's halfback pass and he got whooped deep, then what? And you're telling, okay, well, if he doesn't come up, the middle of the field safety who's got the worst angle has to now come and stop. That's what I'm saying. That helps dictate how you stop the run. So if you're running against teams who run tall sweep all day and you run a cover 3, you're probably gonna lose, dog.
Yeah, you got to get out of there.
That's what I tell people, that the coverages dictate how you stop runs, not necessarily the interior guys. If I'm running, watch this. So what would be the most? I'm gonna ask you right now. What would be? Let's say Flo. What would be the most ideal coverage to run if you run a tall sweep team?
2.
Exactly. It's the coverage. Got nothing to do with the 7 guys in the box. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, those 7 guys play a part. Look at this, man. Who is this cat, man? What y'all doing on the chat, man? Get out of here with that foolishness, bro. You're killing me, man. I ain't never had a robot before.
He said a robot.
Hey, you're big time.
Like,
you made it when you got them in the chat, boy.
Okay. But so I'm just
some more.
Jesus.
Man. Oh, done. I ain't want to because it moves so fast when you go to block it, dog gonna put it on the screen. I mean, put that on the screen either. Anyway, so I'm just saying so when I look at the linebacker play, where does their help come from? And if you look at good football teams, they get to the football. What is we want to talk? Come on, bro. Who is the Requisha?
All they keep doing is changing the first letter, and so it's a robot.
Is it? I don't know. I just see it popping up with some food.
It'll be like, what in the? Damn, they coming, boy.
That's how you know you made it.
A robot, dog.
Tell them boys to drop a like. Straight up, you gonna spam?
It's okay to get
spam that like.
This foolishness, bro. Oh, see, look at this. It moves so fast when I go to hit block, it slides it up.
Hey, you need some moderators in here, coach.
I don't even know what that is, guys. Y'all gotta help me.
I got you.
Yeah, those are people who watch the chat and get people out. Yeah,
I can be.
What you can do?
I don't know how to do that.
Go to your live chat right now on your YouTube, and then you see on the side of one of the guys that's in the chat. You click on like a three. It should be like three dots on the side of their names.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Once you click on it, it should say like add moderator and stuff like that. It should give you like 4 or 5 different options.
All right, I'm gonna do 863 Cang because I know he gonna. Oh no, it just say block user pin put time out. I ain't gonna waste time on that foolishness. Listen, y'all know that's crap. Don't pay no.
You can't do it on the StreamYard one. You have to do it on the regular YouTube
account.
All right, we'll do that later, man. We're talking football. Listen, if y'all come to football channel, y'all see that foolish, you know it's bull crap. Anyway, let's get back to it, man. Because we only got all day, man. So here we go. So let's talk about. So here's my thing. So I just want to talk about that piece. Not all people tell me F my freedom, though, right? I couldn't let that one ride. But anyway,
Coach said, "No, I can't let that one go."
I think you might as well go ahead and get some moderators, man, because it looks like.
Yeah, I will, man. I just don't know how to do it right now, and I don't want to waste time on the foolishness. This is all good. We'll do it tomorrow. So listen. So here's my thing. Like I say about linebacker play, I know we're undersized, and it is what it is, right? But
oh my God,
the biggest thing that bothers me in the second piece I want to talk about this is the second piece I want. How can we go to the moon? How can we get satellites that can read the date on the quarter, but we can't stop this right here, dog? Like, what do we do?
Yeah.
But anyway, probably some pimple face geek in his basement. Like, I got another one, Mom.
Oh Lord!
Hey guys, I told him F his freedom this time, man.
Yeah. So anyway, so let's talk. So here's another part I want to talk about because I think it plays a part because DBs are coming up next. And Max, I know you on there. Was somebody else supposed to be coming on there?
Yeah, I think Chris.
It's Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked me to stay on for him for a little bit. I don't know if he's gonna be a little late.
Guys, hey, it's the takeover, dog. Take over the takeover. Let's do it. So I'm not in a rush. If y'all want to stay, y'all more than welcome to stay, man. Ain't no problem. But so here's my thing in regards my last piece, and I'm gonna say this and open it back up. I noticed when we had the run game, we had a very big problem with in defensive integrity is the right way to say this, right? We lost the edge, and I want you guys to kind of chime in. And I know we're talking linebackers, but linebacker kind of safety play go hand in hand in this instance for what we're talking about. Why do you think that is? Why do you think we lost that kind of integrity? I'll start with you, Roster, man. Like you chilling? Let's go.
It goes back to discipline. You know, it starts from the top. You know, coaches, you sit in film rooms. You know, are they watching, you know, tape, or are they on their phone? Are they showing up on time? Like this goes from off field to on field to in practice to in game days. Like it don't just start with, oh, I showed up to game day and I lost focus. You know, are they like when Manny took over? We seen them running Hard Rock Stadium. What do you do? Like, did you do that for TV? Like, what are y'all doing behind the scenes? I don't care to see it, but it is all your personnel as far as your staff members, and like just feeding this discipline, feeding focus into these guys. And it seems, you know, we'll see obviously in a couple of days, but they seem very focused right now. You know, all you see is these guys. I don't see them on Twitter as much. I don't see them on Instagram as much as they were. You know, so hopefully this leadership-led team has a whole different mindset. It's a different atmosphere, you know, like, you know, hope. And I think that's what we missed too, was a lot of like senior-led, you know, teams. We didn't have that, you know, as far as when Mark Richt was there, when Manny first got here. So, you know, hopefully, you know, the players hold themselves accountable, hold the team accountable, and then you know, the coaches do the same, and we'll see how it translates to, you know, the field.
Right. And so that's part of what I was saying in regard. Like I say, I'm new at this interviewing thing, so my questions may suck sometimes and they may be a little vague, so I'm trying to get it right. And that is true, but I was speaking also in regards to so far when I say gap integrity, I'm speaking in regards to losing the edge right within the defensive scheme of deal. Like North Carolina turning the edge on us all the time because guys are getting pinned. Here's a prime example. I don't know if you guys saw the breakdown I did, and I think maybe some of you guys saw the walk I did as well when Coach T-Raw was ripping my man. I forgot who it was for looking. Keyshawn Washington for looking inside. He ripping his. It was a beautiful coach's butt rippings because everything he said was spot on, and he gave him the intensity he should have given him as a coach because he wants them to understand the importance of not that one little peak is enough to get a guy 60 yards to the house. And I thought it was great the way he did it because he wanted him to understand that, bro, that little peekaboo, it's not your job. Your job is to set the edge right here, keep it here, so if it gets there, I can set the edge. There's 9 other dudes inside of you that's supposed to take care of that, but that right there is enough to get you sealed right there on the seal block. And so that's why I kind of want to go with that T2Y. What do you think? I know you're watching the game, dude. Like, man, Coach, you got me on here watching the game, Coach. Hey, man. Guess what? Let me show y'all this song. I got the game going too. I ain't mad at you. I got
yeah, I know. Minnesota looking good. I was just watching too.
I got the game up too, Coach.
Steve, don't tell me what's going on because I'm watching. Go ahead, T2.
Okay, I know. Cliff.
Basically, when I'm facing
we're talking about being able to keep the edge. Do you think this new coaching staff with the linebackers, because you know who I'm finna get to in a second, right, Flo? You know who I'm finna get to. Chase Smith in the building, baby. And
that's cool.
He ain't even on the roster, but guess what? He is now. He ain't on the left roster. He is now.
Let's go.
So with that being said, matter of fact, I'm gonna just open that question. I forget about all that. Let's talk about Chase Smith. What's gonna be his role on this team? Does he get a chance to see this field? Does he not? Does he go out against App State and say, Coach, I want to see what I got? I got 4 games to burn up.
Yeah, nah, he's definitely gonna be a more than a 4-game guy. I think the way he's put on weight already, I think, to be honest, he's middle linebacker of the future, in my opinion. He's already 6'3", 215. Get him to 220, 225, and he's gonna be one of the best middle linebackers that ever played here. I think definitely he's going to just continue growing so he can get that role. You're going to see him, be a stand-up defensive end to stunt inside, like you've seen from Carter and Quarterman in the blitz packages. You're going to see a lot. You're going to see a lot from Chase Smith. And it starts App State week for sure. Like, let's not get it twisted. Every time App State talks this ish, they still hanging on to that Michigan game. They almost beat Tennessee that one time. Then what we do, 45-10, them boys. They had the running clock. Mark Rick, a Christian man. Lashley might be a Christian man, but he's not that nice, baby. We is running that score up. So, like, I'm telling you, like, they're going to be on the field, App State. I would be shocked if I do not see a package versus App State where James Williams and Chase Smith aren't 5 yards away from the ball.
I love it. Anybody else? Because we're right at the 9:30 mark. I don't want to hold anybody. If you got more than welcome to stay, I'll bring Chris is in the back. He's chilling, man. He's getting prepped. I see he's doing hair and makeup right now, so he's getting prepped.
He doesn't have any hair. What are you talking about?
He's getting a good shave and hot towel and all that good stuff, man. So he's ready to rock and roll. But if there's anybody that wants to go out, this is what I want to say, man. Thank you guys for coming on, man, helping me make this thing a deal. Hopefully I can do this every year, make it big, man. I love it. We've been at a constant about 250. We were at 3 something earlier in the chat, man, but I get it. Football games coming on, but our Canes are playing on Saturday, so you got to love it. But like I said, if anybody want to go, you're more than welcome. But I just want to say thank you to each one of you guys, man. You could have done your own thing, but you decided to come on here with me, man. So I appreciate it, man. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah, I can chill for another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, man, we're gonna bring them on because we're gonna roll this perfect. We actually gonna roll right on into the DB section of this deal as well. So because like I said, they kind of go hand in hand, and it is what it is. I gotta give a big shout out. Look at this. I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna give him a shout out. Watch this. I'm giving a big shout out to this cat. You know why? Because he's been here the full 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 46, 47, 48 seconds. And guess what? He ain't been able to make the team better, baby. Huh? So guess what? Troll on, player. Troll on. You made the chat better.
Ask him what roll tide means, because I still don't know what that means.
I don't know how to help you with that. So, guy, I guess we're going to hold on to you, man. We're going to bring another guy in. Max, check me out. Watch my stuff get stuck. As soon as I bring Chris in, watch this. Watch. I'm telling you, it happens every time. Click the button already.
Can you hear us, Coach?
Good.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I got you, Coach.
No more. Can't hear. Watch.
All right, Chris.
You guys can hear me?
Now.
Yeah, we can always hear you. Then he gonna say it's
We
black
hear you,
now.
Coach. We got you. Sorry, Coach.
Look at his face. His face is his reaction is the best. We got a video of that. That's gotta be in like his clips. His reactions to when his internet and his thing messes up.
You know I can make that happen, Flo.
Look at him. Look at
They don't want to see us win.
I heard his technology rant like 2 hours ago when it got shut down. I heard the same thing. So
There he goes.
So what's
All
up,
right,
guys?
Chris,
How we doing?
It's your show now.
We're talking about Chase Smith. I heard coming on my way in.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, he said I was doing hair and makeup. I was just shining it. So
I like it.
That's kind of hair, right? That's the same family of it.
We got 3 baldies on this bed. me and T, we holding it down. We holding it down.
You got Chris.
I'm rocking the T-Chiller tonight.
You look bald right now, Steve-O. We can't see the hair.
Yo, Flo, you gotta watch the Minnesota game, bro.
I'm going to. I'm recording it. Don't tell me what's going on. Yeah, Chris, don't tell me what's going on in the Ohio game because I'm recording it.
The only thing I'll say, Flo, Ohio State's kind of looking human.
I'll tell you what, Flo. One of the teams is winning.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That.
I never thought I'd see Minnesota up by 40 right now, but hey.
Look at Coach Hayes. Look at Coach Hayes.
Bro, this sucks.
Hey, Ohio State looking suspect deep, boy. That was almost cookies.
Look at Coach. Yeah. I can hear you. Look at
super pissed. Do I have a hot mic on right now? Can I say some things that I'm going to regret later?
No, we
can
hear you.
Run for Congress, they're going to use against me. Am I going? Somebody will be able to say, "Hey, that was Coach Hayes talking on a hot mic." No, I'm not going to say it. The haters can't get me, but I don't have a picture, Max. I got a black screen, looking like a real idiot. I'm looking like a real rookie right now.
Did you guys see the stream when he was changing screens and he was just making his own elevator music?
Hey, so yeah, Chris, we were talking about Chase Smith, and do we think is he going to get redshirted? Do you think he's going to play more than 4? What do you think?
You can't redshirt him, man. He's too good. He's a natural, right? And in terms of like physical build, his physical skill set, you don't have a guy like him on the roster, really, unless you want to call it like maybe a James Williams, but he's a freak. And I heard Steve-O saying, like, he could be one of the best middle linebackers we've had in a long time. I mean, look at that frame, look at the athleticism. I mean, when we were recruiting him, I remember going up on the message board on Cane's Insight, and people were like, maybe he's a safety. And someone's like, well, I saw him play wide receiver. He could play wide receiver. I've seen it. The other guy's like, I've seen him play corner. That's exactly what you're looking for with that kind of guy.
What's crazy is and I think somebody reported it. I'm not 100%, but I heard from some of the players that on the scout team he was playing wide. I think he was Menchie on the scout team. Did you guys know about that? Like he was playing Menchie's position on the scout team. Like how crazy? That's insane, dude. Like
I mean, he had over 700 yards receiving, so in high school, that's big time because that means, you're getting the football. And you're not always going to have the best quarterback play in high school. That's why you see some of these big time guys, with 500 yards, 400 yards, you know what I'm saying? But it's all dictated by the quarterback play. But this man was literally everywhere. Like, he played tight end, he played running back, he played quarterback, he played D-end, he played stand-up rusher, he played linebacker, he played striker. I did a film review of him. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think he's played 9 positions. That's what I tagged him at. He played 9 different positions that I was able to catch on film. I definitely want him in the middle because when it's covered 2, the weakness is the middle, right? So if you have a guy 6'3" with Chase Smith's athleticism and his lanky orangutan arms backing up, that's going to take away that hole. that over and under is going to be so much more harder. So I definitely like Chase in the middle, and his frame just screams, "Don't run the ball my way, dog." Straight up.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that 100%. I think with him, it's. I mean, you guys already know. I've said this 100 times. It's the best tape I saw that whole entire year. Like he had the. I mean, it was, and I couldn't even give you a close second because of what Steve-O just said. It was his versatility. I saw him on tape make plays everywhere, like on every situation. And then you take into account that he showed up at Miami a little bit lean, and just being at Miami for a short amount of time, he's already adding the weight. So he's turning into another, Megatron. And it's like, it's crazy because it seems like James Williams is doing the same thing. So then you have two absolute transformers running around on the field. Hey, Coach, you back?
I'm about to be dropping some James Williams videos shortly. I hit up my boy TA. He's opening up the vault. He's gonna be showing. I'm gonna be showing a lot of Canes fans, how agile and the type of things that James Williams did to prepare for this upcoming season. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'll probably drop it, before Bama or right after, whatever the case may be. But yeah, he's 6'5". Dog, really doing these corner works, dog. He looked like a nickel corner on the ladder. Like I'm being dead ass. Like he looked like a nickel corner.
We had I don't know if you saw, we had Arroyo on the show on Sunday, and he said, I asked him straight up, who's the guy that gives you the most problems when you see him line up in front of you at practice? You're like about to get in a fight. He said James Williams was the first dude out of his mouth. Like that's crazy, right? Because Arroyo ain't no little dude.
He's big. Yeah.
He's 250 already as a freshman.
Yeah, bro. So I love when I hear from a player, though. You know how it is at being a player. It's one thing when the coaches say it in the press conference. Oh, wow. It's one thing when the coaches say it in the press conference or like a media, but when a player goes, like when they said that about Jalen Rivers, bro, when he puts his hands on you, it hurts, right? When the player says that, it's a little different. Coach.
You back, baby?
Hey, man, it's the Coach Hay U-Tube Takeover. Internet sucks. I'm telling you, I don't know why it does that. Every time I bring somebody on, it does. I've talked to everybody, man, from the internet people to the computer people, and I've tried different computers, and it does it. But I don't know. I don't know, man. But anyhow, we here. Devil, you can't steal my joy. About you. All right, here we go. Hey, Ben Pratt, you know what? I like you, bro. You always in the building, but I ain't gonna lie, this might be one of the best ones right here, dog.
Yeah, he's at
y'all gotta make me a meme. I like I'm plugged in internet and everything, right? It ain't like I'm on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, what's the craziest thing, Coach Hayes? A lot of people are like, they're like, damn, I can't believe this is happening. There's so much teams like that, especially in college. Like I know you coach down here, so you know the schools that like University of Faith and those type of places that come through and give you these Bible classes that don't have credits that transfer over. These like fake little schemes. They're everywhere, bro. I just can't believe they made it on national TV at ESPN. Like literally. Listen,
when your high school in the strip mall next to the Marshalls, you know something wrong, dog. Hold on. When you going to the strip mall and your first period through 7th period, all you do is get up and change chairs. You're in the wrong building, dog. Remember, hold on, Steve. You might be old enough, but you I don't know if they did it in Brock. But they used to have a thing called, when I was at Norland, it was called Norland 2, where it was like a strip mall, like in the little shopping plaza next to the chicken wing place. And they used to go in there. Then they had Carroll City 2, used to be over there by the flea market.
Yeah, they actually did that in
terrible, man. But anyway,
they did it at Plant.
Man, Coach.
Yeah, let me get into this.
You might need your help up there in Tampa, man. USF getting beat 31-0 right now.
Who?
USF.
NC State beating them 31-0.
Yeah, NC State.
Leary's no joke, boy. That quarterback Leary's gonna be nice.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Let me go through this, man, because we rolling. And, those guys from Storm Warning, like I said, y'all all know each other. Y'all stay on here. But kick me off. Y'all got it. I ain't been to the bathroom yet.
You don't lie. That's why you keep disconnecting. It's because you're taking a bathroom break.
Because my Wizinator is full already down here. Somebody told me I had on a Wizinator but I didn't even know what that was. I thought it was funny. But anyway, let's talk about this because we didn't get about James Williams. I came in, finally got connected and hear about this. There was some talks about him being at the striker. There's some talks about him being. Here's my next question: if they took Amari Carter from the safety, who's? Hold on, let me shut up and answer my own question by looking. So Gervin Hall is coming in as a starting safety, correct?
Mm-hmm. Gervin
right.
and Bubba.
Right. So you got Gervin and Bubba. Okay. DJ Ivy to Corey Couch. All right. So my question is, big shout out to Corey Chancellor, man. Appreciate you, man. Awesome show, coach. I've been watching the entire time. Thank you, man. I hope you got your phone plugged or wherever you watching, man. Because I appreciate you, man. Corey, I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Because I suck. Hey, big shout out to the birthday dude. Thought you were on fire on the computer. Log out. I'm sorry, inside joke, man. That's way back. That's way back to throw some D's on it, man. Hey, but Greg Moss, happy birthday to you. Big shout out to Greg, man. That's actually he part of the Moss family, man, from the Cang Sonoras in Santana, man.
That was my coach, Greg Moss. He was my
there you go. Matter of fact, he coached you, right?
Yeah, that's Coach Moss.
Yeah,
he coached my freshman year. Hey, Gio, I'll tell my brother to hit his phone.
Yeah, that's all good. All right, so let me ask you this in regards to, guy. Let me go through this right quick, man, in regards to it. I'm going to start with you, Chris, since you just jumping in. James Williams, I'm sorry. Amari Carter gets moved down. Gervin Hall comes in. How comfortable do you feel with Gervin Hall, and does he play the entire season, or does a James Williams or maybe a Cam Kitchens come in and take his spot?
Take his starting spot, it's going to be tough for them to do that. I mean, they're all going to play. James Williams is going to be on the field a lot. I think about Gervin Hall is if Bubba's going to be Bubba, I expect the Bubba that we saw at the beginning of last year to be consistent throughout the year, especially with T-Rob coming in. Now, the thing about Gervin Hall is that in terms of physical ability, he has everything that you would want to have in a safety, right? He has all of those things. And from when he was getting recruited, we know the helicopter stuff and all that. So we know he has that skill set that can make him an elite player. The question about Gervin Hall is, was he ever coached properly? Was he ever given those things that he needed to translate and become the great player he could? Like, this is his best shot at it, right? So I'm expecting him to make a jump. I never saw him as being a bad player. I just think he never became what we expected, especially when the early hype was really starting to kick in. James Williams is going to play, but James Williams is going to play all over. There's going to be a lot of times James is on the field and Gervin Hall is going to be back there. Bubba's going to be back there. So it's not going to be an either or thing in my mind. I think they're going to all see a lot of playing time. If it comes to be a day that James Williams is the first guy out there on the field, standing next to 21 at the start of a game, 26 is still going to play a lot. So I don't think we're taking any jobs necessarily, but I do expect to see a jump towards the positive from Gervin.
Okay. Anybody else got a take on that? They'd like to add anything or disagree or agree or what?
I'll add.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I'll add the fact that James Williams is definitely going to play striker just in those up levels and packages just because he's so talented. But when you think about having a deep safety that can get from hash to hash in like 5 steps, it's insane with the balls. Because when you cut the tape, the ball skills don't lie. Like when you have over 10 interceptions in high school and you play half your snaps at the line of scrimmage because that's what your team needs you to do. When he was at Western, they needed back deep safety, and that's what he provided. And he also was a deep threat on offense. He balled on offense. It was insane, head bombing the life out of people. So that was the role he needed. That's why he left American Heritage the first time, because they were playing him like close to the line of scrimmage. And his sophomore year, his freshman year, sophomore year, he was playing him close to the line of scrimmage. He had 2 interceptions, wanted to go a little bit more deeper and play safety. So he went to Western his junior year, 7 interceptions, balling, 2 against St. Thomas. It was insane. So he's a DB for sure. And when you look at the fluidity and what he does and the amount of NFL guys that are in his ear, it's insane, bro. Insane. NFL guys that legit really like, damn, bro, like I was nothing like at that age, like what James is. Or you have a guy, like I'm trying to remember his name, played for the Titans. But I remember he said this about James, that I've never seen somebody so long that where their like fingers could touch their ankles while they're in a back pedal. Like that, he was like, bro, he is so long. And that length and range is crazy.
My comment is more on Gervin Hall. See, My concern with Gervin Hall is something that is definitely, it has nothing to do with his physical ability. I mean, he's a freak. It's his eyes. And at safety, you gotta have, like, eyes is part of your weapon. It's part of your repertoire. Like, your eyes kind of like dictate almost everything you're gonna do before you do it, right? So he did not show me good eyes on tape, for in my opinion, and that's something that is up to him. Physical ability ain't gonna be a problem with that, man. I agree with Chris. Like, he can do everything. He's fast. He does everything. Change direction, great hips, all that good stuff, right? For safety. But if he doesn't fix those eyes, it doesn't matter. And I don't know if it's James Williams that starts there, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Cam Kitchens is the real deal. And
Cam's playing free.
Yeah, but what my point is this, and this is just from coaching standpoint, and coach could either agree or disagree with me. If Gervin Hall starts having bad eyes, guess what's gonna happen? Kitchen's coming in, and they just and that's it, because Kitchen knows what to do and does. Even as a freshman, they say he knows the playbook better than everybody, except Bubba. Except Bubba, they actually said except Bubba, but it's only for 6 games, because when Tay comes back, that position is shut down. Ain't nobody taking that man off the field. And you can book that.
That's the low key. Not to shade. I love James and Cam, but if it wasn't for Tay getting kicked out and brought back, and then Baylin having a potential season-ending injury, those two were the 3 deep. Because let me tell you, Baylin is on that. Like, if you don't know about Brian Baylin, he's a Jaquan Johnson when it comes to being in the right place at the right time. Kind of like what you're saying about Cam. Baylin is nasty. So
I agree.
We're hoping to get him. He'll be able to use his red shirt this year. We're hoping to get him back in the fold, healthy. Because if he could play later in the year, you have those 4 games in your pocket. But Baylin was having one of the best camps out of all the safeties. It wasn't, just the backup safeties. It was up there with Bubba. It was up there with Hall. It was he had a really great camp. So
that's a great point. That's a great point. That's a really good point. Brian Baylin is not going anywhere if he's healthy. I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's the reason why you see Cam.
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you a question. We talk about DB rooms, and I'm gonna get back to my thoughts about James. I know you guys remember that from earlier, and I'm gonna ask you, Steve-O, because I think it's my first time to be having a chance to ask you, and I think you got some insight. The little birdie told me you got some insight.
Yeah, my big bro trained him, so
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out some information. But let me ask you this, because we look at defensive line. We looked at, and when I look at defensive line, we have 8 guys at the defensive line, and we run a 40 front, meaning we only have first and second string of significant play. I know it makes people walk-ons, maybe whatever, but we're talking about guys of substance, right? I look at linebackers. We just went through a whole hour of that, basically undersized guys, undermanned, and everything else. But we seem to have a plethora of defensive backs. And when I say that, I say to myself, okay, we're not recruiting linebackers. I think maybe Flo, I may be wrong, but maybe we had, when we did our show, and I know I've been on a show where people say, "Oh, we're not doing that because we're moving guys down." Everybody's kind of heard that, right? Like the Amari Carter, the James Williams. Like, we're not going to recruit linebackers because we're going to take from the depth of the DBs down. That's what I've been hearing, right? You guys keep your ear more to the street about that than I do.
Keontre, that's what happened with Keontre.
Yeah, but I'm saying, think about Keontre, Amari, right?
Gil was also came in as a
corner.
You know
what I'm saying, they go down, they get pushed down, but that's also why they may be a little undersized, right? Because you're basically playing hybrid guys. That's what you're doing, and you finna get a hybrid air whooping. Not to say it, but that's what it is.
I mean, yeah, Finley from
I'm just calling a spade in this deal, right? Because because here's what's going to happen. We have so many DBs, but my question is, what do we do? How do I say this? Do I want talent on the bench waiting for years to come, or do I need talent on the field?
Right. Oh, on the field at all times.
My thing is, I understand we got to have I always say a stable of guys, right? And as I look at it, we seem to be pretty loaded for the next 3 years, because even the true freshmen that's coming in, the James Williams, the Cam Kitchens, those guys are players. Where are true, like the same, bro? I wish I could take a picture and show you the excitement that just came when we start talking about the defensive backfield and everybody sitting up in their seat all of a sudden, and people, we're going to do this, and this person has this on lock, and that's going to happen. We talked about linebackers, like, well, you know, we're a little undersized for us if we get this right, and I'm just showing you how moods change when you got ball players, right? And so my question is, we got a gang of cats for two positions. And we ain't out here recruiting no, I don't see us recruiting no real gangster linebackers right now.
Well, we got West. Other than that.
We don't got him yet.
Well, I mean, that's the people we recruiting. You know, the big time linebackers. Alfonso Allen, another guy that's a hybrid.
Him either. I'm just saying, even the commitments don't mean nothing. I'm just saying, but even with that, even with Wesley Bassane, that's one guy.
Coach, but let me, I don't know if I can chime in. I think, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but I think the mentality right now has shifted to recruiting safety bodies. You know what I mean? And having 3, 4, 5 safeties on the field and all at all times. Like when I forgot what was it said at the 4-1-6, that's real. I think that's I know, but I think that's real. Like I actually think like that's where, like, not saying that I agree with it, but I think that's where the mentality currently is. And I agree with you. We got all these killers on the bench because of depth, you know what I mean? But we got to get them on the field, and I don't know how that's. I'm not saying I agree with this, but I think that's the mentality inside of that building right now.
But can I ask a question? And it's about to get a little deep because I'm gonna get a little upset here in a second. They still run the football in football, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a running play, right? They still have running play.
Mm-hmm.
You think we're gonna, not when I say you, I'm speaking in general when I use the word you.
Yep.
People think that we're gonna win football game
with a base time package
by playing 7-on-7 with defensive linemen.
Steve, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
Because here's my question. If that's the case, I'm gonna find some gangsters and run this ball, and you'll never get the clock. I'm gonna take all 12-play drive. If you've never been part of a 12-play drive, try it out. Suck up easily 9 minutes on the clock. 12-play drive, and you can play basketball on grass all you want to. And I don't know if y'all saw this earlier in the segment. Can anybody on here name one team that's won a natty with just throwing the football without a significant running game?
I almost said LSU, but nah, they had that killer little short dude that's over at Kansas City right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
nah,
a lot of people,
Coach, I agree with you. But I agree with you. But Steve-O and Chris and Ross, I bet y'all pick. That's kind of why what they're doing, like with recruiting. Yeah. It looks like.
There's a guy named Alfonso Allen. Coach Hayes, I don't know if he's over there. He was from Hollandale, and now he's over there at Miami Central. He's that hybrid guy, but he's already 200 plus. So he's kind of like coming in more ready for a linebacker body. So I think they're not just safeties that can. We were interested in another guy, Thomas from Miramar, kind of that same mold, a 6'2" guy with 210 already. So we're looking at these guys that when they come here, within a year or two, they could put on the necessary weight to be linebacker-ish. But in the ACC, when you look about it, there's not really much teams that run the power. Like North Carolina ran it because North Carolina knows, it's Mac Jones, what's his name? Mac Brown. He knew Manny's kryptonite, and that's what he did. So more teams are going to start running it because that's just what happens. That's what
bro. If more listen,
yeah, it's a sticky situation.
No, it's not. I hate to say this, Steve-O.
It could go either way.
Ball players, dog. Because here's the deal: you can't load your cabinet with DBs, and there's only 2 positions.
But like when you think about Virginia Tech,
and we got 17 linebackers. 17 safeties.
Yeah, it's definitely.
What I'm trying to say is only think about this. If Avante Williams comes right now, y'all just said, or Baylor, what's his name, Baylin. He don't get hurt. It's locked down. Now you're telling me we got all this experience sitting down. What year is Baylin?
He's a freshman, but he was 2020, but he retained his eligibility. He's a
no problem. He's a freshman, so he got at least 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and they love him.
Who's leaving? Hold on, Bubba's leaving. Who's next?
Cav's got 3 years. James got 3 years.
Got 3 years. James Williams got 3 years, 4 years. Who else next?
Yeah,
Gervin. Tay's gonna have 3. Tay's gonna have 3.
Tay can have 2.
It's only 2 spots.
Yeah, he can, but he's got 3. You know what I mean?
I know, but what I'm trying to say is
Keyshawn Washington, and Keyshawn that's the person that people sleep on in the secondary room.
But this is back to my point, Steve. That's what
I know where you're going. I know where you're going, Coach. I know where you're going with it.
We're super loaded for 2 spots. That's like having 6 5-star quarterbacks in the same year.
Yeah, only one can play.
But I'll tell you something that
Only
doesn't
one can
help
play.
us.
There's only 2 spots back there.
I'll tell you something that hasn't helped us too.
I get that. But bro, we got 8. Bro, if you take everybody hate on Zach McCloud, take Zach McCloud out and we don't get a transfer from Tennessee, we have 6 defensive linemen in a Power 5 program. I have more than 6 defensive linemen than Pop Warner. I'm just being honest. So what I'm trying to say, where are we spending our coins?
Yeah.
You know, like, and then I love Kamari Wilson. I would love to take him, but that's another dude you're gonna put. I'm gonna take him too. Don't say I'm not, but what I'm saying is that's another guy you're adding into a pile of gold when it's a hole over here and you about to drown, dog. Yeah. And everybody worry about running the ball, and y'all think, listen, y'all Hurricane fans out y'all doggone mind if y'all think y'all ain't finna get a heavy dose of number 4. Oh, Najee Harris is gone. Well, that SOB is 6'2", 225 also. And he done spent 3 years and waited his turn. You don't think he finna give you this hammer? Y'all better start this. Y'all better start gang tackling that dude, man. I'm about to get fired up, man. Because what I'm trying to tell y'all is, if that's the mindset, bruh, we cancel this Cang shit. I could go start breaking down films because we out. I'm just being honest. If we gonna get a bunch of DBs and everybody talking about running the ball down our throat, do we want to have a good team or a national championship ranked team? We talking about just having a good team then.
Well, I think right now we're trying to go with where we've been, right?
Huh?
We've been in a spot where we haven't been able to do it, so now we're trying to bring in as much talent as possible. And obviously, like, you'd love to have linebackers that are 6'3", 250, running out there killing people all game. That would be great. But we weren't in a spot like South Florida doesn't churn those guys out, so we haven't had a lot of people giving us a lot of looks. Like 6'3",
what?
6'3",
what?
6'3", 250-pound linebackers. Like, they're not putting those out. We're getting those 6'2", 220
that's
guys.
Penn State football. That's Penn State. That's old school.
Right. We can
what
get
I'm
the
saying
6'2", 220s. That's something we can recruit.
Yeah, no, but that's fine. But what I'm trying to say is, are we even getting those? Because everybody telling me everybody on the size.
Nah, we're not getting talent though at that position. That's the problem. We're not getting.
That's the Chase Smith, right? That's the potentially Kamari Wilson. That's the James Williams is a second level guy. That's where those guys fit in. Because like their peak physically is like that 6'2", 225, get up to 230 in the league. Levante David type size guys. That's what Miami needs to get to really succeed. Guys who can hit, guys who are physical. That's what we got to get. I think we're not far off from having those guys on the roster.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm going to pound the table for this, and some of y'all might have heard me do this rant before. I can't stand that we didn't get Dimitri Moore from Vanderbilt out of the transfer portal when he was coming. Yeah. He was like the perfect exact fit that this defense is missing at Mike. Yeah. A physical, big, fast, experienced SEC linebacker that wanted to come here. But because he wouldn't tell Manny that he could stay for 2 years, Manny didn't take him. Tell me y'all wouldn't look at this defense different going into Bama right now if he was playing the Mike.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, I would.
The saddest part, Flo, is our head coach has been the linebacker coach since he's been here.
I know, bro.
Has been the worst position we've had. I don't know if y'all remember a few years ago, we only had McLeod, Pick, and Shaq. The rest of our linebacker core was hurt. for a whole year. We didn't have
Steed and
nobody.
Jennings were out.
Yeah. So I mean, it goes back to recruiting, and that's where you build. Yes, we can get transfer guys and build the depth there, but bro, we have had guys like Ruben Hyperlight that literally would have said, "Yes, I'm coming." No, you don't want to recruit him. Why? I have no idea. But you can't have a man as a linebacker coach and your room looks like that.
That's what I'm saying. They're recruiting safeties now instead of going to get the. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm sorry.
Here's the deal. I'm gonna say this piece because the ball does get spread out so right, and I've always said this when it comes to football of today. The parents of I'm gonna just go back to explain what I mean. And Steve-O, you definitely gonna learn this when you get to college coaching football. You're gonna get that parent that's gonna come in and say, "My son is a linebacker," right? Remember, this game evolves 20 years at a time. 20 years ago, Zach Thomas was the ish. 20 years later of today, Zach Thomas wouldn't even be recruited as a linebacker.
Facts.
You know what he'd be? A stubby ass 3 technique. Being right.
Fullback.
He'd be a fullback. Oh, they don't even have fullbacks though. They don't even have fullbacks.
That's my point.
He's a long snapper.
He's a T-Bow.
No, but I'm saying he could have been an Aaron Donald type 3 technique guy. Really, he's strong. He's I'm just saying, if you had to play him in a game, right? And I'm saying about how things evolve, right? And so now this game evolved. So now I understand what you guys are saying about guys who the safety, the oversized safeties are now the new linebackers, right? And so I get that. That's why when you look at, that's why I said, I know I got my head knocked off and some of you cats in here gonna kill me too, right? But I said Sean Taylor today would not be a safety. He would be in the box. I'm not saying that doesn't make him a great player. I'm talking about the kind of game that's being played, the style of play. People don't master cover 3 anymore. Everything's quarters, got to play in some. And I'm not saying Sean can't play man, but if you looked at Sean's film, he sat in the middle of the field, played center field, got great ball skills, great anticipation, rope it off, clean you up. You ain't gonna run a post route because you're gonna get put to sleep. But that was the art of cover 3. If you go look at, you can Google right now who is the number 1 safety in the class of 21. It's probably going to be the dude from West Virginia, the dude from Notre Dame. They little cats, 5'10", blah, 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 because they can play some type of man. They basically a 5th corner or a 3rd corner, that type of cat, because the way the game is played. You got to remember when Sean Taylor played, it was 2 in the backfield, a slot, a flanker, as they called it, a Z and X, and that was it.
That was now, the flanker was, yeah.
Wide. Only time you saw 5 wide was what? Prevent, dude trying to score at the last minute. It's cats that mastering that stuff now. Mm-hmm. And so the game is different. So I go back to say all this. I don't have a problem with the size. Like I told you, I don't have a problem with the size of our linebackers. We gotta incorporate busting their head. Everybody get to the ball. I got a problem with the quality of the linebackers. I'm not upset about he's 6. I don't care if he's 6'2", 210. He's not gonna eat boat pizza and tater tots every day. He's gonna get on the right training table and eat the right food. He'll grow. Like you said, look at Rousseau. The dude put on 45 pounds. Look at Chase Smith. Chase Smith, daddy, professional athlete. But when he get here, he getting the right nutrition, right food. Look how he pow, 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 pow.
Yep.
What I'm saying is we got to get talent. We got hella talent in the backside. It's only 2 spots, but we don't have the talent on the front side. Cool, we got to take our 4-year linebacker and make him a defensive end, dog.
5-year linebacker. It took 5 years to be like, hey,
I'm just trying to say,
him at the end.
Cole, that's what I'm trying to say. And put him at, and if he's not there, and Cole, here's the worst part. With no formal training, I know he plays some in high school, but it is different because it shows. He's starting. I'm just calling a spade on this one now. My thing is, I don't have a problem with. I love the fact we got all them DBs. We was sweating bullets when we came to linebacker. It got so bad, people out left.
We still sweating bullets because, like you said, I like the first wave, and when I say I like the first wave, I'm gonna say I'm content with the first wave. Yeah. But the second wave, I think there's a big drop.
Coach, I'm looking at Austin Cave. He 225. He can't get on the field. Why not?
Oh, he's balling. I think he's a name that is gonna pop up later on in the season because I've heard that his scrimmage tape is is been legit, and that boy's fast. He's probably the fastest linebacker on the team. That's
He ain't even on the depth chart.
He's not on the too deep, but I'm pretty sure
He got banged up a little bit.
He was balling, got banged up a little bit. I'm pretty sure he's might be the backup Mike by week 5-ish. Like, no disrespect to Bradley Jennings, but you have Tyreek Austin Cave at 225 running a 4.5, pretty much, a little bit faster than Keontre Smith. He's actually a track guy at linebacker. I think we good with that.
He said, "Get them glasses on, coach." I ain't got no glasses. I'm just trying to make sure I saw right. I'm just saying we got player. I don't hear nothing about Deshaun Troutman, even though I know he's a true freshman, right? I don't know how he's panning out, but I'm just saying, like, all I'm just trying to say is we can get these guys, bro. They got ball players around here. We got ball players. It's in the country. We got ball players, dog.
Yeah, I think
future. Because here's the deal: one of them eventually somebody's gonna end up in the portal.
Oh yeah, a bunch, especially at safety. After this year,
yeah. So why are we spending our energy coaching the hell out of dudes that we know that's finna dip because there's only 2 spots and it's 7 dudes when we could be getting more? Like, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, and I know I'm on the outside of that war room than inside that door, and I understand that. I'm just simply saying that when I look at things, even the guys that match with the James Williams years, they don't match, right? Maybe I'm wrong, bro. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong or right. Talk to me.
It's also too, we've had more success with the safety position recently than maybe any other position when it came to producing NFL players. So it's just been a lot easier for us to get some of those guys. Like, Rayshon's still in the league. He's been in there for 6-7 years now. Jamal Carter had a good run. Jaquan's still out there. Redwine just went. Yeah, Redwine just made to the Jets. Like, we've been able to produce some of these guys, and that's Manny putting a high priority on the safeties on the field. When our safeties have been good, our team has pretty much been good in recent years, right?
Yeah.
Like going back to 17 and all that. And I know Steve-O's talked a lot about Jaquan and Redwine when they were roaming back there together. So
most important part of Manny's defense,
right? It's DT and safeties, right? Like, those are the two. And so it's easy for those kids to see, like, hey, I know exactly what I'm going to be there. And it just, you need some of those guys to step up at linebacker. If Austin Cave has a huge season, if Keontre shows that he's legit at weak side, like if Chase Smith becomes the phenom we kind of hope and think he can be, then that's when you think that ball is going to start rolling at linebacker. Because, those dudes in South Florida, the West Passaic, you get him, you have next to a Chase Smith, and you have a Keontre, and you have a James Williams going up and back. That's a foursome at the second level. That is scary. That is a dangerous group. It's just a matter of proving to those guys that you can develop at linebacker, which is our biggest issue. Yeah. We have some guys that can play, but can we develop them and produce them and turn them into pros?
Yeah,
That's the real question.
Yeah, I think the hard question we got to ask is, why are we converting all these safeties to linebacker? And it has to come to the fact that we just haven't been able to recruit linebackers that just play linebacker. Let's be honest. So I don't think it's by choice that we started this whole let's just grab safeties. I think it's literally like, hey, bro, every time, these linebackers drop a commitment date, it's not us. So we kind of had no choice, really, to be honest. Like, the guy we're recruiting right now, Alfonso Allen, and then, Keontre Smith, for an example, he played almost exclusively linebacker in high school. Right. He was listed as a safety, but, most of his tape was at strong side. Strong side, and he also played some of their version of a striker in space. So, these are guys with their high school tape, like an Alfonso Allen, who's at Central. These guys' high school tape shows them playing in the second level. They already have the size, and we have some guys at linebacker that tell you don't have to play him right away. You could let him put a little bit of weight on because you have a Chase Smith there that you believe in. You have a Keontre Smith there that, people around the team really believe in. They're really talking him up. And you have guys, that Tyreek Austin Cave with the potential. You never know. But you never know if they're going to pan out, the potential guys, because we have Avery Huff, who's been a potential guy for a while, and we haven't seen much from there. So I think we had to start recruiting safeties and moving them down just because we just couldn't get linebackers. Imagine what the linebacker room would be now without Chase Smith, Amari Carter, Keontre, like we would have no actual linebackers. We had to move these guys. And I think that's just bad recruiting. That's why we backed ourselves into this position.
And I mean, to piggyback, I agree with what Chris said too. Yes, recruiting has a big part of, where we're at right now as well. But at the same time, you recruit these guys, you got to know your own personnel. So, when you go from Diaz, who's an attack, defensive mind, to Blake Baker, who's I'm a, bend but don't break type of guy, your personnel changes. So if you have a guy, say, I'm gonna just use his name for instance, because he's still here, McLeod. Say I'm a blitz, I'm gonna come off the edge and I'm gonna stop this run. But now he no longer does that the following year because no, I don't blitz as much. I drop back in coverage. He's not gonna look as good. You know what I'm saying? Because he's coming downhill, which is a little easier to tackle sometimes, depends on how the guy's coming at you. Rather than I'm in open field and the guy's running away from me, so it all goes into your coaching. At the end of the day, you recruit these guys, you have to develop them. So with Manny, Shoop, T-Rob, I trust those guys because they've done it at the highest level. They succeeded. Yes, they failed, but at the end of the day, they've all been at least a defensive coordinator. So these guys know how to look at film. They know how to look at their own personnel and say, hey, this is where you get better. This is where you failed. This is where you did good. Now this is what I'm going to teach you, and this is where we're going to, turn our focus. So I really feel like finally we have a coaching staff who isn't a bunch of, I'm not going to say bad coaches because they're not, they obviously got to college, but they haven't been that level coaching staff where, they've seen all different types of things, and I'm not saying that, we got the coach staff, this defense about to turn up, be number one. No, I'm not saying that, but I feel like we have a defensive mind in there where all three of those guys can sit down in a room and use each other's different mindsets to make the team better.
Yeah, and backing up what Rasta said real quick, think about the way that we viewed our linebackers in 2017 when we had young guys like young Shaq, young Pink, versus how we viewed them when they were seniors. Like they were seniors and it was a lot like, oh my God, what are we doing with these guys? When they were sophomores and they were still kind of kicking into it and figuring out what was going on, they were great. Did exactly what they were supposed to do. When they got older, they didn't get worse. They were playing in a different they were playing in a different system that didn't give them the opportunity to play well. We took away the things that they did well. When they were less experienced, we were telling them, hey, here's what you got to do. Fill the gaps, make plays. That D-line is going to be a savage beast to just go out there, fill the gaps, make plays. And they were coming forward and doing it. Now we're getting back to that. And those linebackers instantly can look a little bit better. Just you putting sunglasses on like, oh, I could see this now. I feel like this is where we are or can be.
So let me ask you guys a question in regards to this, man. The last linebacker crew we had was Shaq, Pinkney, and those cats, right? 6 years ago when my man McLeod came on in, right? Would you agree? Am I right? Accurate? No?
2015.
And so he was Golden's last class if he came in 2015.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's crazy, right? So here's the deal, right?
Been through 3 head coaches. Wow.
So here's the deal, right? The recruiting piece of this, and this is where I talk about recruiting. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I like to tell a little stories. I got a few of them. In my perception, my eyes, my opinion, I believe that the University of Miami started falling when Larry Coker took over from the recruiting standpoint. I don't think that I was talking about this earlier. Actually, I was talking to Footballville Street about this. I don't think Larry Coker understood how important the internet was going to be to recruiting. I don't think he understood at the turn of the century what computers did for recruiting. I was talking to a coworker. He was talking about, man, I remember when I was in school, we had to send tapes off. I like, now these coaches just press your name in, put huddle behind it, and your whole highlight come up. So now these kids get more exposure, and that's what started happening to Miami. Right. I don't think Larry Coker really understood the value of staying in touch with these kids like this. Just because we the U don't mean you gonna come here. You understand?
That's a great point.
I say all that to say this, huh?
That's a great point. That turn of the era, that's kind of when these other teams that are the new perennial powers, like Alabama has rich tradition, but that's when they jumped in.
No, but Alabama didn't jump in. They was getting their butts kicked. Remember, Shula and the boys.
It
Was Nick Saban. Listen, Nick Saban understood the turn of the century. Listen, why? You got to remember this. Saban at that time, Saban was at Michigan State. Michigan State. I've said this before. Why Nick Saban's claws are so deep in the city of in the state of Florida, but especially South Florida. When he was at Michigan State, I keep going back to Cedric Irvin at Miami High that used to be at Southridge. He gets him. Michigan State wasn't no powerhouse, but they were basketball school. And they were like, who is 33? He turned it out as a freshman, right? And that's how he got his name in college. He gets the job at LSU. Now remember, when he went to Michigan State, he was turning it around because remember his longtime homeboy, Bobby Williams, the longtime running back coach, used to be with him all the time, right? Got the job after Nick Saban left at Michigan State, right? With Charlie Rogers and Jeff Smoker, the quarterback, and all that stuff. But anyhow, they had players from Deerfield at the time, all over the state of Florida. You can go pull those rosters. He was digging his claws in at the time because he knew. Remember when he left the Browns and all that.
I could tell you right now, his relationship with the Deerfield staff right now, with Coach Gunn and them and Bama, it's milk. I'm telling you, it's as butter as it get.
You know why? Because he understands the importance of relationship. I'm gonna show you how all his ties come back here. They currently right now got 16, 17 dudes from Florida, not just mine, but Florida on their roster. But anyway, here's what else. He leaves, goes to LSU, right? He gets players from Florida. I keep going back. Ali Highsmith, Dwayne Bowe. I got a picture around here somewhere. Matter of fact. Dwayne Bowe from Florida. Terrell McGill. All these boys out here. I'm just saying. That's it. Like, he's got the players, dog. He used to come with that same ugly pink coat he wear today, come to the school every week and make it happen, right? Miami wasn't doing that. Larry Coker, Michael Barrow, they show up at the end of recruiting. Hey, man, we want you to come here. Santana Moss even gave Dwayne Bowe Miami Hurricane shoulder pads. I keep saying that. And the state game, you could see the green and orange stitching under the thing. They didn't recruit well. So now he's at LSU. Where does he get his next job after LSU, guys?
Doesn't he go to the Dolphins?
No, he's at the Dolphins. Guess what happens with the Miami Dolphins? Guess who they bring to their campus all the time? High school coaches. 7-on-7. You know who's in charge now? If you guys get into coaching, Twan Russell. He does all the high school relation stuff. Now you building more relationship. Guys, come by anytime. We used to go to Dolphin training camp all the time as coaches.
Yeah, they used to put Coach Saban. I remember my first time ever seeing him was at Central Park over there in Plantation. We had the hugest 7-on-7 teams. It used to be where your 7-on-7 was only your high school team, and that's who you played for. It wasn't like all these like super teams. And Coach Saban would come through there, and then you would see Jimbo. All the people who have ties to South Florida recording, you would see Corey Raymond. All these people have been here for a while, talking to parents, talking to coaches. When Corey Raymond call a coach down here, that coach is not trying to hang up the phone until he sells to his own guy as hard as he can to Corey. That's the type of, that's the respect they have because they've been down here doing it so long.
Listen, Corey Raymond, I met Corey Raymond in Orlando at a coaching conference. He was at Utah State. And I had a kid named Chris Ford. Matter of fact, he was on the show about 2-3 weeks ago. That's how I said, man, you don't know about Utah State. I'm just playing with him, right? I'm like, man, don't let this Utah State shirt fool you. I'm from, you know what I mean? We got a great relationship off that. I'm just saying, but I'm gonna go back and show you now. Think about the guys that came to the Dolphins with him. The same crew: Will Muschamp, Kirby Smart, Bobby Williams, James Coley. The same tree of guys. Where's James Coley from?
South Florida.
Right. He lived right across the street from the Orange Bowl, dog. He was the offensive coordinator at Norland. I was the defensive coordinator. I'm just talking about relationships down here. If you go look in Georgia, look at the guys that fall under that tree. Kirby Smart gonna come get these kids out of American Heritage, Isaiah McKenzie, Sony, that kind of stuff, right? Will Muschamp, Florida, he gonna come get the kids, right? T-Rob, he got ties. Let's get more. They know where it is, but we stopped doing that. You go look at Larry Coker, we get linebackers from Vermont. Play linebacker in Vermont, dog.
They play football in Vermont.
We're doing that. We're back to that, Coach. DVD.
No, I know, but I was just trying to talk about how you build that relationship, and it's been so long. Even everywhere he went, he kept that same attitude, and he understood that. Coach, I just wanted to tell you why he's so dangerous in Florida. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't know the backstory. They just think Alabama. He been doing this for a long. It been way before Alabama, bro. He been digging claws way before. Matter of fact, I remember going to Michigan State. You know who was there? Tyrone Moss. All those guys all us went up there at the same time. A lot of players from Dillard. All us were up there because they were bringing guys up playing. They just call it Sparty ball, crap like that. But anyhow, those kind of guys. That's what I'm saying. That he's got those ties, and we got to build those same type of ties, man.
Where he at? I got Tyrone Moss on here. Right here.
Yeah, man.
Tyrone Moss. But I used to go to the Soul Bowl, watch Dillard and Ely, baby. Oh yeah, Friday night.
You were probably young then, dude. I remember this dude put up like 250 first half, take his shoulder pads off.
Yeah, I remember the first time I seen Patrick Peterson live, bro. Oh my god, like that Soul Bowl used to be hitting. But I told you gotta catch you a Dillard game, man. Them things be riding.
You got to be good, man. So anyway, I just said all that, man, to say this guy's had his ties in a long time, and in order for us to win, we got to be able to get and I'm at the point on. I mean, yeah, we want to get our players back, but with the computer, bro, we can get plenty of guys out here, dog. We still the U. I don't care what nobody say, dog.
I think going with the whole Larry Coker thing, that when the internet started to really hit and people started to be able to see all those South Florida guys, and not just the top dudes, everybody knew about the top dudes. National teams came looking for the top dudes. Miami knew about all those other guys that were there that the high school coaches were talking about. Oh, you got to see this dude. This dude is crazy. Like it's Chase Smith, right? Chase Smith wasn't at the biggest high school. Like he wasn't at this monstrous academy where everybody comes see him all over the country. He would have been a guy that nobody would have even talked about. All of a sudden, he shows up at Miami, and oh my God, he's a stud. But now they come for those guys because they see the tape. They don't care about 3-star on 24/7, whatever. They see 2-star, 3-star, and they're like, "Look at this guy." I mean, Ohio State was after Ohio State pulled a corner that was a 3-star.
Ryan Turner.
Yeah, but they loved him, and if Ohio State loves him, I don't care. I don't care if he's 3-star. He's going to be a 5-star if they want him,
bro. You know what I couldn't realize about those raggedy stars? I'm just being honest.
Make
Some
no
people
damn
just throw a star there until they can get a chance until he comes to a camp or something to help their camp.
Right. That's one mishap because when I did a highlight tape for Jamal Johnson back when he was committed for us, and I watched every tape of his junior year. And one, Jamal Johnson's the best player on that defense. Two, it was definitely Ryan Turner, bro. You could not throw. They literally. It's crazy when you see high school corners literally shut down a side when they're going against the talent that Shamadan is going against every day. When you look at Ryan Turner, bro, he literally flashes on film because I was watching for Jamal. I was literally making a highlight tape for Jamal, and I just kept saying, "Yo, who is that? 6? Yo, who is that?" It was 5 interceptions, 16. Bro, he had like 6 pass breakups in the first half when they were playing that school that Malik Curtis went to, Bishop Farrar. I mean, that was the first time I was like, God damn, boy. Like, they can't even throw that way.
Play, boy.
Right. In 1999, he's a Cane. No doubt about it. No question about it, because we would have been the team that knew about him, that recruited him, pulled him. Butch would have been locked up. But now Ohio State can see him so early that they already prioritized him before we even had a chance to make a move, which is sad. But again, that their relationship was already there.
Yeah,
that's the deal, though. Can I ask a question, just kind of rebuttal to that? That's the problem.
Yeah.
That even though Ohio State knows about him, we should know about him.
We did.
I don't care many
We got to know when he's 10. We got to know when he's 11.
We were on him super early, but there was some other things that played a big role into that recruitment. I'm not talking about a bag or anything like that. I mean, that probably happened too, but there was a big reason that he went to Ohio State and not Miami.
Yeah. We won't
Yeah,
get
I
into
get it.
this,
And my thing is, I get it, right, and I get that. I'm not gonna like belabor that because we talk about those all the time, right? The thing is, and I'm not gonna go back and there's a thing called a national recruit, a regional recruit, a local recruit, right? The thing is, the computer has given access to these coaches. No longer, if you want to see a guy use that, dog, I'm telling you, this is how old I am. I know it don't seem like it. I know I'm cool as hell and all. But listen, I remember you had to go in the drawer, Steve-O, right? You had to go in the drawer and pull out recruiting tapes just to see who you wanted to look at. I want to look at Steve-O highlight tape. Now you just put it on the thing, and I look at it. You had to go check the dang on thing out, bro.
Yeah, film room. That's crazy. Yeah, my uncle, Nate, Uncle Nate, he played at Notre Dame before he got injured, and he stayed after the coach a little bit. And he still has those cassette tapes. What's that dude's name? Audrey. He was their running back. He was lit, boy. Audrey Denson or something.
Audrey Denson.
Yeah, so him and so Audrey Denson.
Matter of fact, that's who Greg Moss worked for at Charleston.
Yeah,
Southern.
I mean, Audrey Denson. He coached with Coach Moss. They both coached me at Nova my freshman year.
You know what this is, Steve-O?
Yeah, I'm about to cry. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it.
You know what this is though?
That's the workout sheet, ain't it? The punching sheet.
No,
play sheet.
This is a stencil to teach you how to draw circles. See, y'all got computers now.
Oh man, I thought you were talking about how he used to have this like 4 workout machine cable thing. Audrey Denson used to bring it on the truck, and we had to punch out.
This right here is how you used to draw plays up with a pencil, dog. It teach you how to draw plays. You little young whippersnappers now got computers. So it teach you, look, I'm just showing you, it teach you how to draw circles, baby. So now you can't go in here with this foolishness. You got perfect circles. That's how they look. See that? It's called a stencil. And this is how you used to have to make, I'm just showing you about technology. This is how you used to have to make scouting reports and draw each one of them like that, hand by hand. So I'm just talking about how fast technology has made things move, and we got to find a way to catch up with it. Fellas, we are at the 10:28 mark in the Coach Hayes Football U-Tube Takeover. We got 192 in the chat. I appreciate y'all, man. If you want to stay, you're more than welcome, but I got my man A Black. Hopefully, Big Smooth will be on here in a second. We're going to talk about some running back play. Hopefully, I don't get stuck, right, like I was before, like an old loser.
Hey, Coach, you better have some energy left.
Yeah,
for what?
They'll bring it. They'll
bring it. A Black and Groove. They got it.
You could take a nap. They'll cover you. Don't worry.
Listen, bro, I'm built for this, man. You know what's so funny? I just was sitting here thinking right before I said that. I like, bro, I literally have not lifted my butt out that chair except when I lean for that picture. It's 4:00 this afternoon.
That's grind. That's grind heavy. That's grind mode.
Because I'm a G. It's all about the you. You understand? So anyway, I'm just talking trash, man. But like I say, man, thank you guys for coming on. Steve-O telling me, man, if you need anything from me, holler at me, man. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help you further, whatever it is you want to do. Man, you get my number from anybody over there. Call me, whatever. Because I think you got a real bright future in this deal, bro. You're a very sharp cat, man, when it comes to it. But
Coach,
just
real quick, can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Steve, we just dropped Steve-O's newest breakdown of De'Ara King's deep ball throws from last year. So it's 14 minutes. It's gold. It's gold. So you guys go check it out on the Canes Insight YouTube channel. Everyone in the chat, when this is done, we got some time here. Don't worry. Well, we got to listen.
Got an hour and a half, baby. Hour and a half.
Before you guys go to sleep, go check out Steve-O's breakdown of De'Ara King's deep balls. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Steve,
appreciate Coach Hayes.
Best in the business.
Anytime, bro. I appreciate you. I like people who like the craft. You understand? And Max, man, thank you again for helping me put this all together. I'm gonna be calling about this raggedy computer deal. Like, I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe I even tried to call the Geek Squad and they passed my house, man. But anyway,
Max already texted your number. We good.
Yeah, and Roster, man, it was a pleasure, man, to meet you. Like I say, definitely, you guys are always more than welcome to come back. If you want me to come, I have no problem, man. I would love to do it. No pressure at all, man. Other than that, any shout out you guys want to give before I get into this storm one? Because these cats look like they ready. I see, man, they got all man out here. And I got something for him. Big Snoop. I got something for him.
Yeah.
I got something for that.
It's hilarious. A quick
Yeah.
shout out. Make sure
Yeah.
you go to Caneswear or order it online. Get you a Harley T-shirt or Xavier Restrepo's. I've been wearing them all week. Bro, 50% Caneswear is a G. A lot of people have been trying to dog these kids and take 60 to 40%. Caneswear can correct 50%. Yo, hey, they're doing the kids right. So if you're gonna get a shirt, think about supporting some of our players.
Yeah, and on that note about Canesville, real quick, there's at least 3 or 4 more guys in the pipeline, more shirts like specially designed with the kids, with the young men that are playing for Youth First Miami.
Yes,
50% of those proceeds go right to the players. So you want to support the players, like don't just say, oh, whatever, I'll find a way. Right there, there's $15 in their pocket every time you buy a shirt. So go do that.
Yeah.
All right, there
I
it is,
appreciate
man.
it, Coach.
Awesome, man.
I'm finna get up out of here, man. I appreciate you for having me on. We definitely got to link a little more, man. I'd love to bring you on the show one day. We'll shoot you a message on Twitter. We can chop it up some more. Like I said,
See my number back. You got it.
yeah, I got you, man. But yeah, appreciate it, man. It was definitely fun. And always.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot, bro. All right, Max, anything, man? Look, he's the man still got sunlight in the background. Boy,
Nah, man, I appreciate you letting me kind of help out and schedule this whole thing, and for having me on for these 2 hours. And you're gonna have a lot of fun here the last segment, man. I'm telling you, these boys are wild.
Yeah, I love them, man. I think they were actually on already. I've had them on already. About 2 weeks ago, I think I had these cats on, son. You know what I'm saying? It's about to go down. Hey, great way to finish this deal, man. I got an hour and a half and some change. Man, my butt ain't hurting just yet. We about to make the thing ride out, man.
When you see A Black, Coach, you might know him. He's an old school rapper. 'Cause I got people up in New York and Philly. He looked like Black Thought. When you look at him and he come and see me with the hat.
I met him already.
Yeah, man. A Black is funny as hell. Heaven Groove. It's gonna be a great show. My lady calling me right now, but I'm gonna still watch.
All right, let's do it, man. Appreciate you guys. Like I say, thank you guys so much. Let me give some love as you guys exit. I had a donation earlier, man, so I appreciate. I want to give them love. Like I said, I don't want to break the chat with the donations, man. Thank you guys, and let me give them their love, and we're gonna be right back in, man.
Coach Hayes, what's up, son? What it do? What it do, Coach? What it do, Coach? What it do?
I can't hear you, baby.
Coach Hayes, you muted. You muted.
Can't hear you.
Oh man, Coach Hayes done.
Hey, we go. You know, I already know how we do it, baby.
Hey, Coach Hayes done broed out his own
trying to give us the platform. Where you go, that big ball?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, Coach? What's up, son? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, son? Yo, the hurricane's about to kill him, son.
Hey, hey, I want to appreciate every last gentleman that you just had on the last segment. Them guys are good, man. They good dudes, you know what I'm saying? Real good dudes. They funny.
If it wasn't for them.
Yeah, they funny. You know, they some good, they some cool cats.
Nah, they cool cats, man. Listen, I thought I had something for you. Let me see here. Let me see if I got something for you, man.
Hey, look, it's kind of ironic, right? But it's kind of perfect, right? That we're gonna talk about running backs, because like I'm literally watching one of the best backs in the country right now, like just destroy Ohio State. The brother from Minnesota is official.
Who got him? Who got Muhammad Ibrahim? Who has him on the draft?
I don't know, but
somebody got him. But anyway, no, I was gonna say real quick. I want to say, that's right. Listen, man, the draft is going on. Everything is rolling. I want to do this officially, though, man. I want to give y'all love officially. First of all, I want to say thank you, Cass, man, for coming on 10:30. If you guys on this show right now, we got 175 in the chat. We were up to 300, but guess what? We got some cats been riding the entire 8 hours. We at 6 hours 30 minutes right now. All right, we at 6 hours and 30 minutes on the thing. We rolling, man. But I want to say, man, you guys are awesome. I know we did this kind of in the other show, but I think you guys got the hot and up and coming show, man. You guys are fun, lighthearted. I was in the chat listening to you guys talking to some of the former Alabama guys, Darnell Jenkins as well. Had the opportunity to coach against Darnell Jenkins, man, when he was in high school at Central. Believe it or not, right? And I wasn't sure his name rung a bell, but I wasn't sure if he was at Lakeland. What's his name? Chris Jones.
Chris Rogers.
Chris Jones. Huh?
Chris Rogers.
Chris Rogers.
Chris Rogers, yes. So again, those guys, man, amazing. It was an excellent show. So I still like to say for everybody out there that has not had an opportunity to see these guys, man, y'all come check them out. They're fun. You know, man, if you're having a bad day, pop them boys on, man. I don't care if you're a Cang fan or not, man. Hit the button because guess what? Your day going to get a lot better, man. And so I appreciate you, A Black, for coming on. Appreciate you also, Big Groove, for coming on.
Yes,
but
sir.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that call you got there, Big Groove. Talk to me.
What's up? You gotta know. That's the
I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a cockatoo or what. But here go the real thing. Listen.
Man, that sound like a sheep.
Lamb or something.
That sound like a sheep.
That's a goat.
Is that a goat? A sheep?
No, that's a real ibis. Listen.
For real?
It's another one.
Oh man, I got
Hey Groove, you way off.
So basically, what you got to do is you basically got to fart into the microphone because that's exactly what that junk sound like. That's what it sounds like, some craziness, man. But anyway, somebody else say, don't let nobody else come on or leave. You might lose your mind. Bro, I've been having the worst internet deal, man. And I know I'm going to have fun with you cats tonight. But anyway, man, I want to say thank y'all. Let the people know now where they can find you, when you come on, what you guys are all about, whatever you want to plug, and we'll go from there, as well as stuff about the game, too.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh man. You can find me on, I got my IG right there, Storm One and Groove. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Storm Groove. Also, you can find us on either Thursday or Fridays at 9:30 or 10:30. We try to get them in 3 days ahead because, like I said, my schedule changed as far as the work. Gradually, the good thing is I'm on day shift now, so we can shoot on regular times every week now. So you should see more consistent for the next 2 months shows, either on a Thursday or Friday, whatever we come to agreement with as far as which day we want to do the show. And I'll just give it to my boy Black.
All right, that's what's up. Hey, you can find me at IG at stormwarning.ablack, and you can find me on Twitter at ablack2. So come through, family. Go to the page, the Storm Warning page, like, subscribe, turn your post notifications on so you can be alerted when we're gonna have a show, when we go live. And come through, show that love. We're gonna give you that raw barbershop talk, energetic, but we also gonna drop knowledge of the game because we do know we're former players, coaches, so we do know the ins and outs, the X's and O's. So you're gonna get that with a little bit of entertainment as well.
Oh yeah. Two state championship here at Lee High School in Birmingham, baby.
So you're gonna get some entertainment as well.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, man. So now let's get into this thing, man. Let's talk running backs. I've said this from the very beginning that I think this group of the three-headed monster, maybe it's 2.5. We don't know what Nighting's fate is as of right now. And maybe you guys have some insight on what happened or what's going on. Is it injury? Is it? I don't know. So I'm gonna let y'all talk about it. Y'all supposed to be the gurus of this segment, so we're gonna find out. But anyway, I still think I'm gonna give my opinion, and I'm gonna let you ride with it. And I'll hit the gas, y'all steer the wheel. I still think the three-headed monster back there is our strong suit. That's my opinion. I think Cam is the off-tackle power guy, gap scheme runner, counters, powers, that type of deal. I think Knighting is the slasher. He's the screen guy. He's the third down, the Le'Veon Bell type. You could put him out there at receiver if you need to. Just that, as they call it, the Swiss Army knife dude.
Right.
And then to go back up is Chaney, has a combination of both.
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk-like, Thurman Thomas-like. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Catch balls out the backfield, but is just as dominant in between the tackles on running, not just as one trick pony, I guess.
Right.
How do you guys feel about that? Agree, disagree, add something to it, take something away from it?
No, I agree with that. I'm gonna take the Don, because I know my man Groove want to talk about Cam, so I'm gonna take the Don. He has a little bit of, I agree with, he has a little bit of both. He's a one cut downhill runner. He has more fluidity than Cam. Like, he's more loose in the hips. You know what I'm saying? He's more loose in the hips. Cam, Don can hit that, go 60 at any moment, just like Cam and Knighton. But Don is a little more stronger than Jalen Knight. You know what I'm saying? Cam ain't going down with no arm tackle. Now Knighton could have gotten stronger from last year, but we won't know until game time. So we just basing off of what we saw. I think Cam has all the intangibles to be the next great back to come out of Miami. You know what I'm saying? I think he has it. If he stays healthy, then the sky's the limit. Because he has that combination of size, speed, and his pass pro has gotten better. You could tell he worked on that in the spring game, and he can also catch the ball. But I just think he has more fluidity than Cam. That's what sets him apart from Cam, in my opinion. But I'm happy with either one. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna take the Don, because I know Groove likes talking about Cam, so I'm gonna leave Cam to my man.
Yeah, perfect. Because I say the same thing. I just feel like Chaney has this piece of Knighton and this piece of Cam, and you put them in. Like, that's why I say it's the three-headed monster. You got, the power, the lightning, and then the guy that has a combination of both in Don. So go ahead, man. You got it, Groove. Talk to us.
I actually kind of agree with you guys. So I've said this, when everybody was, asking about who's going to be the starter, everybody went with Don, and, I could see why. But I'm a Rooster guy. I like Rooster. I think he has the best skill set, me personally, than all the backs. But people don't understand why I say this, but he reminds me of Dalvin Cook as far as the explosive. He can break a game open. But with Cam, I knew he was gonna be the starter, because just when he first got there as a freshman, they had to put him on the field some way, because everybody was talking about Lingard, and Cam was just working. He just one of those guys to keep his head down and just keep working and continue to work. And I knew it was gonna be hard for those young guys to beat him because of his work ethic. He slimmed down a lot more. You can tell he got a little bit more explosive from the clips I've saw. I just think, man, I made this prediction for him this year. I think Cam is going to be a 1,200-yard rusher this year. Some people may disagree. But the reason why,
say that one more time. Say that one more time. Because he on my fantasy draft. Say it one more time.
Harris is going to have 1,200 yards rush, 1,200 plus yards rushing. I
like that.
I agree that I think the running backs will be the strong suit, along with that veteran offensive line that we have. I think we're going to start wearing a lot of teams down, because just like you said, you got Cam, that's that off the tackle, that can run between the tackle, that can take it to the house, and he can beat you down. But then, hey, now y'all chasing Rooster on the little play action with King and the go routes, and then you can throw him on flare routes. And now third, fourth quarter come, now you got Big Chaney that, okay, we don't know what this guy's going to do. He can go out for a pass, or I could just give him 10 straight touches if I need to, and he gonna break at least 5, 6, or 7 of them. You know what I'm saying? So with that, man, I just think, man, we haven't had a stable like this, a solid, consistent stable like this. I honestly can't say, because we usually only have 2 good backs. I know I can't. It's hard to compare them to back then.
Not comparing. No. We're not comparing. We just saying
but that's the last time we had 3 running backs that were just like that. You know, but we usually only have 2 good backs that would be consistent. You either have Duke Johnson and Jerry Yerby, or you know what I'm saying, DJ Dallas and Travis Homer. You know what I'm saying, or you have Mike James and Duke Johnson. You see what I'm saying? And Lamar Miller and you know, so it's kind of like, man, I'm excited.
We got three young men that could be the bell cow in this offense.
You don't lose no drop off in production when you put in the 3 in the game. And the kicker is, shoot, we may have 4 or 5.
I mean, we not even talk. Yeah, we didn't even talk about Cody Brown and Thad. We didn't even talk about them 2.
You know what I'm
exactly. And so and that's something I wanted to bring. I'm going to talk about their depth at this, right? But here's the thing. That's why I say there's no drop off, but there's definitely a skill set change in this, right?
Exactly.
So that's where what I like about these 3 guys in the backfield is the fact that your playbook is not limited.
Nope.
You don't have 2 of the same type of guys, right? Maybe I'm wrong, and I may be speaking out of turn, but I'm just really, I just say this out.
I agree.
I don't follow. No, what I'm saying, I don't follow UNC like that. But when I watched them play against us, the 2,000-yard rush backs they had were damn identical.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, so once they get into a jam where that kind of play is shut down, they have nothing else to go to, right? There's no plan B or a change up. We have 3 different types. We have, like I said, we got the big dude that's going to power you down. We got the guy that's lightning fast, can walk you out. Then we got the guy that can do both. So if Cam in the game, you think you're going to stop the power? Okay, that's cool. Well, you bring Knighton in the game and you think you can stop the quick passes, the perimeter plays to get around the edges. That's cool. But then when you bring Chaney in, now you got to cover both.
Exactly. Hey, you know, it's funny you say that, right? It's funny you say that. And I'm gonna go baseball with you real quick. It's almost like when my Yankees were ruling the 90s, and in that pitching staff, when we had David Cone, Andy Pettit, Roger Clemens, right? And then you bring Mario Rivera in for the closer. All of them were different. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's over my head. I don't follow baseball, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so all of those pitches was different. Like Roger Clemens was the heater. He coming in and he powerful, he's strong, he throwing nothing but gas. You know what I'm saying? Andy Pettit, you know, he was like a change-up type of pitcher. You know, David Cone, curveballs all day long, curveball, off-speed pitches, and Mario Rivera, when he come in, he's just a closer. He was a combination of everybody. So yeah, you know, I'm known for my analogies, right? You know what I'm saying? So I had to get that out, Groove.
Oh yeah, it's all good. It'd be like it's trying to force its way out you. I get it. I understand. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I understand. No, I'm just talking trash, man. But like I said, you got to do whatever you got to do to get the point across. I totally get it, man. Here's what I look at, man. Let's talk about Alabama. Let me go back. No, let me do this. Let me ask you a question. And whoever want to answer first, you're more than welcome. What is the game plan from the running game plan come Friday 3:30?
I'll go first on this one. Me personally, I would attack them on the edges. Me personally, I would try to, you know, if you go back and look at the teams that had success running the ball on Alabama, look at the Auburn when they had the Trey Masons and Artist Payne and all those guys, they attacked the edges. You know what I'm saying? They attacked the edges, but then they attacked the edges so much that now they started gassing them up the middle. You feel what I'm saying? Me personally, I would attack the edges with the zip motion. You know, bring either Harley or Rambo, whoever is in that slot, you know, motion them out. attack, off tackle, stretch plays. You know what I'm saying? And then you can play action boot, get the tight end Mallory in the flats open because they're so keen on the run. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think we should. That's how I would attack Alabama.
So explain to me real quick before A Black go. When you say attack the edges, give us some kind of context in regards of, you mean like jet sweep perimeter stuff, or you mean like off tackle stuff? What do you mean?
Perimeter. Yeah, try to get out on the perimeter.
Okay. All right, A Black, talk to us, buddy.
So yeah, no, I would pretty much I'm gonna spread them out because I want them to cover the whole field, and it's gonna create natural running seams. So we're gonna run outside zone. We're gonna get on them edges. We're gonna run outside zone. I would even have some formations when I got all three of them in the backfield in a diamond formation. I got King in the pistol, and I got two backs on the side of them, and one behind them. So now I got all three of my studs back there. Who you gonna key on? What you gonna do? Like, this is a game where you do not hold back the playbook. You get your playmakers out on the field, as many of them as you can, and you know with them three right there, we already know they playmakers. So now you attack them on the edge, outside zone. Then eventually them linebackers are going to, it's just natural, they're going to start shooting out there because they're going to try to anticipate what you're doing, and then guess what you do after that? You cut that thing up underneath them. You kill them with inside zone. Boom. You hit them right there. So now once the running game gets started, now we're gonna take our shots because I think their secondary is going to be. I ain't gonna say weak, but I don't think it's gonna be that strong.
I want to also kind of add something to that. And also, I think we can outflank them far as on certain run packages by just simple formations. Like Lashley is really good at scheming a lot of things open. If we can, start out at one set and then motion over, get a linebacker in like a queen or a king formation, you know what I'm saying, out of the pistol, and then we can run out, just motion over that last second. Now we got numbers. You know what I'm saying? I would, try to maneuver them with formations and outman them, because Nick Saban and they have trouble with a lot of, up tempo. So I would be doing all this in up tempo. Not, setting, looking at getting receiving calls from the sideline. All this stuff is up tempo. We're attacking the edge. Boom, get into formation. We may be running the same play, but just look like a different formation. Motion over, boom, hit them on the edges. Boom, play action. Stretch them deep. Now, what you gonna do? Either you're gonna bring somebody up, or now you gotta, or you're just gonna go base man to man, and we're gonna kill you all day with that. You see what I'm saying?
Real quick, hey, Max Todd, it's not the wishbone. It's almost the same type of offense that you saw Coastal Carolina run. It's not the wishbone. Wishbone is three backs in the backfield, a quarterback under the center. That's the wishbone. This is what we call a flex bone or a diamond formation where the quarterback's in the pistol with two backs to his side and the tailback in the back. It's not a wishbone. Not a wishbone.
Real quick, I had to get this out. I know it's going to get pushed out. Kane, Idaho says, Coach Hayes been on it all day. Thanks so much for doing it. Jerry Lewis ain't got nothing on you, Coach. You right about that. I've been in this seat for a long time, man. But anyway, there's a difference between that, like I said. But like again, I mean, when it comes to football, it's all about, semantics. We call it whatever you want to call it.
Right.
At the end of the day, you're going to run what you want to run. But here's my question, though, because I've said this before. In order for the United States, in order for the hey, you know why I'm doing that? Because I teach civics during the day, and we were talking about the United States and citizenship. So I'm talking about the United States. But anyhow, so in order for the U to take this win, we have to establish a running game. I think there's a lot of pressure on De'Aaron King. I'm not saying he can't handle it, but no one yet in this, out of the 14 guests that I've had on this show, has said to me one team that has won a natty or even a Super Bowl
without running the ball.
Just throwing the ball. Just throwing the football.
There hasn't been.
Even LSU had a run game.
Look, even the Patriots run the ball come playoff time.
Run the ball. They always gonna run the ball.
Yeah, always.
Say is, bro, even their passing game is small.
Yeah.
They pass the code. You look at Tom Brady's average passing is 10 yards a pass.
It's an extension of the run game. It's a long handoff.
That's
so
why
they told me I got to get some mods for this foolishness. I got robots in the building. But anyway, So long story short, in saying that, in order for us to win this game, and I had this conversation with I knew this was coming. I'm sorry, man. Sigmund, what's up with you? Hey, he's like the new Lou Rawls of telethon. I was thinking about that the other day because it's funny. I was trying to tell my mom, I don't even know if she's watching, and I was telling her what I was doing. She's like, but I don't understand. I said, Mom, just think of Lou Rawls United Negro College Fund. She was like, oh, that makes sense. She said, okay. She said, oh, that makes sense. Then she understood. But anyway, real quick. So what I'm trying to say, when it comes to the running game, right? If we don't establish the run, two things are going to happen. We have to be able to run the ball. And the second thing, in order for us to win this game, we got to win first down.
Yeah, it's big.
If we don't win first downs, we lose.
Can't play behind.
Alabama don't win first downs, they lose. You must win the first down battle, meaning you can't walk into a team like Alabama, and Alabama definitely, you can't walk into a team like Miami, constantly going 2nd and 10 or plus. Every drive, you can't go second. Every time it's a first down, you can't say, oh, I'm going 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10. That's how you win a football game. You got to win the first down. If you can get it a second between that second and mid range, which is about 4 to 6, your playbook is wide open. And that's big right there. That's big right there. So I say that to say all this. A Black said hit him on the perimeter. You're saying hit him where, Groove?
I said hit him on the perimeter as well.
I'm sorry. Groove said hit him on the perimeter. A Black, what do you say hit him at?
I said the same thing. I said spread them out and work them edges, and then eventually start hitting them with inside zone.
So here's what I know about football. They run a 34, right? They bring guys from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is known as the number one run play against an odd front defense is power, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to run zone on guys because they got what they call the overhang linebackers. Okay? And so therefore, and they not only the fact they overhang, they're probably some of the top players in the country that's overhanging. You know what I'm saying? And so therefore, now what do? Sometimes you got to run straight at brute strength. I look at it in sense, but again, that's something I don't see us doing. So therefore, I want to get into that. I want to talk about last year's run game because I did talk about that when we talked O-line with U-Talk. I don't know if you know the guys from U-Talk. And oh my God, who was on there with him? Bro, it's been a long night now. Talk to me. Cang, not Cang Legacy. Oh, Jesus Christ. He was awesome, bro. Come on, he's tighten up. I'm gonna get his name in a second. Somebody help me on the chat. And they say, help me, church. Help me. But anyhow, so when I look at
the sixth ring, Coach Hayes, the sixth ring.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the sixth ring. Yes, thank you. So when I look at the running, right, and I look at all of that kind of stuff going, I want to know from you guys through our conversation that I had with them about the type of runs, right? Because they were talking about the blocking, we're talking about the running. And D from Utah made a great point. He says, play your weight. Meaning if you're a big dude, we were talking about playing big boy football.
Yeah.
We got 6'5", 300-some pound dudes, 6'8", 6'7".
They should be people movers.
People movers. Do you agree with the running philosophy that you saw last year? Maybe, I know the spring was vanilla. Maybe some of the clips that we didn't even see any O-line clips like that on the little camp deal. So let's just go from what we saw last year to what we think we're going to see this year. Would you agree with the running style of the Miami Hurricanes coming into this year from what you saw last year?
I actually do, because the simple fact that we got two bigger guards. You know, you got Big Donaldson that was, hampered with injuries, that didn't play very much last year. And we already know he's a great run blocker, of people mover. Like I said, Nick Saban wanted him bad. You know what I'm saying? Also got big Jalen, what's my guy name?
Williams.
We got Big Rivers, another 325 offensive guard that's great at run blocking. So I think our run game will be a lot better because of the fact that we got two bigger guys on at the guard position instead of Scaife and Clark. I love both of those guys. I just think Clark is a natural center. I think he's going to be excellent at center, and Scaife is a right tackle. You know what I'm saying? Just by his plans, he's not big. He's not that very big. So I actually, like the one style with those two guys in the fold right now.
And if you watch Brett Lashley's, if you followed his offense, he runs a power spread. So, and I like Big Donaldson. Like when Donaldson came back, I forgot what game it was when he made his debut back.
It was the Duke game.
The Duke game. I mean, you just see the difference. Like you saw the difference, and he kind of helped hide some deficiencies in the center. You know what I'm saying? He helped Corey Gaynor a lot. That's, to me, the center position against Bama is going to be the tall tale.
Because they got a nose that ain't playing around, bro.
Right. Can he hold his own, or do we got to constantly help deuce that? Because if we got to constantly deuce that with him, it will hamper what we're trying to do. But I like their thought pattern based on the run blocking scheme with Rivers and Donaldson. But the center is going to be key, man. The center, if he can hold his own, that's going to be key.
I think the added weight that he put on, I think that should help him being able to anchor down against that big D tackle. And he's older, man. These guys been working. I'm pretty sure he's stronger. So I hopefully that weight can add, add that extra stability that he needs to be able to uphold with that massive D tackle they have.
Yeah, because that nose guard is a full grown man. That dude is
grown man, bro. Yeah. Grown man.
Yeah.
Hey, they'd be like this. Mama, that man at the door again.
yeah.
So here's my question then, because we kind of talked about what we could. I guess my real question is, from the running game standpoint, I know running backs and O-line kind of go hand in hand, which is fine. Mm-hmm. And you saw the thing somebody just put up here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Right here. It says guard this year, Coach Hayes, Navon is 345, Jalen Rivers is 340, bro. But that's 700 pounds of get down right there.
Yeah, 700.
All I'm trying to say is schematically, because everybody talks about, and correct me if I'm wrong, everybody talks about this power spread.
Right.
I didn't see a lot of pulling last year.
No, we didn't.
So what constitutes, maybe y'all tell me better than I know, what constitutes a power spread? What is a power spread? First question. Maybe I'm asking the wrong, like maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Because again, sometimes, like when somebody called it the wishbone and you called it diamond, I don't want to make that mistake. So I'm asking before I jump into this thing head first in this 2 feet of water. I'm gonna jump head first in this 2 feet of water. Like what? Because that's just like with the dude at Michigan talking about speed in space. What that mean?
Right. What is
y'all
that?
running the ball?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So what is everybody can get a catchphrase. Holy U-Tube, Batman. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got a catchphrase, dog. I'm about to hear all that. I want to know what it means.
I mean, you want me to go? Or you want to go, Black?
Go ahead.
What my concept, with the spread, the power spread, like I said, just sometimes you got your 4 wide sets, and it's just you in that pistol. A lot of times we're in that pistol formation with that tight end, and you can run it as if you in an I formation, or you can just be straight downhill and just kind of just powering your way through the offensive line. That's kind of my intake, kind of vanilla intake on it, just from my years of watching Auburn, lastly watching Gus Malzahn. You know what I'm saying? They do a lot of play action. It's still the same as a power offense, but they just got the spread wide receivers that they can also able to check out and throw quick passes and be run and gun if they need to. So that's just kind of my concept. It may not be correct, but that's just kind of how I interpret that's power spread.
All right, A Black. We got 55 minutes left before the takeover is over. Let's go, baby.
I mean, just pulling, like a power spread is like, you want to outflank, you want to have more guys you know, you want to have more blockers on one side, you know, so you want to pull from left to right, right to left, you know, to outflank, but we didn't do that last year. But he's done that at Auburn. You know what I'm saying? He's done that at Auburn, and he's done some at SMU, so I'm hoping to see some of that this year. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't run no unbalance. You know, run some unbalance. Like we said, you got 340, and Rivers was 320? It's like, come on, man. It's like, let's run some unbalanced sets. Let's pull some guards to the left or to the right, or pull the center, you know, to get a mismatch on the D line. So
and my thing is this: I'm all for that, right? And so I'm gonna just chalk it up to a COVID year, like everybody else does. But they still had a national champion.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They still had a conference champion.
They still had
they had playoff. They still had conference champions.
Right.
We still had. See, like, here's my deal. I call a spade a spade. Let's not blame something when it's not in our favor. Because you ain't see Alabama saying, "Yeah, we won the job because it was COVID this year."
Right.
That's true.
You ain't here. You know what I'm saying? The only people that's using COVID as an excuse is people that didn't make it the way it was supposed to be.
Right. Because everybody had to deal with it.
Can I ask a question? Was Mac Jones his first year playing last year?
No.
Starting? That was his first year starting, Mac Jones?
That was his first year starting.
He's the first year starter.
Prior. Because when Tua got hurt.
I know, but his first year starting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
COVID year, right?
Yep.
He went to the Natty?
Sure enough.
Yeah.
Okay. I just call a spade a spade.
Look, sure enough.
I'm just saying, but first year starting, right?
Right.
He went through COVID like everybody else and went to the Natty. Now, I know he had pieces around him, but at the end of the day,
they won.
No excuses. So all I'm saying is I don't want no more excuses. I'm ready to see some ball, dog. Yeah, that's my point.
Look, man, let's line that up on the 50 and let's play some ball. Period.
He said Mac was a senior. I get all that. All that's great. It still don't have to do with, are you playing? You playing? Get on the field. Let's play some football. Let's stop trying to coax our way through this thing. Stop making excuses for failures and let's ball.
Yeah.
It's just what it is, dog.
And you got to play football. You got to strap your boots up. You know what I'm saying? You got to get ready for war. And you know what I'm saying? In certain games, them 3 games we lost, we didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be able to punch the bully back. You can't just, you know what I'm saying? You got to be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Over year or not, you got to play ball.
Got to be able to play football, dog, at the end of the year. And so I want to go back to this piece right here before, because I want to talk about some Thad Franklin. I want to talk about some Cody Brown a little bit, what you guys may take, maybe if they even play this year with the 3-headed monster that we do have. I don't know if you guys, how deep in recruiting you guys are, maybe some guys we're looking at in the future or whatever the case may be. But I do want to talk about this that I've been hearing. How influential is their role coming out of the backfield in the passing game, whoever that may be, whether it is Knighting, Chaney, or Cam? How big of a role will they play in this game coming out of the backfield?
Honestly, all 3 are pretty good receivers out the backfield. If you kind of look at the history of them playing, Cam has caught multiple screens of swing routes and gained big yards out of them. Of course, we know Rooster. He caught him and Chaney actually caught, all 3 of them caught the little play action dump pass.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of them caught touchdowns for that last year. So the question I have, like you said, with the Cody Brown or the Thad Franklin, would they be able to contribute in that fashion like the 3-headed monsters are able to do if they get in the game of situation? Hopefully there's no injuries or anything, but hopefully Lashley doesn't have to dumb down the offense when they get in the game to accommodate their skill set. Hopefully they'll be able to still do the swing routes, the screens, the play action pass down the field, the seam routes, you know what I'm saying, that the other 3-headed monster have, been accustomed to showing that they're able to do it at a high level.
To answer your question, Coach, if all 3 of them can do it, then they need a game plan for it. You need to utilize their skill set. You need to get them some arrow routes, flare routes, some screens. That's if that's part of their game, don't take it away from them. You know, make Alabama have to cover everything that they can do.
Especially if they do it. I said, especially if they showed in the past that they're able to do that.
Right.
Utilize it.
That's like Sean Payton not throwing the ball to Alvin Kamara. That's that's ludicrous. That's stupid.
Ludicrous. Olivia Bell or whoever,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. So if that's part of their game and they're efficient doing it, hey, we gotta get the playmakers out in space. You know, it's a long handoff. What did Bill Walsh say? Bill Walsh was famous for the little flare routes, the sending the running backs off tackle into the flat. He called those a long handoff. Let me get the ball to my backs in space. Don't always got to be a handoff, but utilize them. So to answer your question, it's essential that they play a role in the passing game in 2 days.
Also, if you look back at the games against Clemson, how Clemson utilized ETN against Bama. That year they beat Bama 46-16, I think, or 44-16. ETN caught multiple like stretch routes, flare routes out the backfield to eat Bama up for big yardage, and it was designed by design. Boom, quick pass, quick pass, kind of like a pitch, a toss that you don't see before. You know what I'm saying? So we got the backs to do that. I would, that would be. I'm pretty sure they've watched that game. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be very positive if we utilize those same type of pass concepts to the running back to utilize the guys that we have, because you know what I'm saying, Cam or Chaney or Rooster, they can take it to the house at any time. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Nah, I love it because, like I said, we got to be able to, and they all got the ability to do it. You know what I mean? We just have to find, and I use the word exotic. Didn't want to call it gimmicky, but we had to find exotic ways. And the way, I have to be honest with you, the same way in which Sarkisian used Devontae Smith last year in the championship. I thought, I have to be honest with you, I take my hat off to Alabama that said, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to just line him up where y'all can just, because he's our best player right now, right? But we're not going to give you a free shot at him where you're going to just double him easily.
Right.
We're going to find an exotic way, right? Not necessarily gimmick, because it's not a gimmick. It's not like it was a double, triple handoff.
Right.
It's an exotic way to find how you can't put your hands on him. And it messes up your coverage, because if I motion him from the slot to the backfield, that safety no longer can take him, right? Nope. He can't double him in a bracket coverage. So now if he can't double him in a bracket coverage, now by the time that post gets there, that safety has to respect that post ball. Now by the time I get Devontae Smith out, it's one-on-one back again with your Sam backer, Mike backer, whoever backer that's responsible for him. Usually the Mike, because now he done made him the third receiver. Because your striker, nickel, whatever you want to call him, star, is taking care of the slot, right? Yep. The corner's taking care of your Z, and now Devontae Smith, the baddest dude on the field with the Heisman Trophy.
It's on your Mike backer.
You chicken noodle soup every time.
and you know what that means. Good night, our rain, Jack.
Eat chicken noodle soup all day.
Put the women that chose in the bed and let's go looking for dinner.
And go searching for dinner. Man, big shout out right here to Sigmund, man. $5 says next show code. Let's get a family feud set up. I can see the next Steve Harvey. Well, I hear you, boy. I wish Steve Harvey get that love. Let me give you boys some love. That money slowing it down a little bit. Let me go and give them that love right quick, man. Hold on 1 second. All right, we back in the building, man. We got quite a few people. Like I say, man, we've been rolling since 4 o'clock, really 4:05 to be honest. 4:05 p.m. We have not been off. It is 7 hours, 10 minutes, and 33 seconds on the clock. When I started, I don't know what that thing was on. We had 23 hours. So it was one day, 23 hours, 13 minutes, and however many seconds. We going in right now, fellas, man. So I appreciate y'all being on here. Let's talk about this part about the running game. And we brought up Cody and Thad. And in the previous segment, we talked about recruiting. We were talking about how many of the safeties we had, all that talent at safety for 2 positions, but the linebackers seem to be pretty thin. We got to snatch guys down to kind of fill a hole. If it's not for Zach McLeod, if it's not for the grad transfer in Johnson, we are short. Let me make sure Johnson. Yep. We are short. Did I say that right? Let me. Yep.
Yeah,
and Johnson.
you said like 6. We'd
Yeah,
be like
DeAndre Johnson. And DeAndre Johnson, we have 6 defensive linemen. The 2 areas I think we got some real good depth is safety and running back and quarterback. Safety, running back, quarterback.
What you think about deep? Well,
only concern. Here's my only concern. I love the way they recruited this running back room with what we have. You have, like I say, Cam, Chaney, Knighton. But my only concern now, I look at it. You got Thad and Cody. In my eyes, they look very similar as body types, body styles.
I actually think I think they're kind of different. So it's the body size. The body size. Yeah, they kind of are the same. I think Brown is a little more fluid, kind of like a Chaney. He's a little bit more fluid than Thad. I think Thad is just pure power, straightforward. You know what I'm saying? But Cody, I think he can give you a little bit more out the backfield. He's a better pass catcher than Thad is. From being up here at Parkview, you know what I'm saying, at that high school, you have to be able to do it all with the type of offense they was running. So I think they're similar, but they're different. So it's kind of like what you said earlier about he got a little bit more to give you than Thad, because at the end of the day, you still want in that Red Lashley power spread. You want 2 big bodies that can give you what you need as far as pounding the rock. You know what I'm saying? Even at like at Auburn, you had the Artist Payne, him and Trey Mason. They same size, same body type, but Trey Mason gave you a little bit more. He was a little bit different than Artist Payne. He was able to catch a lot more. They did a lot more flare, a lot more passes to Trey than they did with Artist Payne from what I remember watching him. So that's how I look at Thad and Cody Brown.
And Cody Brown,
you got to take on it.
Yeah, Cody Brown. They're both thumpers. Mm-hmm. They're both a load, right? They I don't know. One's a jackhammer, one's an anvil, right? But I think Cody Brown has just another gear that Thad doesn't have.
He's more explosive.
Right? So they both gonna thump you. They're both thumpers. It's almost like Sean Merriman and God, when they was at Minnesota, it was both of them.
Marion Barber.
Yeah, Marion Barber, and I forgot the other running back name.
You just said it.
Well, I said Sean Merriman, and then Barber, right? It was 2 backs at Minnesota. It was at the same time, and they both rushed for 1,000 yards. But one was a little faster than the other, but they both was hammers. I think that's what we got in Cody and Thad. You know what I'm saying? Cody.
But that's my point. But do we have a versatile guy that we're going to have to get a versatile guy somewhere soon in like a knighting type body?
A change of pace.
I think a lot of people not paying attention to what they did earlier before the fall spot with they got that guy. You got Brashard Smith that played running back majority of his life that they can put in the backfield, and you know what I'm saying, if they need to give him a rooster type role. Just from
I know he played, but I know he played running back in high maybe some part in high school too.
But you talking about a true running back. That's what you talking about.
Just like you got Knighton right now, right? Like a true running back. Because my thing is, I think Brashard, he can do that. He can be that guy that can be kind of all over the spot, which is great. But what I truly feel is I think you may limit him, because if you got to put him in that role, how do I explain? I don't know how to I want to articulate it properly. You want to put him in a role where, what was the cat name in Florida? Trey Austin, number 8, man.
Oh, Burton.
Trey Burton.
Okay.
Burton. Tight end and all that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, right? You don't want to say, okay, well, because my thing is this: I want to recruit a guy that's like that. Now, when he's in the game, he gonna be over there, he gonna be over here. But like you said, look what happens now, right? Look what happens right now. I'm sorry, my fantasy just went off right now. Oh my God. But anyway, look at what happened right now in the sense of they talking about having a Knight and Bashard backfield.
That's my point. That's what I was talking about.
So, but my thing is, don't worry about if I got a Bashard now. You better get another Knight because Knight ain't gonna be that much longer.
Right.
So now you can still have that.
I don't even think Lashley recruited Rooster though, if I'm not mistaken. Lashley didn't recruit Knighton. So I don't even know that. I don't think Knighton is really the style of running back that Lashley wants. Because I think, like, if you look, like, I hate to keep referring back to what he had at Auburn, but he was there so long. They had nothing but big, powerful running backs to run that type of offense because it's designed to wear you down and break long runs. And they have multiple guys that they can run and still have that type of that running style. Then you had Kerryon Johnson, but still was a 6'1", 215-pound guy that still was a big body, but he was just a faster, guy that they can do the jet sweeps with. You see what I'm saying? So I don't necessarily know if Lashley wants that to have an actual running back that can do that because they use even at Auburn. They use those type of receivers or players that can play receiver and running back in that type of scheme. You see what I'm saying? With the motions and they blind him up in the backfield, or that he may start out in the, like say for instance, Rashad may start out in the one back in the tight, in the shotgun and motion out. You see what I'm saying? Or they may hand it off to him a couple of times and then spread it out. So that's just my concept on it. Just from my history of watching him recruit or at the schools he was at, they had bigger guys that didn't really have the scat backs like Knighton.
I mean, that's great. I mean, that'll work that'll work. You put them back there, but personally, me, I would still recruit somebody who that's their natural position. That's what they play.
But look at who recruiting that. But look at who recruiting in 2023. Fletcher. Fletcher is just another 6'1", 230-pound.
I get that. That's just one back that we're recruiting. Recruiting it's a long process, so we don't know. But I'm just saying, you want that type of thing. Just like Florida State when they had the big back, but then they have
Lorenzo Booker.
The Lorenzo Booker, the Ward Dunns, the Brock Prestons, the Trump candidates, you know what I'm saying, to go with their big backs. You have them change of pace dudes. You know what I'm saying?
But they didn't run that type of offense that we run, though, Black.
No, I get that, bro, but you still want to change it. I want somebody that plays that position as a change of pace back. Because
if I'm running a power offense, I don't want a small running back. I want to be able to still run my power offense. I may get a guy that's versatile that I can do swing routes and all that. I can get a more versatile big guy, but I don't want to. If I'm running a power, I don't want no 185-pound running back. If I'm running a spread power.
Look, give me the Ward Dunns. Give me them guys that's going to slash and dash.
You can have Ward Dunn. Give me Willis McGahee.
That's all right.
You can have all that. Can I be honest with you? I know y'all gonna hate to hear this. Yeah. And don't go against my thing. But you give me that Derrick Henry though. I could put some work on that horse.
But man, I don't want no Derrick Henry, man.
What? You don't want to do like that?
No, I don't want Derrick Henry.
I don't want Derrick Henry, man.
I don't want Derrick Henry, coach.
Eddie George before I take Derrick Henry.
I don't want Derrick Henry, coach.
Give me Eddie George instead of Derrick Henry, bro.
Why?
He just takes so long to get going. If you look, that last year he had at Alabama was his best years. If you look previous to that, he didn't do much. He did not do much. He didn't do much at Alabama until that last season when he had like 500 carries. It shouldn't take you. My thing is this: as a running back, it shouldn't take you 400 carries to get 1,000 yards. Because we had a back with only 242 yards, and Duke Johnson that had 1,642 yards, and we had a guy in Clinton Portis.
But they're two different kind of guys. To me, that's unfair to a Duke Johnson and a Derrick Henry in the same. Even though they play running back, to me, it's not fair because they're two different styles of guy.
I'm
See,
talking.
that's it. But again, hold on. I'm a defensive guy, right? I'm a defensive guy. So by me being a defensive dude, I like to pound that rod. Guess what? It's hard to take a dose of that right there all day. I'll take that all day.
Come fourth quarter, and if it's a hot day, and the fourth quarter roll around, and you got to hit that 240, yeah, I see your point. I see your point on that.
But I don't care if it's a hot day. Guess what? Pain is universal. I don't care if you. I say this all the time. I don't care if you rich, poor, black, white, ugly, stepchild. Ouch is out. When that big boy coming in and drop that helmet, guess what? You gonna keep running up on that. You gonna keep running up on that. Listen, I can tell y'all all day right now. I don't care who you are. You could tackle somebody on a 45-degree angle 300 times in a day. 300 times you could tackle somebody. Meet him in the hole head for head. I guarantee you feel like he built out of concrete.
That's true.
And that running back don't feel it as much as you feel it on defense. And the reason being, the running back coming full throttle, he got the gas all the way down. The linebacker, whoever it is, he got to break down and really absorb that unless he just catch you slipping.
Right.
But you know what I'm talking about. If it's me and you in the hole, I know as a running back, I'm going if it's a little bit of space, I gotta break down, chop, and try and boy, that's why you think Roger Craig used to lift them knees so high. He was handing out concussions off knee pads.
That's right. Look, he gave many people concussions trying to tackle him.
That's what I'm talking about.
I get that, but my thing with Derrick Henry is, man, it just take him so long to get going. You know what I'm saying? Like, even in the NFL, like last year, he had a stellar year last year. They fed him the ball, but it takes him so long to get going. He's so easily to tackle in the backfield.
Coach Hayes,
hold on. If he's so easy to tackle in the back, if he's so easy to tackle in the backfield, I don't care. Coach, keep feeding the beast. Go. My thing is this: you get tired of that, boy. You gonna get tired. Listen, that don't sound good.
Give me Edgerrin James all day.
But we talking. You talking about? If I could take a 6'3" dude like that coming down here, yeah, of course, there's probably other backs that's way better. Guess what? Hey, hold on. Ask them why they want to tackle Earl Campbell like that and Jim Brown.
Yeah.
It didn't take
them boy made out of concrete, cuz.
It didn't take Earl Campbell them that long to get going. When they got that ball, they are in the
You want to know why? Because they run a zone with a power back.
Yeah.
He's not a quick twitch guy like Terrell Davis. When Terrell Davis used to run the outside zone, he could stutter till he put his foot in the ground and hit the gas, and the NOS button goes 0 to 60. Derrick Henry don't have that. Derrick Henry is the ideal back for off tackle, right? Power back, pull the guard, kick out the end, run it up the gut, one cut, get vertical.
I get it. He just
Derrick Henry's an old school, what they call a mutter. He's a mutter type of back.
I just don't like Derrick Henry running style. I just don't.
No, I get it. I feel you.
I don't like his running style. I like Najee Harris.
Defense don't either when he be going across that line.
Right.
He said what?
He said defenses don't either when he get across that line.
I hate the way Derrick Henry runs, dog. I hate it with a passion, dog. And I hate Najee Harris running style just as much. And if I take Najee Harris over that guy, that should tell you something. I really hate his running style. He's a great back, though.
They're big backs too. You got to remember, they're not little dudes, right? Like Najee Harris, what he's 6'3", 230, something like that.
6'2", 6'2".
That's what I'm saying. Big dudes.
Come on, I'm sorry. I won't ever root for
them big dudes ain't built. Them big dudes ain't built like Duke. You know what I'm saying? Duke, like if Duke was 6'3", he couldn't do what he does.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Well, you can't do in a Jeep what you do in a Ferrari, but you can't do in a Ferrari what you do in a Jeep.
That's true. Like I said, I don't. He's a great running back. I just don't like. I just don't prefer his style of running. You know what I'm saying? Give me a Ricky Williams. Give me that type of guy all day.
Ricky Williams is tough too now, but you got twitch though. Yeah, Ricky Williams got that twitch. But I ain't gonna lie, boy. You line up at linebacker and you see that big old dude back there. Hey, you see that big old dude back there like this? Hey, that big old dude bent over back there. Like, damn, I gotta tackle this
Hey,
big old dog.
hey, Coach Hayes, you making business decisions. You like, man.
Oh, you like, I'm finna tie this cat's shoelaces right now.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's a lot easier to tackle than a Trent Richardson or a Ricky Williams or that type of big back. You see what I'm saying? Because you go them, I can dip my shoulder and get just as low as you can, but Derrick Henry, he ain't gonna be able to get that low. You know what I'm saying? I can chop him out.
Stiff arm though.
Oh, he got that massive stiff arm though.
Oh yeah,
he got a Garrison Hurst stiff arm. He got a Hurst.
Yeah.
I still remember to this day that run that he made in San Francisco
against the Jets.
Oh my God. I was a little kid running through the house. I tried to do that every day at practice after I seen that. I wanted to master the stiff arm after seeing Garrison Hurst.
But I'm gonna tell you who had the best stiff arm ever though. Believe it or not, Duke. But his stiff arm
was amazing.
Oh yeah.
But his stiff arm is actually his stiff arm, believe this or not, guys, is actually, because I remember this in high school. I remember seeing this when he was, because I had an opportunity to coach him at New Orleans.
Okay, that's dope.
Yeah, I coached him at New Orleans. I got his picture up this somewhere, but I coached him at New Orleans. And we ended up leaving, going to Jackson Senior High School, and we ended up playing against them. And I told him, I'll never forget, it's 3rd and 33, bro. I say, do not tackle Duke. Let the homies, we finna jump his behind. Don't be the first dude in there to tackle him. You're not gonna tackle him, right? Let's just make him dance, make him guess, because he used to guys coming at him, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget it. Defensive end, I'm gonna leave him nameless, but he was number 10. He go in there, and here go the thing. It's on our sideline. I'm like, don't tackle him. Like it was in slow motion. No. It wasn't the shake. It was the stiff arm. You know what the beauty about Duke's stiff arm was? He used it as a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
He never used it for power. If you watch Duke's stiff arm, he never stiff arm a dude backwards. No. He stiffed him because most guys, when they go to make a tackle, they leave their feet. And he used it as a way to keep you off of them. And he know how to lean with you.
Yep.
He used this. So when you pushed his arm, you actually pushed him. He didn't push you. You pushed him. And so as you going down to make the tackle, he's actually running away from you, but you did it.
It's almost like a boxer, how they use their jab, Smooth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I still remember that run he made against V-Tech.
What about North Carolina when he stiff arm money to the ground? Get off me.
Yeah.
Out of it, yeah.
But if you notice, it's never about power, though.
Never.
It ain't like how Derrick Henry got up on him, a man, and joked him up out of there. You see Jim Brown he pushes like a buffer, and he'll walk you all the way down with it. He make sure he don't just hit you and let it go. It's beautiful, man. I love the way he run the ball. And what I like about him is he sees you. He's already diagnosed you. It's the player behind you that he's looking at now. Like you already, if you think you're gonna tackle him, you broken down already. It's the guy behind him and his vision in the field. Like he'll see you coming. You know you got the angle. He had like he don't see you. That boy been flew by. So, you know what I mean? Like he see it. Like I love the way he runs the ball, man. I really do.
Hey man, that's what. Hey, y'all ain't gonna agree with this because he already know what I always say. Black always know what I say. I always say that Duke Johnson is the greatest running back to come through Miami at the University of Miami. That's just my opinion. He's the greatest running back. He got the record for a reason. He has the
stats, but he's not the greatest running back.
2.5 years, bro.
He's not the greatest running back.
You broke the record. 2.5.
Hey, you know why it's hard? I'm gonna tell you why.
Willis McGahee started 1 year.
Hey man.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what's hard, and you know what's Groove. I'm gonna say this to you, bro.
And Edgerrin James, my favorite Miami player ever.
No, but listen, I'm on the fence about agreeing with you.
Yeah,
I really am on the fence about agreeing with you. I'm gonna tell you why it's hard to agree, though. When people don't win like that, right? At the top level, and you got the running backs that's winning it, and they were great. It's hard to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, but outside the fan eyeballs, looking at statistics, looking at the player himself, right, as an individual, I don't think you wrong, dog. I don't think you wrong. But as a whole, it's hard to say.
This is my thing when it comes
It's
to this.
hard to say Willis.
I get that, but my thing is this: when people say that, far as he didn't win, did they win because of him or because he had turkey tits as his defensive coordinator? You see what I'm saying?
We got that.
Hold on. You got to think Willis McGahee played on one of the greatest football teams ever assembled.
Stop.
Can't clean
That's
party.
but that's the perception too, that it's hard. I understand what you're saying, and that's why I say if I look at him as an individual, you right on par, dog. But if you look at things as a whole, bro, that's just like saying, dog, that's just like saying y'all basketball dude, that's like saying Patrick Ewing the best center. He ain't got no rings. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
basketball and football different. Basketball, football different. One man, because one man can win your championship in basketball.
I understand that. But imagine if Patrick Ewing had more rings, he'd be held in higher regard.
He would.
If he had 3 rings during his time playing, people will hold him in a higher regard than they do now. Well, that's all I'm saying. But let's go back to football, like you said, right? That's just like saying Barry Sanders.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. It's based off the running. It's based off the back. Barry Sanders is the greatest NFL the greatest running back ever. But
Emmitt Smith holds the record though.
Well, okay, I get that. But I'm
so
talking.
It's the same argument with Duke.
No, it's not.
It is. If Emmitt Smith
I don't know if
Emmitt Smith is okay, but you're going by stats. So you're saying Duke is the greatest.
What he
all right, but you're saying Duke is the greatest because he's the all-time leader rush rating versus Miami.
What I'm saying is what he did in that time frame and what he had on his team to do it with. You got to think Emmitt Smith had 7 Hall of Fame offensive line.
I get that,
but you mentioned Hall of Fame receiver. But
you always mention stats when you say Duke.
I talk about what he do in 2.5 years, bro. I always say that.
No, but you mention stats though, right?
He's the all-time leading rusher.
Exactly. So I'm gonna say I say Willis is better because look what Willis did in 1 year.
1 year, bro, and you still got and still Duke Johnson had. And I already proved this point. Really, Duke Johnson had 100 less carries than Willis. No, he had 40 less carries than Willis McGahee and only 100 yards less. So what are you telling me? So you mean to tell me that you give Duke Johnson the same amount of carries that you gave but Willis McGahee, he won't have almost 2,000 yards?
I don't know. Maybe he don't hold up.
Come on, bro.
Maybe
you get Duke Johnson that line he played against it with that 2002 team with Willis McGahee. Come on, man. You got to look at that. That's just like me and you. Can me and you agree that Brad Collier is better than Ken Johnson?
Bro, that's just hold on, bro. That's like if I say, now Barry's my favorite all-time running back ever. So that's like me saying, well, if you give Barry that Dallas line, I'm not gonna say that. I already know what it would be. But guess what? If Barry would never retired, Emmitt wouldn't have the record. Right? It is what it is. So what I'm saying is Willis played 1 year. Why? Because look at the dudes he had in front of him. Duke didn't have that. Look at the dudes Willis had in front of him, and look what Willis did. 1,726 touchdowns.
Bro, Duke Johnson did more than Willis McGahee. He had more receiving. Yes, he did.
Bro, no, he didn't, bro.
Duke Johnson had more. He was the kickoff returner. He caught more. He had more receiving yards, more receiving touchdowns than Willis McGahee.
Willis returned kicks, just not that year.
But listen, it also goes to show you the amount of talent on the team.
Exactly.
But it's hard, and you also talking about, listen, what's also hard too, you talking about styles of football too, right? Where Duke is catching out the backfield. Dog, at the time Willis McGahee played, running backs only caught the ball on screen third down.
That's it.
Maybe a swing pass here, there. But I mean, it wasn't no angle routes like that. I mean, let's be honest, it wasn't, you know what I mean? You had to
like that. They ran a pro style offense with Duke. He made a lot of his damage off screens. That's what I'm saying. He didn't spread out. He didn't do what he was doing in the league at Miami. He was catching a lot of screen passes and taking them to the house. You know what I'm saying? That's the
listen, Duke, and here's my thing though, Goo. you not off, dog. I'm telling you, like, you got a legit argument, like you really do. I'm just telling you, if you bring this argument into the barbershop, to the fan base, it's going to be a hard sell because you have to remember who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Because of perception, right? How do you say Willis? Not even that. How do you say not Willis? Damn it, EJ, right? Because even subconsciously in people's mind, they still equate EJ with the Colts. You get what I'm saying? Like, so they equate also his career in totality, right? Like everything that he did. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's just that, but that's because you're talking to a fan base. But if you do it stat for stat on paper, dog, I'm telling you, that's why you say Duke has a thing. Coach, I walk down any alley with Duke any night when it comes to football, dog.
Hold on, I want to answer a question. I want to answer something that I just saw in the chat. He said Duke Johnson had 4 offensive linemen, 4 NFL offensive linemen. Yeah, that's true. But again, he had Turkey Tits as his defensive coordinator. That's what y'all keep failing to realize.
Who is Turkey?
Yeah, I think they talking like when you say like it's talk about the winning aspect. You know that kept him from winning. You know what I'm saying? That kept him from winning. But
my point.
I mean, yeah, but
who is Turkey Tits, dog?
Answer this question, Black. Me and you, we commonly agree that Brad Collier is better than Ken Dorsey. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
Okay. You put Brad Collier on that 2001 team. Do he throw them 8 damn interceptions against Ohio State?
You mean the 2002 team?
Yeah, the 2002 team. Yeah.
No, we beat the hell out of Ohio State with Brad.
That's all I'm getting at, bro.
We beat the hell out of Ohio State. But what I'm saying to you is the offense. Okay, I got that. Now
Y'all gotta remember. Hold on, let me go back. Y'all remember Ken Dorsey had a concussion. Concussions weren't a thing at that time.
Okay, what we say?
He had just got boomed. Hold on, he had just got boomed. But think about this. Let's go back to that last series.
He should have stayed out the game.
Right, he got boomed, but let's go back. You remember they ran the very first was fullback dive with the cat from Piper, Quadron Hill, who was really an undersized fullback.
Yep.
That was a wasted down, right?
Yep.
Let's be honest. Remember, he was a light cat. He wasn't no big dude. He was, especially when you're talking about fullbacks at that time, right?
Right.
We lost our star running back, even though the other guy was young. He was a young cat.
Right.
I mean, we lost a lot. I think, and I always said this to go back about Ken Dorsey. I said this earlier in the show. He's gonna go down as one of the greatest Miami Hurricane quarterbacks of all time, but was the worst athletically on the field.
Yeah.
Because he was a game manager.
Right.
He didn't have the athleticism in the arm, because look how it translates to the league. But what he did was you got Andre Johnson, Reggie Wayne, Santana Moss, Jeremy Shockey, Kellen Winslow. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to cover that? All right, let's go. Willis McGahee, Clinton Portis, Tyrone Moss, Frank Gore.
Najee Davenport.
Najee Davenport. I'm saying you got a young Frank, you know, and we could really, if you want to be, we can go a little bit before that, maybe with Bubba Franks when he was a freshman.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, so he was surrounded with Brian McKinney was on the old line, and there's not even flipping to the defensive side who getting the ball back, and Reed, Vince Wilfork. I mean, they were so loaded. So all he had to do was he go the keys to the Ferrari, son. I'm going out of town. When I come back, just make sure it's washed and it's full of gas. Just don't wreck it, please.
That's it. And you just proved why we say Brad Collier is better than Ken Dorsey, because he did more with less. Because those games that we lost, those 10 times we lost to Florida State, we up 3 or 4 touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But you got turkey tits that want to play patty cake or want to design patty cake schemes, and we running an option and they 15 yards off the line of scrimmage. You know what I'm saying? Like, he the leading passer for a reason, bro. In 3 years, people got to stop. People have to stop undermining what these current Canes are doing, because to have an all-time record at the University of Miami is a big feat. That's a really big thing. That is
big. I mean, it's definitely big. I'm not undermining what Duke did. I mean, yeah, Duke is one of the greatest players that ever came through the University of Miami. I just don't think he's the greatest back.
I get it. So you're entitled to that opinion.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's the greatest back. You know what I'm saying? I think Willis is better. I think Edgerrin is better. You know what I'm saying? But like, can I go wrong? It's like, yo, can I can't go wrong with either one, right? You know what I'm saying?
It's 1A, 1B, 1C,
Exactly.
1D.
You know what I'm saying? Look, you may like Granny Smith apples, and I may like McIntosh apples. You know what I'm saying? It's still an apple.
I get you. You
know, but I love me some Duke.
Like I said, listen, Smooth. I mean, Groove. Like I'm saying, you're not wrong. It's just it's because think about the teams that you had and the guys that was on it, right? And they were the feature guys too. That's the perception. If Duke is on that 01 team, 02 team, bro, it's hands down, straight up. It is hands down.
I'm taking the perception. That's what I'm saying. I'm not following suit to that perception.
I know you're not. I know. I get it. Right. I totally understand that. Guys, check this out, man.
My bad.
We went
topic, man. I'm sorry, man, but
I appreciate it. I'm glad y'all stayed. I was going to invite y'all for 14 more minutes, and we'll be off at the same time. 14 more minutes will be 12 o'clock, bro. So if y'all got 14 more minutes, and you more than welcome to stay with me.
Hey, we good. I'm good.
So listen, let's talk about this piece, man. About the. Let me just get your game prediction, and I want to talk about what we doing when we get there. Y'all boys gonna be in the bill. Are you gonna be there, A Black?
Nah, man. My son. Look, man. I got responsibilities.
The game. You talking about the game, but you gonna be there, right, Groove?
Yeah, Groove gonna be there.
We're gonna be.
So guess what? We gonna put you out. We gonna put you out the pasture, then, A Black. Hey, the homies finna talk.
Hey, look, man. My son got a game, so. You know, hey, fatherly duties call, you know?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, somebody said this right here. Eric Pierce said, Edgerrin James' son is a monster. I don't know if you guys heard this, not being in the area, but.
Oh, no, I heard it.
47 yards.
With a 270 or something like that.
Yeah,
up against American Heritage.
247.
Now, it was 270 something, wasn't it?
Jeez.
Bro, as long as it's 200, that's cool with me.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was cutting grass. He was cutting grass that day.
Yeah, that's awesome, bro. But let's talk about this, man. We got trust me, your boy getting off here at 12. Ain't gonna be no ifs, ands, or maybes unless she's a
hey, look, I got you.
Hey, real quick, man. I want to do a recap here before we go into just having fun. Again, real quick to everybody. I guess we call this the conclusion. Man, I thank everybody who came in and made this a part of this, man. Even the people I work with during the day, my regular job, man, they supported me. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see my Twitter account, man. My coworker, she dyed her hair orange and green for the team. You know what I'm saying? Hey, and she from Hawaii, dog. You know what I'm saying? But she was like, Coach, you've been asking for this for a year. So I gave it to her. So shout out to Campbell in the building, man. The dyed her hair orange and green for the team, man. So it's on my Twitter account. I don't know y'all put it up there. But anyhow, so like I said, a lot of people, man, made this thing happen. And I had a lot of fun. Be honest with you, I have not been out this chair since 4 o'clock. Have not been out this chair since 4 o'clock, so I'm gonna have to go out there and rub my tushy a little bit. That thing might be a little slow.
That's called dedication, folks. Dedication.
Hey, like I told you, that thing said 1 day, 23 hours, and whatever many minutes it was, and now it's all the way down to 15 hours, and y'all been seeing it clicking. I've had fun. It has never been any less than about 150 in the chat. We've gotten all the way up to around 350 or whatever. It's been awesome. We had 7 hours, 44 minutes and 32 seconds. So I would definitely be cutting it off right at the 8-hour mark because I wanted to show 8 hour. When it said the 8-hour U-Tube Takeover, I wanted to show, on the thumbnail, 8 hours. Right. I want to let them know we about business and we support our Canes, man. So I want to say this before I run out of time. Thank you to everybody who came on here from Wholesome One all the way from earlier today, Footballville and X. I don't know if y'all boys had a chance to see that segment, but Lord have mercy. It went down. Also, man, Baylin Trujillo, my homeboy V12 came on here. Baylin Trujillo, 6 ring, man. Awesome. Cang Gang. Let me keep them in order so I don't miss anybody, man. Let me stop talking. The dog gonna pull this sheet up. Let me just stop playing. Let me go get my music awards out. You know what I'm saying, fella?
Yes, sir.
Like I say, 6 ring, Cang Gang, man. Max, who helped me in the background trying to make sure I got all the list and everything, was pretty cool, bro. Let me see here. Man, you guys, especially, come on, Storm Warning in the building. Alonzo, man, special shout out to Alonzo, man. CWO, Kane's World Order, Kane Legacy, Roster, man. He was on the building. Big shot. Hey, Steve-O, man. I like Steve-O a lot. I don't know if y'all know Steve-O, man.
Oh yeah, we know Steve-O.
The cat sharp, man. I really hope if he wants to get into coaching, do it now. You young, bite those bullets. Get out, get all the politics and crap out. Yeah, you know what I mean? You young, bro. Get in there. If that's what you want to do, man, do it. Dog, he's sharp cat, man. Holtz want a sharp cat too, but he already in the field. But anyhow, Miami Flow in the building, man. Big shout out to Miami Flow. Big shout out to everybody. Did I leave anybody? Please put them in the chat if I left anybody out. Big shout out to Chris from Insight. T2Y in the building. Who else? Come on, y'all. Talk to me if I missed anybody. Nobody? Y'all will let me know if I missed anybody. But anyway, Dennis Lopez, appreciate you. You stayed around a long time. I don't know if you did the whole show, but every time I turned around, your name was popping up. So thank you, man, so much, man. Brother Jay Blaze, man, this dude always connecting cats, man. Appreciate
Always.
Yeah, always in the building. Ben Pratt in the building. Richard Hill, always in the building, man. So I thank you guys. I want to do it. We did it. Have fun. And here go the worst part. Your boy ain't even packed yet.
Wow, you ain't packed yet.
I don't need nothing but a Hurricane T-shirt, dog.
That's it.
Let's go.
Oh man, ain't gonna bring no draws.
It's some draws.
You ain't gonna bring no draws.
Commando, man.
You can't come to the battery doing the jump.
Yeah, but cool. What I'm talking about, pack it ain't like we going to. What I'm saying is,
right.
You know, Pat, like, you know, when you gotta have your. I'm getting off the plane, coming straight to the battery, dog.
All right, now don't have me up there looking for you. You ain't up there, man.
No, my flight land at 7, dog. So you know, by the time I get through, that thing's supposed to be over at 9:30. I already checked it. It's 24 miles or something from the airport. I already bought my Eventbrite ticket. I'm ready to rock and roll, dog.
All right, what you drink?
Oh, that Bobby Brown. If I get that Whitney Houston, that white, that just have me apologize. I'll be on here talking about
so I'm gonna have some heads.
Apologize.
I'm waiting for you.
Hey, I'll be like this. I just want to apologize to the Hurricane family. I was on the table with no shirt on. Singing. Hey, I was on the shirt on singing, "Can you stand the rain?"
It's gonna be the mascot pouring Bill on his head.
I'll be on that Bobby Brown. That Whitney had you apologizing, dog. That white had you apologizing, man. Anyway, big shout out to Greg, always in the building. This dude talking about, whoa, Coach. Hey, you're quitting. Come on, man. Let's keep it going. I'll take over and give you some rest. Let's go, Kane. I appreciate you, bro. But if I ain't had to go to work tomorrow, I definitely would do it, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. But YouTube also got limits on the stuff. But it don't matter. We got 180 in the chat. I don't know what the likes look like. I don't know what the comments look like. Though, whatever. Orlando Kane, so don't drink any white coat. But let's talk about it, man. So the battery gonna have fun. We're going to the game. We're gonna kick some butt. Everybody eating elephant bites after the game. What's going on after the party is the after party, and after the party is the hotel lobby then? Huh?
Hey man, it's whatever, man.
And after the remix, it's probably this.
Yeah. Hey, all I can say is, man, we're gonna be smoking on a Bama pack, man. It's gonna be real. We're gonna have some good stories. It's gonna be history made that night, man. We ain't got no tips. We can go to Magic City. You know what I'm saying? Celebrate.
Me. Too many people on one weekend, but somebody gonna be having yellow tape and bed sheets, but I want none of that pressure. I just want to chill, dog. I just want to chill. All right. Hey, appreciate
I'm definitely gonna be chilling.
279 likes. Huh?
I said I'm definitely gonna be chilling after this monumental victory we about to do.
Get home and watch the Clemson game after.
You know, Saturday night is going to be the night when Miami officially, I'm gonna say back, but it's gonna be a force this year to let the nation know, like, yo, we climbing back where we supposed to be on top. So, you know, and of course we gotta handle business the rest of the season, but it's gonna put people on notice. It's gonna put people on notice.
Paul Feinbaum had this tweet, right? He had this tweet. He said, what is gonna be the headline Monday morning? And you know what I said when I retweeted him?
What's that?
I said, oh my God, see now I forgot what I said. I said that is this the end of the Alabama dynasty? That's gonna be the headline. Is this the end of the Alabama? No, I said the Alabama dominance.
All right, I like that. Matter of fact, I like that question. Hey, Black, what would be your response? I'm gonna tell y'all mine. What would be your response if you had to type the headline? That's a great question, actually.
Let me take it.
I don't know. My oh my, it's a hurricane thing.
They back. That's what Baby Shaq put their back. Anybody else in the chat, put that in there, man. We got 180 in there. Put what you think it would be. I'm gonna tell y'all before we get out of here. I think I got a pretty good. I think I like that one, man. You know what I mean? They back. That's a little easy. Creative.
Hold on.
Huh?
I'm finding my tweet now. I want to say it verbatim. What I said to Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah. I'm trying to see here is
we shook up the world. We pretty.
It'll be something simple, man. It'll be something simple, man. Like it because that's what it's supposed to be. See,
exactly.
When you had that right, like they are who we thought they were.
right. There you go. There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Or yeah, exactly. We are who you thought we weren't. There you go.
Oh, this is what I said. I just found my tweet. I said, has the Alabama chokehold on college football finally come to an end? That's what I said.
You said what now?
I said, has the Alabama chokehold on college football come to an end?
Nah, if we win it, I don't want none with Alabama name. It's gonna be all Miami name. Like I want it to be like, for example, I want it to be something to the fact of man, big shout out to Norman. Heck of a show. I'm trying to think, bro. It's got to be something that's because Miami's such a trendsetter, right? It's got that whatever that saying is gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that saying is,
we are who you thought we weren't.
But that's already been you. Like whatever that saying is, I'm trying to tell you, it's got to be where it turns into a verb, dog. Like you been mossed. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
like you've been caned. Like you know what I'm saying? Like when the cane like upset somebody, like instead of being a caller upset, whatever that word is, you've been caned. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that is. I know it sounds a little corny right now, but that's what I'm talking about.
Plus 19.
Plus 19?
Plus 19.
What's plus 19?
That's
the spread?
That's the spread.
And you can put a question mark behind it.
Yeah. Nah, the crib got to be under some kind of dog, something, whatever, dog. I think they should call that thing. Go ahead, U-Tube Takeover. But I'm just saying, man. I just like, I don't know, man. It would be great.
I like this one that somebody just posted. Category 5 in ATL.
Yeah, I saw that. I like it. I don't know, man. I'm gonna think about that. When I see y'all over there, I'm gonna definitely check that out, man. Think about it. We got 6 minutes. I wanted to get to the 8-minute mark. I know it's actually 1 minute to 12, but I wanted to be 8 hours on that thing, on that clock. Because I remember I started a little bit late because people be tripping. Hey, Chanel, she be riding with me all the time. Appreciate you so much in the building. Let me get them their love for the money. We'll be right back. All right, we in the building, man. Let me see here.
Don't call it a comeback. No. Don't call it a comeback.
Cang kill Abel.
What about this?
It was biblical with it, boy.
What about this?
The boys were biblical with it.
What about this one? Hurricane Ibis blows through Alabama.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. Look at this. We're great. I don't know. We're gonna come up with something, man. But anyway, we good. We got 5 minutes. I want to ask you this. This last piece, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out, man, a little longer than supposed to, man. Make it easy on me. I ain't gonna lie, I'm whooped, boy. I've been up since about 5 o'clock.
Look, man, it ain't nothing but a thing, bro.
Yeah. But I tell people I don't sleep, but I plug into the wall. I charge up. I charge up. You know what I'm saying? I power up.
Well,
I power up. Huh?
What's your prediction?
Man, y'all still running? Yeah, we still running. I told you 8 hours. I give the people what they ask for. I give them what they want. I power up. Look at that. Let's get it. I don't play around, man. Shoot.
What's your we gonna go for predictions? What we gonna do?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. So how you want to predict this thing? We got about 3 minutes left. What's your prediction? Also, somebody had a great one. I don't know whose show it was. Who's getting the first turnover chain for the year? And what do you think the turnover chain look like? So we got 3 questions, 3 minutes.
I think wasn't that our show? Did we talk about that?
Maybe it was y'all show.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. it was us when we were talking, I think, and we talked about who gonna get
maybe it was.
Yeah. All right, so it's 7. We got 3 minutes max. Okay, I'm looking at the time. All right, I'll go first. Turnover chain, I think it's gonna be I would give it to Bubba Bolden. I get a turnover chain to Bubba Bolden on the deflection over the middle interception. I give him that. Okay. All right. I think the turnover chain will probably have something to do with a hurricane, like hopefully it has an actual hurricane. Something like that. It's gonna
be like the little symbol, the 2 like little pieces.
Yeah, how we used to have that logo before in the middle of the field.
Kind of like the old how the old logo used to be. You know, talking about the old like little whirlwind. Also, my prediction, I got Alabama losing 38-31. I got us early, and then I got them making a comeback, but running out of time.
All right, 7 points.
All right, you got 1 minute.
What else?
I got of course I got Miami winning 35-28. First person to rock the turnover chain, I think it'd be DeAndre Johnson with a sack strip fumble recovery. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, what the turnover chain gonna look like? Honestly, I don't even know, because I would never guess the one last year if I thought about it. You feel me? So
it was very creative.
Hold on. What if it's a combination of all 3? What if it's a combination of all of them in one?
That would be dope.
I'm gonna tell you this. I said this before. Coop was on. Maybe it was Alonzo's show. I hope they only do 4. They only do 4. And they rotate them through, because what it is, after a while it start getting gaudy, right? You do one that represent each class. So for example, right, this one represents, say, a freshman class, whatever. The next class that comes through, this will be the first one, right? And so that girl, you can say, what defense was it? That was a 305 chain defense. That was the state defense. That was the IBIS defense. You know what I'm saying? Right. And which defense? Man, that was the IBIS 3 defense was the best defense ever. The 305 number 6 defense was the best defense ever. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't get too you get too long with it, it's whatever. But here we go. We're 30 seconds out. 7 hours, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Again, thank you guys. Go ahead, Groove. Quick, say what you got to say.
Oh no, I'm just telling you the time so you can give your prediction.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, and my prediction right now, I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. I think it's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be like 34-37 us. Something weird like that.
We're gonna count this thing down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Appreciate y'all boys, man. Go ahead, love y'all, man. The U-Tube Takeover. We out of here. 8 hours,
baby.
Yeah.
Jumping on the plane. We out of here. Thank you to everybody who was part of this. Thank you for everybody who stayed and watched me. Thank you everybody who donated. Thank you. Coach Hayes out of here. I love y'all. And I'm finna go pack so I can get on that bird tomorrow and put up that U-way.
Hey, yo, Coach, I'm gonna hit you up. I gotta talk to you about some stuff.
Well, call me. I'm up, though. I'll be up for a minute.
All right.
Sure enough. Appreciate y'all. No Solo D. And check out my sponsor right there. Alex Tabio sponsored the entire show. We out, man. See y'all 305-205-1697 for anything dealing with homes. We out. Peace. See you, A Black. Call me.
All right, peace.